Are you tired of doing the same old data manipulations in Excel week after week, month after month? Just to keep the data updated? Are you tired of getting follow-up requests from stakeholders filter down the data to a particular geography or business segment, requiring you to go through the whole process of updating it again? Would you like to create a report that's more aesthetically pleasing than just rows and columns and cells? Okay, last one. For those of you already using the interactive dashboarding platform, do you want to save a ton of money by using a solution whose licensing cost is already baked into your organization's Microsoft E5 license? If you answered yes to any of those questions, today is the day to learn Microsoft Power BI. In this video, I'll walk you through how to build a Power BI dashboard from scratch. You can make anything from scratch. We'll start by downloading Microsoft Power BI Desktop, which is free. Then we'll import two datasets, a weather dataset with historical weather by day, by city, and a college football dataset with college football games going back to 1936 when the AP poll originated. We'll manipulate the data in Power BI's Power Query Editor and then create columns and measures to further manipulate the data from there. And unlike Excel, this data manipulation only needs to be done one time and can be scheduled from there. We'll then build an interactive dashboard with tables and charts and slicers and filters so that your stakeholders can easily drill into metrics and trends on their own right then and there. And finally, we'll publish your dashboard to Power BI Online and share your dashboard so you can score a touchdown with your stakeholders. Was that too much? I think that was too much. And share your dashboard so you can score some points with your stakeholders. Still too much? And share your dashboard to avoid fumbling? Let's move on. Now, in order to use Power BI, you've got to download Power BI Desktop. That's where we'll actually build the dashboard, and then ultimately we will publish it to Power BI Online where it can be shared with your stakeholders. So I'm just doing a search for Power BI. Here we have the results. I'm going to click on Power BI Desktop, and I'll put the link in the description, but we would just click on download free and it's going to bring up the Microsoft Store. So you'll download this as a Power BI app, and that'll make sure that it's really easy to keep it up to date. You don't have to worry about new versions coming out. Now there is another way to download it. You saw the advanced options there, but that route will require you to constantly download new versions of Power BI when a new version comes out if you want to have the latest version. So I highly recommend doing this through the Microsoft Store. Here we go. Mine is already downloaded, but it'll probably prompt you to install, and then you'll have Power BI Desktop, which is the first step in the process of creating a Power BI dashboard. The first thing we need to do to get ready to build our Power BI dashboard is to download the files that we'll use. And so to do that, head over to valuedrivenanalytics.com. Look something like this. And what I want you to do is go to Analytics Training at the top and then click on Intro to Data Analytics. This is where you'll find all the different training sessions for the definitive guide to data analytics. And today we're talking about Power BI. And so you'll go to the Introduction to Power BI option here, click on that, and here is where you'll find the files to download. So there will be a few files here. One, a Python file, a Jupyter notebook. You don't need to download that, but if you're curious how I created the files, the college football files, and the weather file that we'll look at today, that can be found in the Jupyter notebook. So check that out, especially if you know Python. And if you don't know Python, we plan on doing a Python training in the future, so maybe you can come back to that and take a look at it in the future. But that's available if it's of interest. And you'll also be able to find here what you really need to download if you're going to follow along is the actual Excel file with the college football games that the Python job creates, and the weather CSV file that the Python job also creates. Those two files, the Excel file and the CSV file, those are the files that you need to download. And you'll also be able to actually download the final Power BI desktop file if you'd prefer to see what it looks like in the very end as well. So take a look at those, download those, and then you'll be ready for the next step. All right, let's have a look at our two data sets. We're going to look at our college football games data set first. Got them saved in this folder. I always recommend creating a project folders for each project. In this case, the dashboard we're building is a project, and I'm calling it college football dashboard. So you can create your own folder, save the two files from the website there, and we're just going to take a look at what one row represents and just have a look at the data before we import it into Power BI. Okay, here's our college football game data set. It is one row per college football game from 1936, which again is when the AP poll started, all the way down to 2023. And I extracted this information on October 20th, so it has games through October 19th. And in the Python script, I actually added called it last refresh date. It's really refreshed through date, so that we'll be able to, I show this on the dashboard as a last refresh date, that this is going to have games through 1019. We could eventually create a process to schedule the Python job so it always is bringing in the latest college football games that have happened. So we have a few columns here. We have the season that the football game was played in. So 1936, you can see the game started in September that year. And you will have some games, especially the postseason games, that'll go into 1937, January usually. So keep that in mind, but we've got our season. Season type is going to tell us whether it was a regular season or a postseason game, bowl game essentially. We've got the date of the game as our start date, the home team's conference, the home team's division. Now, eventually, we're going to filter this down to just FBS teams. That's football bowl series, I believe. And that is essentially your Division 1A teams, your premier college football division. So we're seeing the home team's division, their conference, and then the name of the home team. Now, keep in mind the conferences here could change over time. Teams do tend to can change conferences over time. So this will represent what conference they were in when that game was played. We also have the away teams conference, the away teams division, and the away team name. We have how many points the home team scored, how many points the away team scored, and the column for attendance that's very sparsely populated here. Let's scroll down. Yeah, this is something to out for in any data set. You can have columns that were maybe populated sparsely during a certain time period and not others. So if you're looking at trends in those columns, you might see something that's just a trend correlated with time. So you usually want to rely more on your columns that are continuously populated, or if we wanted to do an analysis on attendance, we could simply calculate the attendance analysis for the time period where attendance really started to be populated consistently. We also have the city state where the game was played. So for instance, Georgia Southern was the away team, Mercer was the home team. That was played in Macon, Georgia. Yep, Ole Miss home game played in Oxford, Mississippi. So it's essentially the home team's city, and we're pulling that in. We're going to ultimately use that in conjunction with the start date to join this data set to our next data set, which is the weather data set. So let's take a look at our weather data set now. Close out of this. Again, college football games is one row per college football game for games going back to 1936. And we're ultimately going to narrow down to games where at least one FBS team was involved, either the home team or the away team or both. But one thing that we'll discover in Power BI is that this API has added in football games from other divisions as well over time. So we'll actually filter this down a little bit more in Power BI. Closing out of the college football game. All right, let's have a look at our weather data set. I'm going to double click on weather. Now this has a lot of rows. It has one row per day going back to 1936, January 1st, 1936, all the way to present for every team that was included in our football games data set. I think there was about 500 cities. So I'm going to a weather API to get the weather for every day for every one of those cities. In some cases, it'll find the weather. In some cases, it won't. In some cases, as we'll see, some of the variables are missing. There could be a few cases where it's inaccurate, but I think in general, it seems to give an accurate temperature. But keep in mind, there could be quite a few missing values here, especially for some of the really early games and early dates in our data set. One thing I found just exploring the data. So for instance, here's Blacksburg, Virginia. That was the one of the cities where games were played. And our weather data API was able to return data from 1994 to present. So any of the games played prior to that in Blacksburg, Virginia won't have any weather associated with it. And you can see there's even some days here where temperature wasn't provided. And there's precipitation, snow, not really included here. We're not going to use those in this analysis. Just pulled them in just in case we wanted to use them. You might decide to build your dashboard baking in some of these other variables. And we have average wind speed that day as well. So we'll just kind of scan through this. I believe since we're using the data in Excel, it's going to get cut off. But when we bring it into Power BI, one very nice thing about Power BI is it doesn't have a row limit. Now, it will get slower the more rows you bring in and the more columns you bring in, but it can usually handle quite a bit of data. So that's a really neat thing about Power BI. As you can see here, we're hitting that 1 million row limit or so. But you can see a few examples here. Des Moines, Iowa, we've got their weather day by day, just columns for temperature, rainfall, snow, and wind speed. Sometimes populated, sometimes not. Doesn't always go back to 1936. In some cases, the city may not have been able to be found at all by the weather API, but that is our weather data set. We're really using this to maybe do a little analysis to see if there's a correlation between a team's performance and the weather. That'll be interesting to look at, but it's an example of how to, it'll allow us to show how to join tables together in Power BI. Now you'll notice that in my folder, I have the two data sets, college football games and weather. You should have downloaded those from the website, but I've also created a football icons folder. So go ahead and right click in your project folder, create a new folder, name it football icons. And you can go ahead and open up PowerPoint. I'm going to open up an existing PowerPoint. And what I'm essentially wanting to do before we get into Power BI is download a background that I'd like to use. Now, you do not need to use a background in Power BI, the blank white canvas, or you can give it other colors as well. That is a fine background. In fact, a lot of people probably prefer this. I wanted to do something a little more creative this time since we're dealing with a football use case and actually go with a football field background. And I got that football field background by using PowerPoint. And I also got from PowerPoint some icons that we'll be able to use in our dashboard as well. Now, you don't need to include icons in your Power BI dashboard either, but I've seen some really nice looking dashboards that don't just put tables and charts and slicers on the dashboard canvas, but they try to incorporate some visual icons as well, and it looks really nice. So we'll do that. You be the judge of it. You can include icons, you can include a background on yours or a different background or no icons at all. It's up to you. This is where the artist aspect comes in of being an analyst. So I'll go ahead and double click this PowerPoint. Just go ahead and open up PowerPoint on your computer and I'll show you what I've done here. I have just brought in a background here and then a few different icons. There's like a light version and a dark version of each icon. I'll show you how I did that here. So you're probably opening PowerPoint, you have a blank slate, or you might have downloaded the PowerPoint from online and you're seeing this as well. Well, I'll show you how I got to this page. Just clicking on new slide here, opening PowerPoint for the first time, this is what you're seeing. Delete those placeholders. I'm just going to go to Insert, Pictures, Stock Images. Now you could get your images from something else. You may have a picture on your phone that you want to use as the background. Feel free to do that. I'm just using this to get some stock images. So I clicked on Stock Images and I'm going to look up a football field. All kinds of football here. and this is the one that I chose right here. And there we go. Now this isn't a PowerPoint, so we're not quite done yet. I'm gonna right click on this and save as picture, and I will save it as in our folder, in our football icons. I believe I'm saving it as a JPEG, which might be the default, but you have a few different other options here. So go ahead and save it as a JPEG, and then you'll have that also download from the Insert tab some icons. Now, PowerPoint has a lot of icons available. You may want to download some football ones. So let's see what kind of football ones that are available. I'll insert those. Doesn't want to let me get to them. There we go. So you might bring in some football icons. You could also try searching for, in this case, maybe sports. See if we get anything interesting for sports. Playbook, that could be very relevant. I don't think they have any helmets. That could be another good icon, but include some different chart icons. So in our dashboard use case today, we're actually going to have several different tabs that lay out, creating a more flexible dashboard with more options for visualizations. I suppose it could get confusing at a certain point, so you don't want to make your dashboard confusing, but you do want to make it flexible. That's going to allow the self-service aspect to really shine, to really reduce the likelihood that you're going to get any kind of follow-up request from stakeholders, because they have the flexibility to dive in and look at things in whatever manner they might want to look at them. And again, in order to do that, we're going to have a few different visualization types. So I'm going to go to icons here again. Instead of searching for football this type, I'm going to search for charts. I've got a few different chart types here. We've got kind of a traditional bar chart over time, very clean looking. Might download this, and there's also a light and dark version of all of these. I might also download let's see, we've got line charts here. That could be potentially useful. Pie charts. A lot of analysts believe there's better ways, like a bar chart, of visualizing pie charts, but some people like pie charts. Another one that we'll look at here, let me just go ahead and insert those. There they are. We'll also look at tables. We're going to do some table views. Let's see if we can get an illustration of the table icon. There we go. Dark, white version. You've even got like a SQL table. I think this is more in line, kind of spreadsheet view with what we'll plan on creating. Okay, we've got all kinds of icons we've brought in. And I think the last thing that we'll take a look at that we might use is a scatter plot. So let's see if there's I'm just going to search for scatter here. Scatter plot. Ooh, there we go. Light and dark version there. Feel free to try either one of those out. Again, you can download the PowerPoint with all the icons that I decided to consider using. I didn't actually end up using all of these. We're going to do some weather analysis, so I thought about potentially using a sun, some team hands, a whistle, a stadium. All of these were from going to the insert and the icons menu. So we won't use all of these, but feel free to download this from the website, use it there, or in the future when you're creating a dashboard, perhaps on another topic. I recommend maybe starting with PowerPoint, and if you're going to use a background, check out their stock images, see if there's a good one for your background there, and definitely check out the icons. They've got some great icons that you can use to spice up your dashboard as well. There's one more thing we need to do before we go out of the PowerPoint section, and that is to actually save these icons as a file, similar to what we did with this football field background. And we were able to save it as a JPEG, which works fine for a background in Power BI. Now let's say we want to save this particular visual so we can use it ultimately in Power BI, this icon. What you'll want to do is select it by clicking on it, right click on it, and then save as picture. And we'll want to save this to our icons folder that we created. And instead of choosing the default here, what we'll want is and this is really important, don't save the icon as a JPEG file. Save it as a PNG. portable network graphics. This is important. You can give it a name here. Go with light table. I already have one named that, so I'll override it and just click save. The reason that's important is in Power BI, when we import it, if we import it as a JPEG, it would have a white background, and if we use a different background other than white, it's not gonna look great necessarily unless we wanted it to have a white background. But if we save it as a PNG, as I just did, and import it as a PNG in Power BI, it will have a transparent background. So it'll look good against something like a football field. It won't have that white background. So keep that in mind, and make sure any of the icons that you want to use are saved as a PNG file in your icons folder. Now it's time to get into Power BI Desktop. Go ahead and open up Power BI Desktop. You can search for it and open it. Now you might get a few pop-ups, especially the first time you open it. Feel free to close out of those, or it might prompt you for an account. It should be completely free to use Power BI Desktop. Well, the first thing you're going to see after clicking through any of those pop-ups that come up when you open up Power BI is a prompt to import data. And there's a few options selected here, and you can see you can click here to get data from another source. The other way you can get to a list of data sources is to click Get Data up here. And I'll just mention a few of them here. In fact, there's a few that are called out right here. Lots of different ways to import some common data sources. We are going to use the Excel workbook option. In fact, our college football games workbook is an XLSX format. It's an Excel format, so we'll use this one. Another popular option is to connect to a Power BI dataset. A Power BI dataset oftentimes is a dataset that was already created when you created another Power BI dashboard. So if this is your first dashboard, that one's not going to be relevant at this point, but maybe this dashboard you're creating, in the future you'll want to create another visualization on the same data sets, the same data model. Well, you can just simply connect to that data model, so you don't need to create that data model again, and then build your new visualizations on it. Of course, another option is just edit the current report, but if for some reason you need two dashboards, two visualizations built on the same set of data, you could do that. You could just connect to the Power BI data set you've already created. SQL Server, and there's connect to Snowflake, Azure, all kinds of SQL databases. That is my preferred method for importing data. I want to write a SQL query that gets the data in the perfect format, and then take that SQL query and embed it into Power BI, import the data, and now everything is kind of set up to use from there. I like to use SQL because I really believe it's an analytic staple that is really good for selecting data, joining tables together in a really flexible way, grouping data, aggregating data. Highly recommend learning SQL, and plan on doing a training course on SQL as well, and importing your data that way. Now, you've got to have access to a SQL database in order to do that. So if you're not at a company where there's a SQL database available, maybe you are limited to you importing data via Excel or CSV or other ways. There's a lot of ways that you can import data in Power BI, but I will say my recommended way, SQL. Now, it's going to come down to personal preference too. If you come to really get comfortable with the mQuery language that we're going to see when we get into the Power Query Editor, or the DAX language that we can use in Power BI as well, you might prefer to do a lot of your data manipulation in Power BI itself, which is fine. But for those of you that are really comfortable with SQL or want to learn SQL, and you'll probably tend to want to use as much SQL as possible to get your data, all your columns created, all your data joined together in the right way, as much as possible in SQL. Now, when it comes to creating what are called measures in Power BI, think about a sum product in Excel where you need a weighted average. You don't want to simply do an average of an average. You want to take into account a weighted average. That needs to be done in Power BI, because what's going to happen is you're going to have the ability to apply filters. And as you apply those filters, the data and the averages are going to change. And you want those to be, again, calculated potentially in a weighted manner. So you're going to need to implement things like that, aggregations in Power BI. But in terms of creating columns, getting your data to the right format, thinking about what one row should represent in your data set, I do as much of that in SQL as possible. Now, our data sets today are fairly clean. We've got a data set that's one row per college football game, a data set that's one row per city date combination for weather. We don't have a lot of data. We've done a lot of that data manipulation already. I've done that in the Python code that created those files. But all that to say, I prefer in general to import data via SQL. We're going to use the CSV option today as well because our weather data set is in the CSV format. And then I want to show you what happens when you click on more. When you click on more, you have access to all kinds of other data sources. I'll just call out a few here. SharePoint is a really good one. In fact, if you're going to import data as an Excel workbook or a CSV file, perhaps you have people that are collaborating on a file, and you always want, when you refresh yours, eventually we're going to schedule this dashboard to refresh on Power BI Online. You always want it to reflect the latest information that maybe has been entered on that spreadsheet or that CSV file. You might think by default that you just need to import that Excel file or that CSV file. I would highly recommend taking that, putting it on SharePoint in one form or another, and then having your stakeholders interact from there as a SharePoint file. What happens is it's a lot easier to schedule a refresh against a SharePoint file. It's in Microsoft Online already. And so it just becomes really straightforward to schedule a refresh against a SharePoint file versus, still an Excel file, but if you import it as an Excel file, like we're going to do today, you will have to install a personal gateway in order to get it to refresh. And that's just a little bit more complicated. So I highly recommend, if you are going to, import a CSV or an Excel file, to import it as a SharePoint folder. So you basically choose this option, and you'll have to find your CSV file in the pop-up that comes up, or your Excel file. And it's all in the way you import it. It's the same file. It's an Excel file, whether it's on SharePoint or whether it's not on SharePoint, whether you import it as a SharePoint folder or import it as an Excel file, whether you use this option or whether you use this Excel option. But when you import it as a SharePoint file, it makes the scheduling part online so much easier. Okay, we saw the SQL Server database, Access database. Just a few of the ones that I think are really neat. Snowflake's becoming a really popular cloud SQL platform. You can import data that way. Azure Data Lake, Salesforce objects. Now, if your company has a database, a SQL database with Salesforce objects, I would recommend that. There, at least in the past, have been some limitations with the Salesforce reports and Salesforce objects here. Plus, if you're importing it from a database, you can not just bring in the whole object, but you can easily write a SQL query against it, write a where statement to filter out certain rows, or a group by or sum statement to aggregate. So keep that in mind. If you have the Salesforce objects in a SQL database, I would just query directly from there. But those are some of the options that you have when it's importing data in Power BI. Now, just continuing to go through the different ribbons here, you have several ribbons similar to Excel. One of the options that you have in the ribbon, on the home ribbon, is entering data. And so I'll show you how to do that. This is just entering data manually, which is a pretty rare use case, but every now and then it does come in handy. I'll click on enter data here, and now I'll have the ability to just go ahead and create a table. So we'll call this fruit, and say apple, orange, pear. You can give your table a name down here, and I'll call it fruit. Load. And there we go. We'll have our first data table just entering data manually. We'll delete this ultimately, but notice in our data pane over here, we'll go over this a little bit more soon. It will have basically a table called fruit. You can expand it and see that there's one column, fruit. And just a quick table we'll create as well. We can go to the visualizations pane here, click on table, and we can just drag in our one column into that table. See that we have apple, orange, and pear. Perfect. All right, so I'm going to delete that. So in order to delete that, I'm just going to kind of click on that visual, click delete, and then I'm also going to delete this table. So in order to do that, you can hover over the table on the right side. There's these triple dots, which is used to basically get more options. In this case, we're going to say delete from model, just a test. Just another interesting icon that can help you here is transform data. If you want to get to the Power Query editor, which we're going to take a look at when we import our data sources, if you want to get there quick, you can go to transform data and then click on transform data again. So that's an option. A few others that will start to appear and they won't be grayed out once we import data. So one is creating a measure, which is kind of an aggregation. We'll talk a little bit more about that. And then ultimately, we're going to want to publish our dashboard, Power BI Online, and use the publish button for that. Let's check out the insert ribbon. So on the insert ribbon, you have inserting a new visual. So that's one way to do that. And then you can choose what kind of visual it is over here. But I more often than that, I would just go to the visualizations pane. And if I want to create a bar chart, I click on this one. Lots of different bar charts. You've got stacked column charts. You've got your regular you've got your cluster bar charts. You've got a line chart, combo charts, all kinds of charts you can create. And so then you can drag it to where you want it to be on the canvas. It's really user-friendly. It's point and click. There is going to be a little bit of coding that you can do. You don't have to do, but if you want to do some more advanced data manipulation, you might want to use the DAX language or the mQuery language. We'll show some examples of both of those within Power BI. All right, so I'm going to delete that for now, but that's one way to create a visual, but I usually create them over here. A few different options here. One that I'll call out is this paginated report. And what's going to happen is you can create a table and you'll be able to export that table to CSV, to Excel. Really easy to do that, but the downside is that the formatting gets lost. So for instance, if you have some long column headers and you want it to be expanded to the width of that column header in the Excel output that you download from Power BI, it won't be expanded right away. So if you want the font size and the column width and any kind of formatting to come through, whether you export it as a Excel file or you can also export it as a PDF file, paginated reports allow you to do that really, really well. Now, the downside is that there is a separate interface for creating a paginated report. In my opinion, not quite as user-friendly as Power BI. It gets a little complicated. But if you have a lot of use cases for needing really formatted exports, it's not enough to just export the data and, oh, great, I've got the rows and columns I need. Your stakeholders can take it from there. If they're like, no, this needs to be customer ready when we export it, we don't want to have to do a lot of that extra expanding columns and formatting, then I would highly recommend taking a look at paginated reports. And what happens is you use the paginated report application to build that report, and then from here you can connect to a paginated report that you've already created, and you can embed that in your Power BI dashboard. So you can have your paginated report, a nice table looking view, alongside of your charts and all the cool visualizations that you can do in Power BI, and there's some work to link them together, and you've got it in one dashboard, but now you've got a more formatted export option essentially. So you probably won't need that, but if you really have some specific exporting format needs, that could be a good option. You can also embed a Power App. This is a really neat use case, more of an advanced use case. We won't do this today, but if you create a Power App that's maybe a form that can take in information, you can use this option to embed in your dashboard that has tables and charts that visualize the data. Right next to it, you can have an option for your users to input data as well. Imagine you've created a dashboard for a sales team where they can see a list of customers that you'd recommend that they contact first. You've done the analysis, you've visualized it, you've got a rank list of customers, maybe even have some recommendations on what they should talk about when they call that customer. So they're doing that. Now, from there, a lot of sales teams want their salespeople to enter notes and to enter information about the fact that, hey, I just called this dashboard. A lot of folks use Salesforce for that. So they might have the Salesforce application open in another window and kind of writing and saving their calls there, which is fine. But what if you could just do that in one platform? Or what if you wanted to take user input within your Power BI dashboard for any reason? You could create a Power App and embed that directly in your dashboard. So now maybe you have your table of customers that they should call over here. And as soon as they call them, they're having the conversation. right over here. They can input the data. And what usually happens with a Power App is it'll take that input and it'll save it to a CSV, and then you can work on that information. And maybe that's used to mark, hey, you've already called this customer. Here's the last time you called them based on what they inputted in that same Power BI dashboard. So in the same dashboard that you're visualizing data and showing the data, you can also use to input data by using this Power App integration. So look into that if that's a use case that you might have. The buttons are kind of neat here. We'll actually use this where we'll have an information button. I'll go ahead and create that while we're here. You can do a help button as well, all kinds of buttons that are available. And see, it just creates an icon with an eye on it. Well, you can resize it here. I'm just going to put that in the top right. Now, there might be a way around this, but you kind of have to do some Power BI gymnastics in order to get this to work in the way I'd like it to work, where we hover over it and it'll actually give us kind of a description of what our dashboard is all about. So we'll come back to that in a little bit. But lots of options for buttons. Sometimes you want to put some shapes in there as well. I often use the line. So we'll use a few lines today. I'll go ahead and create a line here. I'm going to, for our color scheme today, change the color of this line. So what happens is when I click on this line, notice there's a format option that comes up here. And each visual, whether it's a table or a chart or a slicer, will probably have slightly different format options. And there will be two tabs under format, shape and general. So for shape in this case, I'm going to color it. In fact, for a line, it's really the border that's driving that color. So I'm going to change this to a black line. And I can resize it pretty easily. So I'm going to use this to maybe separate our title section eventually. So I'll just add that here for now. We'll put everything together a little differently in the end. But I'm also going to want some vertical lines too. What you'll notice is there wasn't an option for a vertical line. What we'll do is, and this works for any visual, copy and paste is your friend. I'm going to click on this line, do Control C, which is used in a lot of applications for copying, and then Control V, which is used to paste in all kinds of applications, including Power BI. And there we go. Now we've got two lines, and I didn't have to recreate it and recolor the line. All the formatting is the same. Now here's what I want to do. I want to get a vertical line. And so I'm going to click on the shape in order to get to this format option. And then I'll click on click on rotation. And under all, I'll do 90 degrees. A 90-degree rotation leads to a vertical line. Now I've got my vertical line here. So what we're going to do eventually is put our filters so that our users can interact with this data over here. And you don't have to have a line between them, but I'm just trying to make it aesthetically pleasing, and that's different for each person. So you may or may not decide to keep your lines here. I just wanted to show that. Now, another thing that we can do as well is import a specific image. In fact, this is exactly how we'll create our icon. So I'm going to go to Image, and I'm going to select from our football icons that we saved. So I want to bring in, I'm going to bring in the football. There we go. I'm going to resize it here. I'm going to put this on the left of our title that we'll eventually put in here. There we go. So I've got an icon. And I'm also going to go ahead and create, bring in 3 other icons. We'll use these to essentially link to other sections. So I'm going to bring in the chart. And that looks good. I'll resize it here. Very easy to resize it. Put that in the kind of the top left here. I don't want to make it too big. Good. Going to bring in our scatter plot. We'll do a scatter plot visual, and this will allow us to, we'll use this to actually link to that scatter plot visual. Now you can bring in icons for all kinds of reasons. You may just want to have a visual element to a measure, for instance, and so you decide to put an icon next to it. And we're going to bring in one more And that is our table. Trying to get everything lined up here. There we go. Okay, so I might need to bring my line down a little bit. All right. May iterate a little bit there, but we've got a pretty decent start. I'm going to use this as a way of going between tabs. So right now we've got one tab, and let's go ahead and just call this college football games. So we can rename a tab by right-clicking on it, and I'll say college football games. And then I'm going to ultimately create some other ones, but I'm going to wait until I want some of the formatting things that I'm doing now to be carried over to those tabs. So I'm not going to create a new tab quite yet. I'm going to ultimately right click and duplicate the page once we've got a few more things filled out here. So let me go ahead and I'm going to take this. This will be our slicer pane eventually, where we're going to bring in a lot of slicers once we've brought in the data. But I'm going to take this vertical line and do Control C after selecting it, Control V to get a second line. I'm going to put this right here to kind of mark off this section. Again, you don't have to, but I just find that aesthetically pleasing. So this will be our section to go between tabs, and I'll show how to do that soon. Here's our icon. Just this isn't going to do anything, but it just is kind of, well, it's a football dashboard, so we'll have a football icon there. I'm going to put a title here though, and it's really important to put a title in your dashboard, something that tells them exactly what they're looking at, right? So I'll add a text box here for that purpose. Blank text box by default. I'm clicking on the border. Usually clicking on the border works well to move visuals in Power BI. I'm going to create could do center aligned or left aligned. I'll do a left aligned title here. Choose maybe, let's see, 28 point on is probably good. I'm going to call this college football game dashboard. There we go. All right, that looks pretty good. Let's see if we got the centering right. Yeah, I think that's all right for now. Maybe I'll make this a little bigger. Cool. All right, so we've got an information icon that doesn't do anything yet, but it will eventually. We've got a title, some icons that'll help us get between pages. Eventually, a slicer pane over here, and then we're going to put a bunch of tables and charts in this section right here. And the reason I included so much space here is we'll eventually put some cards, some measures right here. But that's a good exploration of this section of the Insert tab. All of these text boxes and shapes and images. Done a lot of that already. Let's go to the Modeling tab. Here you can actually create a new table. You can create a table that's a calculation of other tables. So we'll actually do that in today's session in order to manipulate our college football data set in the form it needs to be in to do what we want it to do. Parameters, we're going to use a few parameters today. This is a really neat concept where you can switch out the fields that things are broken down by. So we'll come back to that. I'm just highlighting a few things here. On the View ribbon, you can import and you can create your own color format, essentially your own theme, and so there's a few that you can bring in or use here. There's a whole theme gallery that you can look at, and there's some pretty neat themes online. I recommend checking that out. And you can even import your own theme as well as a JSON file. So many different ways to create a theme. And then again, on the View tab, you've got Page View, which is what we're looking at here. This is a good default. Now eventually we may want to change the size of our dashboard, and I'll show you how to do that here. Click into just the white space here, the canvas, and you click on Format Your Report Page. And then when you do that, so it's important to click in the canvas first, not on a visual. If you click on a visual, this format menu is going to be based on that particular visual. But if you click in the white space, the canvas, what'll happen is now you've got the format your report page option, and one of the options under there is canvas settings. And so it's the 16:9 ratio by default. What you can do is go to the drop down there and click on custom, and from there you can customize the height and the width. So the standard 16:9 format has a height of 720 pixels, 1280 width of pixels. And what we might want to do is maybe we have a lot of filters and we need a little bit more room. We can change this to say 900. Okay, but what's going to happen is our dashboard is going to become smaller and smaller when we ultimately publish it online. Really extreme example, I guess, let's say we did 2000. That is going to be hard to read when we publish it if we leave it that way. Well, what we'll be able to do is change the page view here to fit to width. What that's going to do is fit to width and add a scroll bar for scrolling down. So, it could be a bad user experience, just having to scroll down, especially if all the slicers are up here, and whenever you want to apply a new filter or see what slicers have been applied, you have to slide up and slide down. So keep that in mind. But if your dashboard's going to be that tall and needs to be that tall, probably good to do fit to width so they can actually see the dashboard. Another option that we'll use today is to create another tab that people can go to. Now, by default, if you go to another tab, some of those filters you applied on the previous tab essentially go away. But we'll eventually what we'll do here is actually sync the slicers so that if you do go to another tab that we'll eventually create, you won't lose the slicer selections. That's probably, if you can pull it off, probably an ideal scenario. We'll do that today. I'm going to go back to the format your report page, and I'm going to change the height. I'll go to 800, and I'll leave that scroll bar on for now, adjust that later. You can do a custom mobile layout if you prefer. I think Power BI does a decent job with using the layout that you use for desktop by default, but you do have the option of laying out a custom mobile layout. A few other formatting options. You can add grid lines if you want to get things exactly formatted. There is some good formatting similar to PowerPoint where it'll show you when an object is approaching another object. For instance, notice where the football is here. This icon, it kind of has a border here. If I start moving this around, it's kind of going to stop me right when it gets to the edge of that icon. So that works out really well. So even without grid lines, you can actually get a pretty good idea for where to put things through just that automatic snapping. If you want some really specific snapping to grid, you can turn on the grid lines in conjunction with snap to grid. And then notice how there's a little corner right here in the background. This is just one example. There's all these small little grid lines here, and it'll be really easy to just snap it there. You don't have to get it exact. So that's an option as well. I tend to not use these because I just find it easy enough to drag and kind of let Power BI stop that visual when it gets to the edge of another one. But some people find that helpful. Bookmark selection. We're going to implement bookmarks, so to speak, or at least page navigation through our visuals, the information visual, the icon visuals. And we'll do that a little bit later. So we can optimize features here, help all kinds of training options here. Formatting is going to be really important when we decide that we want certain visuals to interact with other visuals in a certain way. This edit interactions option is going to be really important. And you have the same thing that you'd have in PowerPoint, this idea of bringing objects forward or bringing objects backward. Now on the format tab, you have to have something selected for this to show up. But when you do select something, it can be key to determine how that visual interacts with another visual. And we'll see several examples for that once we import our data. We've also got a kind of a drill through option here. So lots of different tabs at the top. Hopefully that's a helpful walkthrough, and it'll really be helpful when we actually start to use those. But it gives you an idea of what's possible with those ribbon tabs at the top. There's one more thing we need to do before we finally import our two data sets, and it's an optional thing, and that is to import a canvas background. So in order to get to that menu, you need to click into the canvas, not have a visual selected, in other words, and click on Format Your Report Page. We can go to Canvas Background, and then we can click on Browse under Image, and I'm going to navigate to my football icons folder where we saved the football background and the other icons earlier. And here's our football background JPEG that we saved. I'm going to click on that, import it. Nothing happened. What's going on? Well, by default, it goes to 100% transparency. Now, if we bring that down to 0%, you get a certain image. All right, that's the image we brought in. But notice it doesn't quite fill everything. It's not the same resolution as we currently have. So in order to get it to fit, we can just go to image fit here, and I'm going to go to the fit option. That looks a lot better, except it's a little dark and our icons are dark, and now you can hardly even see our icons. I would not go with this. I suppose another option would be to color our icons. We could certainly do that and maybe turn these icons to white icons, and that could work. But what I'm going to do is increase the transparency quite a bit, which will lighten the image. I might go to around, yeah, 80, I'll go maybe 76%. Now that's not bad. We can clearly see the icons. That looks pretty decent. Again, some people would prefer to have no background to keep it clean, or maybe use a solid background of another color. But for now, we're having a little fun. We're doing a college football game dashboard, so why not put a college football field in the background? You will notice one thing though, and you really need to be conscious of this if you are going to put a background, and that is our icons were just fine because they're PNG files, and so they're transparent. If they were JPEGs, they would have a white background and it would look similar to this. We have our text box here that by default has a white background. So let's click on that, which will bring up the options under format for that particular text box. And in particular, we want to go to effects, and there's a few things we can do. One, we can just simply increase the transparency of this. We could change the color of the background here. I want a blue background. But really what we're trying to do here is should be able to remove that. And so there's a few options to do that. One would be to increase the transparency to 100%. That looks good. That's about what we're trying to do. Or go back to how it was before. Another simple option is just turn off the background. There we go. All right, so that's looking a lot better. And notice it's a little stretched right now. It's stretching because we increased the pixels for the height a little bit. So notice it'll be less stretched if we go to something like 600, but I think we might adjust this a little bit later, but we'll go with 800 for now. All right, our dashboard is starting to take shape and we haven't even brought in data yet, but that's our next step. So let's bring in some data. In order to do that, we're gonna go to, on the home screen, our Get Data option here. We'll bring in our college football data set first, and remember that's an Excel file, so we will click on Excel workbook. Easy as that. And it's going to ask us to navigate to that file. So you want to navigate to wherever you save those files from the website. It should be in your project folder. If you saved it in a project folder, there it is, college football games. It's only going to show your Excel files by default. Double click on that. And when it comes to an Excel workbook, it can have multiple tabs. So the next thing it's going to ask you to do is to select which tab do you want to bring in. Right? So a lot of times in an Excel workbook, you can't have multiple visuals in a worksheet, which wouldn't play well for importing to Power BI. You really want a worksheet to have rows and columns and to kind of have your column start on row 1, although there's ways to work around that in Power BI. Your column headers don't start on row 1. In our case, they do. Column headers, row 1, and you have all your individual college games below that. We only have one tab. We're going to select that particular tab or worksheet. There it is. Gives us a preview. Looks good. There's a few options. If you want to go to the Power Query editor right away before even having it try to load that, we can click on transform data, or you can just go ahead and let it try to do its best to import the data, and it usually does just fine. That's what I'll do in this case. I'm going to click load, but if you did want to go to the Power Query editor that we will go to eventually, straight off before it tries to import it, click on transform data instead. I'll click on load. It's going to spin a little bit while it brings in the data. The larger the data set, especially if it's a SQL query and the SQL query takes a while to run, can take some time. In this case, it processed it pretty quickly. And remember that fruit table we created? Well, we deleted it, but now we've imported games from an Excel file and it shows up under our data pane. There it is, the games data set. Now we can expand it and see all of our columns there. Pretty neat. Well, we have one more data set we want to bring in, and that's the weather data set. The data set that's one row per date city combination. So let's bring that in. Also going to go to get data, just like we did before, but this time our weather data set is in CSV format. And so we'll click on CSV, and similar to before, we're going to navigate to wherever we save that weather.csv file. In this case, it's in the same folder in our project folder, college football dashboard. I double click on weather, and similar to before, it's going to bring up a preview. In this case, a CSV file. It's one data set. There's no need to choose a worksheet like there is with Excel. So it just simply shows us a preview. I'm just going to click load. Again, you could go straight to the Power Query editor if you knew you were going to need to do some work there. I'll click on load. This is a big file. It's got quite a few rows. We'll see how long it takes to import. But what we're essentially going to see is, there we go, that wasn't bad at all. We're going to see another data set on over here, weather. And if we can expand this, we can collapse it and see the fields over here, the fields over here. Great, we've got two tables to work with right now. Now, if we want to kind of explore the tables a little bit, we'll do that before we go to the Power Query editor. I'm going to click on the table view. So this whole time, we have been in the report view where we actually build the visualizations, the tables, and the charts. But we can also go to the table view to explore our data. And you can go in here and it's kind of like having filters in Excel, very similar layout to Excel. You can click on here and apply filters and just really explore your data. Now be careful because some of the filters you apply here could still be applied when you go back to the report view. But the table view is really helpful. Right now we've got the games selected, so we're looking at games. If we want to see the weather table, we just click on weather. We can see the data there. Pretty neat. And it's good to explore your data too. Weather, just looking at it, you see the date format. We probably want to adjust that date format. We don't need the day of week to be in there. So we'll do that eventually. And it probably makes sense to do a lot of that from the report view where you have more ribbon options. This is more for just kind of exploring the data. If I go back to games, we already looked at this data in Excel, but now we're looking at it from Power BI's perspective. And so in some cases, the data could change. One example of that is the start date is not showing a date at all. It's showing probably days since I think January 1st, 1900, the way Excel looks at dates from a number perspective. Same thing with last refreshed. So that's an opportunity that we'll probably need to clean up here in Power BI. We'll show how to do that. But it's good to kind of explore your data and look out for those anomalies. There's a lot of ways to do that. Just taking a look at the data table is a good start. Well, there's one more tab here, and that's the model view, or I think about it from like a table relationship view. Right now, these tables are completely disconnected. If we filter on the game's data set, it is not going to impact the weather data set at all. But what we ultimately want is we do want to link these together. We want the weather table to be linked to the games table based on having the same city and date. If a game was played in a particular city on a particular date, we want to pull that row from the weather data set for that city for that date. So the way you typically do that is you can kind of drag one field to another. So I'd find if all I wanted to link on was date, for instance, I could find the date field here, sees it as a number, so we need to convert that to a date. But I would maybe just drag that over here and link them together. Now, you don't want to link on just a date if really they need to be linked on, because there's more than one row per date, they need to be linked on both city and date. Now, if you know a way around this, please put it in the comments section. But as far as I know, in Power BI, you have to link fields together based on one field, similar to how lookups work in Excel, whether you're doing a X lookup or a V lookup or an H lookup. You have one match column that has to match another column. And so if you're trying to match on multiple fields, you need to kind of concatenate them together first so that you're, at the end of the day, still matching on one field that's actually a combination of fields. We're gonna have to do the same thing here. And that's where, when it comes to joining tables together in SQL, you've got so much flexibility. You can link on as many fields as you need to in a join statement. Just another means of comparison. But in this case, we need to join these tables together, and we'll do that in Power BI. We need to create a key, a single field that these can be merged together, and that would be the concatenation, the joining of two fields. That would be the date field and the city field. Now, one way we can do that is to use the Power Query editor. There's a lot of data manipulation we can do in the Power Query editor. So let's take a look. The way we get to the Power Query editor, outside of, remember when we imported the data, there was that option to transform data. If we would have clicked on that, it would have taken us straight to the Power Query editor. But another way to get there after the fact, which, I mean, a lot of times you'll be manipulating data and you'll realize, oh, I need to go do something else when I import the data. Let me adjust that. If you're bringing data in via SQL, and you want to change your SQL query at some point, you've got to go into the Power Query editor to adjust that SQL query. So there's a few ways to get there. One simple way to get there, on the home ribbon, I'm going to go back to the report view here, but on the home ribbon, transform data, click on transform data, and that'll take you to the Power Query editor. Another way to get there that'll take you specifically to a certain table that's already kind of selected in Power Query Editor is to hover over one of the tables over here on the right side, click on the triple dots, and say Edit Query. That's another way to get to the Power Query Editor. Let's do that. Well, here we are in the Power Query Editor. As you can see, it's a brand new window that pops up whenever you click on Transform Data and the various ways you can get here. And there's so much data manipulation that can be done up here. Some really powerful tools. Now, again, I highly recommend SQL. Another reason that I recommend SQL, we talked about a few reasons earlier, is that if you ever have to go to another dashboarding tool for some reason, if you've done most of your work in SQL, SQL is a very versatile tool that can be used in almost every analytics platform. SAS, R, Python, Power BI, all kinds of different SQL database platform tools, Alteryx, Nime. You can use SQL in nearly every platform. And so odds are that other platform you'd be moving to would also be able to take in a SQL data source. So if you've done most of your data manipulation in the SQL query, it's really easy to just take that SQL query into the next platform. If you did most of it in Power BI, oh boy, you're going to have to learn a whole new tools, all kinds of data manipulations in that tool so you can implement it there and just have a lot of rework to do. Even if you're not going to move to another dashboarding tool, let's say you wanted to take this data set and build some kind of a data science model. You can't really do that much in Power BI, so you might want to move it to something like SAS or R, Python. And if you've done most of your work to curate that data set, and that same level of curation is needed for the model you're about to build, if you've done that in SQL and all those tools, they take SQL as an input as well, port it over. No additional data manipulation to do. Versus if you've done all that extra data manipulation on top of it in Power BI, now you're going to be hard pressed to automate that, right? You could export the result of it from Power BI and then import that into Python, but that's not going to be great from an automation perspective. It needs to be repeated and refreshed every day. Just a few more reasons to do your data manipulation in SQL if possible, but there are some powerful tools here, and certainly many analysts will choose to do quite a bit of data manipulation within the Power Query Editor in Power BI. So ultimately, when we're done, we'll want to click Close and Apply. We're not ready for that yet, but that's what this button's for. You can import other data sets right from the Power Query Editor. There you go, just like we could from the report view. Entering data manually. Let's just see. I'll call out a few other things here. You can remove columns from a point and click perspective. You can choose to filter out certain rows, split columns. This one comes in handy sometimes, a lot of time, as you can see with the games data set here. And by the way, if you wanted to look at the weather data set, we just come over here and click on it. It's automatically taken the first row, the CSV file from the Excel file, and used them as headers. In fact, that is this promoted header step right here. You can think about the right side here, query settings. We didn't do any of this ourselves. All we did was use the GUI to get data, and it did all of this for us. It automatically detected that the first row was headers, and so it did that automatically. Now, if we didn't want that to be done, we could X out of this and it may affect subsequent steps. I'll do this. Oh boy, it doesn't like that. Now this step is airing out because we've deleted that step. But this is essentially a set of ETL steps, extract, transform, load steps. One is applied and then the next one and then the next one. A lot of times the order does matter. So I'm going to close out of this as well now. And what you'll notice is now our data set doesn't use the first row as a header. So if I wanted to build this myself, and there might be cases where occasionally Power BI doesn't use the first row as headers where you would want it to. If that's the case, this is a very useful function right here. So I can say use first row as headers, and there we go. We've got our data set. Use first row as headers is helpful. Merging queries, appending queries, you can do that. Now, I highly recommend the refresh, at least in the past, tends to work better when you link queries together in the model view, in this view that we were looking at before. Linking together this way is typically better than merging together in the Power Query Editor, but there could be use cases for both, I would imagine. So just to watch out there for merging queries. And again, I always recommend joining tables in SQL anyway, if you have that option. So merging queries, appending. So merging queries is kind of like a VLOOKUP where you're bringing in additional fields from another table. Could impact the number of rows actually, especially if what you're linking on, the data set that you're linking to isn't one row per that. If there's duplicates, in other words, it could actually change the number of rows in that table. So it's a little bit even, does a little bit even more than a VLOOKUP. But a lot of times people merge tables together because here's football columns. We also want weather columns. And so we want to merge in the weather data set. But then there's also appending queries. So let's say this is a set of football games, but then there's another data source of other football games that you just want to append to this. Usually you want it to have the exact same columns. You're doing essentially a union in SQL. In Excel, you would basically be copying one workbook and pasting it at the very bottom of copying one worksheet, pasting at the bottom of another worksheet. That would essentially be an append. So you're adding more rows to it essentially. So that's an option here, all on the home tab. You go to transform and you get a lot more. Some of these are repeated from the home screen. I guess the home screen has some of the more popular data manipulations, but now you have access to just a lot of other things. You can fill certain values, empty cells, again, splitting column, all kinds of options. Adding a column, we're actually going to add a column today. I'll come back to this. We're going to add a concatenation of the date and the city so that we can ultimately join these two tables together in the model view. So we'll come back to that, but you can create a custom column this way. Rounding, all kinds of other things here. We have some view options. Now this bookmark here, this formula bar, this is your friend. It really is. It's so easy to edit things just from the formula bar here. So this is really good, but if you wanted to turn that off, you can. But I guess I need to click out of it here. Yeah, but you want that formula bar. It's really easy to edit a lot of these ETL steps here from the formula bar. That's really helpful. We're back on the home tab again. I generally prefer to use SQL to manipulate data, but today we're going to do a little bit of everything in Power BI. And here's the thing, in the Power Query Editor, the language that's typically used is the M language. And you can, when you search on the web for a particular data manipulation, you want to look for the M language for the Power Query Editor manipulation. Now, once we get back to the regular report view, we'll actually be using the DAX language. So that can be a little confusing, but just keep that in mind that in general, when you're in the Power Query Editor, you're using the M language. And when you're back on the main Power BI report view, you're using the DAX language. And we'll do some examples of DAX too, but I'm going to do a very simple example of the M language here. In order to join these tables, we need a column that is the concatenation of the date and the city. That's what we need to do. We need to combine fields together. And so I'm going to go to the Add Column option. I'm on the Games tab here. I'm going to go make sure I apply this after the current step. And I'm going to click on the Add Column, Custom Column. We're going to create a custom column here. Okay, so it brings up this menu. Let's give it a name. We're basically going to use it to merge the tables together. So I'm going to call this merge key. And then here we'll put in a formula. And again, this formula is based on syntax from the M language. So this is how you would join two text items together. In the M language, there's something called text.combine. It's basically the equivalent of concatenating fields in SQL. And DAX actually uses the term concat as well. DAX tends to be more, again, the language that's used on the main Power BI report page. It tends to be more like Excel formulas. This M language is a little different. So you may not use the M language at all. Again, if I were importing via SQL, I'd be using SQL for this. But here we are, we're using the M language. Text.combine, and then what we're going to do is feed it a list of text as a list. And that can be text in quotes that would always be the same for each row, or it can be a specific text column. And city is actually one of our columns, so it's really convenient. You start typing and it pops up the different columns we could use. And here's the city state that we'd like to join on. That's our first column. Now I'd like to take the city state and I want to put some kind of a delimiter between it and the date to separate the two. So I'm going to, in this case, you can see text as a list separated by commas. So I'm going to put a comma here. Then I'll do quotes, and I'll do a dash, and I'll follow that with a quote. Okay, there's one more field we need to add to complete our field, and that is we need to add the date. And this text.combine basically takes all the things, the text that you want to combine together as arguments separated by commas. And so if we click on start date, which is the date field in our college football games data set, that'll add it here. And we can close parentheses. Now, when you're combining things together using this text.combine, I forgot to include at the beginning here, it uses an open parentheses and then it uses an open curly bracket. And then we also need a close curly bracket before the last close parentheses. So the format should look something like that. Now you may be asking, how am I supposed to know that? I looked this up on the web. Again, I don't necessarily recommend using the M language, although I'm sure it's a fine language. It just takes some learning. I'd prefer to use SQL myself. So there we go. We've got the three fields concatenated together, but there's something else we need to do. City, state, that's fine, that's text. Dash is text. Start date should be date format. And this text.combine function needs everything to be in text format. So we need to convert our start date from a date format to a text format. And the M language does have a function that can do that. So it's called date.toText, and then I'll use open parentheses. This is a function, kind of like the text.combine function. So it starts with the function name, open parentheses, the argument, which is simply your date field. And then after that, we'll do a close parenthesis. So we're nesting the date.toText function inside of the text.combine function. And this looks good. Let's check it out. So I'm going to say OK. Ooh, did not recognize the date.toText. Okay, no problem. Let's check this out again. I think this one might be case sensitive. So let's capitalize the T, or the D, capitalize the T, and the T for toText. Now, I figured this out by looking online for a function that would take in the M language, searching for like M language, convert date to text. And that's kind of how I found this syntax. So let's try this, see if this works. Okay, it says error here, which a lot of times speaks to a date, a format conversion error. Okay, we cannot convert the value 13410 to type date. And if we go over here, you can see, yeah, the start date has a value of 13410. We saw that when we were looking at the data set. We need to convert that start date first. Now, we could go ahead and try to convert it now, but this needs this step of converting the start date to from a number. That's how Power BI took it in, was as a number, to text, needs to happen before we try to apply this toText function before we try to create this merge key data column that we were just creating. And so if we want to insert a step before that, let's go to the step prior to this, which was one that Power BI automatically generated, change type. I'm going to click on that, and we can see right here, start date, that it's converting it, or it's using a type of integer 64 basically. And so this would be a good place to actually change that. We could just change it right here in the formula bar. And in fact, what I would try to do is find another date column to see exactly what text it uses for the date format. I don't see another one converted to date. There's a lot that are in type text. It ends up being type date, but another way of converting it, very simply, a column is, we look at the start date and we say, no, that shouldn't be a number. It should be a date instead. We just click on the header, selects that particular column. Another way of selecting a column is just to click on the header. And then we click on this symbol next to it, the data type symbol. I click on that 1, 2, 3. I'm going to click on date, and that will convert it to date. Make sure you want to insert a step. Yep. And then it wants to know if we want to replace the current step which is great. The current step is about changing types, and it's currently changing it to int64. Why even do that? Why not just in this step change it to date? And so I'll say, yeah, I'll just go ahead and replace that, and let's see what happens. Now it says type date. Perfect. And it's converted to a date. That looks great. Perfect. Now there was another date in here, the refresh date, that had the same problem, right? It's taken as a number here. So let's highlight that. And well, now we actually have an example. And one way we could convert this is to click on the 1, 2, 3 and convert it to date. But we could also do that directly in the formula bar. So last refreshed here, notice it just says int64.type after the comma. Well, here's our example of start date that's now been converted to a date. Let's just copy after the comma, it says type date, and put that instead of this int64.type. That's another way that we can convert it. And that looks a whole lot better, yesterday's date. All right, now let's see if converting the start date to date solves our merge key problem. Now notice at this step, the fourth step, merge key was not created, and the table ends with last refresh, the last column in our games data set. But now, after the fifth step where we added the column, there's a new column, and doesn't that look good? If there is a city, it'll be city-date, and if there's not a city, it's blank. But that's exactly what we wanted to do, the city state dash the date. So let's not start from scratch in the next case. I actually want to copy this formula. Let's go ahead and copy this formula here. And now we're going to click on the weather data set. And we'll go to the very end, the very last step, and put a step after that. We're going to go to the add column, tab again, ribbon at the top, and click on custom column. We'll call it the same thing. It doesn't need to be called the same thing. We can call it merge key 2 or something else, but we'll call it merge key as well. And I'm just going to paste in that formula we worked so hard on in the games table here. I think I copied an extra close parentheses there. There we go. That looks pretty good. Now, we may need to update the column names here. The name of the city field is just simply called city instead of city state. And you can see that it does include city state. That's important. I set these data sets up to have city, comma, 2-digit abbreviated state. It was set up that way intentionally so that we could, in both data sets, so we could merge them together. So if one spelled out state and one did not, none of them are going to match. So that's important, and that is the case. But the name of the field, even though the format within the field, the values within the field are formatted similarly, the name of the field is city in the weather data set. So we'll just update this to be city. There we go. And let's see what our date field is also called something different. Instead of start date like it was in the games data set, it'll be called date. You can see that right here. Now in this case, date was properly converted when it was brought in for the weather data set. There's no need to convert anything, but it's still a date. And so when we use the text.combine function, similar to in the games data set, we need to convert it to a date first before we can concatenate everything together. Looks good. Say okay. Look at that. City-date. City-date looks really good. And it's always good to check your formula afterwards just to make sure, at least for a few rows, that it's in line with expectations. So I think our work here in the Power Query Editor is finally done. We're going to move on. Now we'll do some examples of DAX again within the report view, but for now, we're good. We'll go to the home ribbon and we click close and apply to save our steps. Close and apply. Now what'll happen is Power BI will spin a little bit, and if there were no errors, eventually this goes away and everything's updated. And what we should see is that there's two more columns in data. There's a merge key under games and a merge key under weather if we succeeded. And that'll allow us, again, the whole goal of this is to get one field that we can join on. We need to join on two in reality, city and date. Power BI only allows us to merge on one. And so we created one combined column, kind of some Power BI gymnastics. There we go. Merge key and merge key. And again, we can go to our data table view within the main Power BI screen here and kind of see some examples of that, just like we did in the Power Query Editor. It looks good. Now we're going to the model view. This is important. Go into the model view, and we're going to link these together. So I'm finding merge key in this data set, and I'm going to drag it over the equivalent field. They don't have to be called the same thing, but they need to represent the same thing, and they do. In this case, city, comma, state, dash, date. We'll drag those together, and there we go. Now, you can kind of see the arrow here. If I can double click on this arrow and I can adjust this, if I wanted to now link on different fields, I could just highlight another field, but we ultimately want it to be highlighted merge key in the games data set, links to merge key in the weather data set. Cross filter direction, you can see it's set up where weather would filter games. That's okay. I think we can have it filter both directions. Keep in mind that if no weather filter is applied, then it's not going to impact the game's data set at all. So it's not like it's going to filter out rows from the game's data set if that date city doesn't exist in the weather data set. We know there's going to be cases like that, but it won't filter them out until we apply a weather filter. And we'll do an example of that. I'm just going to go with both right here. So that means if you apply a filter on the games data set, it'll apply to the weather's data set and vice versa. Okay. Now you'll notice this icon is going to have an arrow pointing both ways. And this is really neat. I think this is special about Power BI. I think it's very intuitive. If you want to see more columns, you can stretch it out. And you can imagine if you had even more tables, you can basically build a relationship diagram with this of how all these tables will relate together. That's an important thing to do if you're bringing in multiple tables. Now, it's possible they should be seen completely separately, but if you do treat them that way, then one table's filters aren't going to impact any visualizations that are built on another table. So in this case, when we apply like a temperature filter, which would be applied to temperature. The temperature field is in the weather data set. It will filter down to just those games that were played in that temperature in the games data set because we've linked them. If we hadn't linked them, that would not be the case. So this is just one example. Again, the whole reason we brought in the weather piece, it could be interesting to see some trends of whether certain teams do well in certain types of weather. But the real reason we brought it in was to show this example of linking data sets together. There's all kinds of reasons you might need to do that. In this particular use case, I probably, if both of these were in a SQL database, would have written a SQL query and done a join, probably a left join to bring in the average temperature into the games data set. And then I would have just had one data set. Games would have had average temperature as a column, would be missing if it didn't exist in the weather data set. That's how I would handle it if I were bringing it in as a SQL query. Here we are, we've brought it in. Now you know how to link tables using the model view in Power BI. All right, well, let's go to our report view, and I think it's time to start doing some DAX some DAX coding. So before we get started with really building out some visuals, we're going to create some measures. And before we can create measures, the measures we're going to create, we're going to need to create some columns. Now we've got plenty of columns. All of these are columns, and you can see the different data types. You can see how start date, before it was a number, it had a sum sign next to it, but now it's a calendar, calendar icon, and it's a date. And one way you can also check to see what the date type is to click on a field, and then up here under column tools that will appear when you click on that field, it'll tell you exactly what type of date it is. You can even format that field here as well. So for instance, right now it's showing the weekday. We don't need the weekday. Now, these games do go back to 1936, so I'm probably going to include the 4-digit year, but I like this format right here. It shows you an example, 3/14/2001. That's a pretty good format. We don't need the weekday. That just adds a lot of space that we don't need. I'm going to click on this one and convert it to that format. And I'll do the same thing for start date. It's already in the date format, but we're going to change the format that it shows up in. Looks good. All right. Now we'll ultimately bring these into a table and and see how that looks for the particular start date and last refreshed. Now, before we can create the columns that we need to create the measures, we're actually going to create a few additional tables. So we're going to show how to actually create a calculated table. That's kind of a crazy concept. I get creating columns. I do, might do that in Excel or SQL all the time. I get creating measures, some products and weighted averages, that type of thing. But creating a table, how do you create a table? Well, we'll go to the modeling tab here, and we're going to click on new table ultimately. All right, so we're going to create a away table and a home table. See, the thing about these games are that you've got a home team and an away team. So imagine eventually putting filters over here, and maybe you put a filter for the home team, and you've got a particular team that you follow that you want to see their stats. Maybe at Ohio State, we'll look at some of their data. I'm going to filter on Ohio State, and I want to see all of Ohio State's games. I want to see their winning percentage, right? Well, if I filter on home team of Ohio State, guess what? I'm only seeing the winning percentage and all the stats for cases where Ohio State was the home team. I miss all the away team cases. And so what we're ultimately going to do is create games from a home team perspective and games from an away team perspective, union those together in such a way where now we'll have just a team that you filter on. And if I choose Ohio State, I now see a list of home games and away games. So we're going to need to kind of union the data to get that to work. We need to kind of duplicate the data. Well, I could import games all over again and do all those ETL steps again. No way. I just want to create a copy of games. And so a way I can do that is to go to the modeling tab and click on new table. Again, we're going to create a home games and an away games table. I'm going to call this home games. And the simplest way to create a new table, if you're just creating a copy, is just to start typing the table name, and there's games. Create that. Watch this. Over here in the data table, home games. Exact same fields as before. And I'm going to do that again. In fact, what I'll probably do is just copy this formula over here. So what happens is, in order to get that formula, I need to click on a calculated item, so home games, and then again, formula bar. This is a formula bar in the main Power BI screen, the report view, versus before we were in the Power Query editor, and we saw how helpful that formula bar was. It's pretty helpful in the report view as well. So I'm going to copy this. I'm going to create another new table because I need to create one of these for away games. It's going to be the same thing, except this time it's a copy of games just like the home teams was, but this time I'm going to call it away games. And now I'm going to have a fourth table over here. And if we go to the table view, you can see that home games looks exactly like away games, looks exactly like games. They're all copies of the games table. Great. Well, again, why did we do that? Why did we have to create just a regular copy? Well, we're going to do some refinements to each of these. We're going to create some fields based on, we'll start with the home games table. We're going to create some calculated columns based on the fields from a home team's perspective. So right now, home games is the same as games. It is a table that is one row per game, but it has columns for the home team and the away team. Now we're going to create a column, and a column is essentially a row level piece of information. Just like there's home team, there's away team, all kinds of fields about that particular thing that one row represents in the data set. Right now, games data set is one row per game. And so every column represents an attribute about that game. So if you're planning on adding some kind of attribute about a game in this case, that's going to be a good column example. Versus eventually we're going to create measures, and measures are aggregations across games, like a winning percentage that you might want to calculate for across all the games in a season and get one number. What was your winning percentage? That's a good measure use case. So any kind of aggregation, sum, max, min, average, first, last, all of those are measure cases that we'll eventually create as well. But when you want to create something at the row level, not aggregated at the row level, add an additional attribute to your table. That's a good column use case. So the column we want to create in this case, we're creating columns from a home team perspective on top of our games data set. We created a copy of the games data set. The very first one we want to create, and you can see the formula here, it's just there's going to be a column name. In this case, we're going to call it, start defaults to column. We're going to call ours team, and it equals the home team. So we're going to pull, and you can see that this first part represents the data set. So since we're building a column in the home games data set, it's bringing up columns from the home games data set. Since this is from the home team's perspective, the team variable is going to be the home team. There we go. And we'll do all of this kind of likewise in the away team data set as well. So before we move on to a different column, I'm going to kind of copy this concept, and we're going to go to the away games. Now, there's a few options to do this. I could either select the away games and then click on new column, and it'll create it in that table, or I'll just click on the triple dots next to away games, and I'll say new column. So we're creating another column in the away team data set. Now team, the team variable in the away team data set is going to equal the away team. Now it says home games and home team, so I'll just start this part over and just say away team. That should bring up, yep, away team. There we go. So in the away games data set, the team variable is the away team. It's from the away team's perspective. In the home games data set, the team is the home team. It's from the home team's perspective. And likewise, we'll do the same thing with conference and some of the other variables that we want to use as well. So new column here. Now we'll do conference equals home conference. Does some autocomplete for us, which is nice. And likewise, we'll do the same thing in our away games, triple dots, new column. We're going to create a conference variable in the away games table as well. Conference equals away team conference in the away table. Now it's really important that we create these columns in the same order in both data sets. We could create all of the columns we're creating at once in one data set, but then we'd have to also create them in the exact same order in the other data set, because what's happening behind the scenes, let's create this. Now we're going back to the table view. Notice in the away games data set, the first column it created was team, then conference. That's because first we added the team column and then the conference column. If we'd added conference first, then it would be first and then team. No issue with that, but what we're ultimately going to do is add these, we're going to append these, union them together, and they need to be in the same order as in the away games table, as in the home team, the home games table. So if I create these in the same order in each table, that'll be fine. It'll be really easy to append or union them. So we've done that. We've got our new calculated columns, and you can see that they're calculated columns based on this function icon next to team and next to conference. We're going to do a few more here. So let's go back to the home one. New column. So another way, again, if you could either do the triple dots or click within the home games over here in the data pane, and then click new column, and it knows to put that column in the home games table. The next column is going to be called points. And you might have guessed it, we're going to take the home team points because this is in the home games table. I'm going to give it the same name, but in the away games table, just like we've been doing, it's going to be the away points. Points equals away points. All right, let's get, well, there's a few things we need to get, I suppose. Home games, we need to start talking about the opponent now. So we'll go back to home games, triple dots, new column, opponent. Well, the opponent from a home game perspective is going to be the away team. Do the same thing in the away teams, new column. And opponent from an away team perspective would be the home team. And let's see, let's bring in their conference. So back to the home games, new column, opponent conference. That could be interesting to look at. So if we're talking about the home games, that is the away conference. And then if we go to the away games, add another column there for the opponent conference. Opponent conference equals, yes, the home conference. And then we need to bring in the opponent's points. So going back to home games, new column would be the away team's points. And in the away games table, the opponent points would be the home team's points. Okay, so in the away games table and in the home games table, we've created a team variable. It's from the home team's perspective, if it's in the home games table, and the away team's perspective, if it's in the away team, if it's in the away games table. The team's conference, the points, and then the opponent and the opponent's conference and the opponent's points. And guess how we're going to bring these tables together? You got it, another calculated table. So we'll go back to the modeling tab, click new table, and we're going to call this combined games. Combined games, and we're going to use a function called union. It's just simply called union, similar to how it's called in SQL. But it's a union function, and so it takes open parentheses, and then we're going to feed it the arguments. And the arguments would be, well, we want to union the home game table, the first table, with the away games table. Close parentheses, combined games. We should see another table over here called combined games, and there it is. Let's go to the tables view here. Now here's a great check for us. We can look and see for the combined games, that's what's selected, there are 156,000 games, 156,000 rows. And then if we click on just the regular games, 78,000, there's half. That makes sense, right? Because we've essentially doubled the size of the table by bringing in games from the away games perspective, which is also 78,000, and from the home team's perspective, which is also 78,000 rows. So it makes sense that concatenating them together would be 156,000. Great, it's a good check. So now we're ready, now that we have this combined games, that is really going to be the data set we use for basically all of our visualizations, is this combined games. You'll see what's possible here. In fact, maybe the first thing we do is we ask a user to select a particular team. Hey, which team's perspective do you want to look at? Or which conference perspective do you want to look at? So let's start creating some slicers, perhaps, things that people can filter the data on. And that's one of the visualization types over here. In fact, if you click into the canvas, you will see this. It looks like a filter icon. It's technically called a slicer. I'll use those terms interchangeably. But I'm going to click on slicer, and it brings up this visualization, and it takes in one field argument, and that is, what field do you want to filter on? So our first one is going to be in our combined games. Tell me what team well, actually, we'll start with conference because that's a little higher level than team. I like to put the higher level things first. Let's filter on a conference. What conference are you interested in? What conference perspective are you looking at? Okay, just drag it over to this field over here. And there we go. We've got all these. Now, that alone would take up our entire space, and we still wouldn't be able to see everything. See how many conferences are listed here? There's a whole bunch of them here. One thing I like to do to save space, so I'm clicking on the visual itself, which opens up all these options. This is kind of the first options where you choose your visualization type and what fields to use in that visualization. The next option here, the format your visual option, which has visual and general options itself, there's a few things here. I'm going to turn off the slicer header. I want a little bit more control over it. And so I find that by not using the slicer header, and then I'm going to use a title instead. If I go to general, I'm going to go to title here, and I will turn on title. and then I'm going to give it some text. And by the way, you can actually use a field to determine what your the title of that visual is, and we're going to do that. It's pretty neat stuff you can do that way. But this one is pretty straightforward. It's the conference, and I'm going to center this. All right, I like the way that looks. Now I'm going to go back to the visual option here, and there's some slicer settings. This is the vertical list. It's the default. Just all those options, and you can resize it, make it smaller, and then just decide how many options you show, basically. But another option is the tile option, and every now and then it makes sense to do this. See how that looks. You can even drag it, and yeah, some people like that look. It can take up a lot of space though, but you have the scrolling bar as well. I like the drop down. I feel like the drop down takes the least amount of space. Now I try to make sure it's wide enough where you can see most of the options, but even if it's not, it's like this. If you hover over it, it'll show you the full text. But I like to keep that where most of your options would be visible. And now I can really compress this vertically. So I've got a conference there. Now let's take a look at how this works by default. It's allowing me to kind of select one at a time. I might want to select multiple though, maybe. There might be a use case for that perhaps. So I'm going to go to selection, and there's this option of forcing a single select. We may or may not want to do that for this dashboard. The multi-select with control, so it is possible to select multiple by clicking control and holding down, clicking all the different different conferences that you want to see. But it's a lot more intuitive, I find, to uncheck this. And now what'll happen is there's just check marks next to it. You don't have to hold down control. And so I don't know that everybody knows about holding down control to select things, although that does come into play for a lot of applications. This is a little more intuitive. Now, what if you've selected a whole bunch and then you want to clear your selection? That's you're going to have to click this 5 times, right? That's a lot of clicks. Well, this select all option is a nice one to turn on, because now you can just say select all and turn it off. So it's just really easy to kind of reset that filter. So I like these settings. Now I've applied those settings, and I've made quite a few adjustments to the default, and I'm ultimately going to drag this over here. I'm going to put a border around it as well. So to do that, I'm selecting the visual, clicking general, and that one's going to be under effects, visual border. I'm just going to turn that on. Now it has this little border around it, and I think that's kind of nice. Yeah, I think that's a good width. I'm just going to take this line and move it over so it kind of is like a section holder. I'm trying to get it where there's about as much space on the left side as the right side. Just apply some general aesthetic concepts as you're building a dashboard. But that looks pretty good right there. Conference. Now, I could just start over and click on slicer. And yeah, there's my slicer again. Let me bring in team this time, right? But now I've got to do all this, set the drop down. I've got to reset everything. Well, if instead I can just click on this, do Control C, and then Control V for paste. And now I have another slicer, and all I need to do to update it, I'm going to click on this particular one. I want this to be based on team. I'm just going to take team and replace that as the field. Now the title, the header would automatically update. So that is one benefit of using the slicer header, is it'll say team because it shows team there. But I can just go to the general tab, and I'll update this to say team now. And now you've got this filter and this filter. And watch what happens if I click on ACC here. We see ACC teams. Now this is representative of during that game, what conference were they part of? So you could see maybe some teams that used to be part of the ACC that weren't always part of the ACC when we do a simple filtering like this. But that's pretty neat. We've got 2 filters set up already. Really, the way this dashboard is going to work is you're going to want to select either a conference or a team. Probably not multiple, but maybe there's some use cases for that. So I'm going to actually add some text here, and I could go to the insert button here and click on insert text box, or here's a text box right here. I could just copy that, select it, Control C, click out of it, Control V, and now I've got a copy of that. Now for this section, I don't want it to necessarily be as large from a font perspective, so I'm going to reduce that font. And I'm just going to say select a conference or team. This is a really pivotal part of the dashboard, is what conference, what team's perspective do you want to look at the stats that will ultimately calculate from, whose perspective do you want to look at it from. So I'm going to maybe bold this, make it a little bit smaller. I want it to fit in this section ideally. Yeah, right here is really where I want it to be. Okay, that looks pretty good. I think it's fitting pretty well. And I'm going to add some more filters here eventually, but for now I'm going to make this its own section because it really is an important part of it. Of, hey, very first thing you need to do is select a team or a conference. Now we'll also want to be able to filter on the opponent conference and the opponent team. So I'm going to just again start by copying that and another filter, pasting it below. Control C, Control V is what I'm doing there. Conference, and make sure you're using the same table. We always want to be using this combined games that has the away games and the home games union together. Is going to be our opponent conference. So we've selected this and we want to drag in our opponent conference now. Remember, we need to update the title. So we'll go to Format Your Visual, General, Title, and now this will be opponent conference. It's very nice that it tells us if we've misspelled anything. Same thing with team. Going back to the data tab here, we're going to put the opponent here. Click on Format Your Visual. It'll be the opponent. Very cool. Now we want to create an indicator, a slicer, for whether this game was a home game from the selected conference or team's perspective, whether it was a home game or an away game. Now we don't have a field that does that currently. We have this combined games. We actually, I should have done this at first. We need to add a field we'll start with the away games in this case. And we need to add a field for whether it's an away game or a home game. So let's call this maybe home or away. And in this case, we don't have to set it equal to a column. We can just set it equal to a text field, just like you can in SQL or Excel. And what this would do is it means every single row in this table is going to have a value of away. So we'll do that. And then we'll do the same thing, kind of, so notice that created an error. It created an error because that column doesn't exist yet in our home games table, so we need to go ahead and add it there. They're going to be union together. They need to have the same columns and the same position. So we'll create a new column there in home games. We're going to call it the same thing, home or away, but you guessed it, it's going to be equal to home in this case for every single row in the home games table. Cool. Uses a double quote in Power BI for text fields equals home. All right, there we go. So now combined games is okay again, and we have a new field in there. Home or away, it's right there. So we can create a slicer on it now. I'm going to Control C, Control V to copy and paste this. I will drag in home or away. Close out on this. Look at that, away and home, great. So we can select and again, it's all from the team or the conference selected right here. It's all from their perspective, whether or not it's home or away. Need to update the title here, so I'm clicking on that slicer, going to the format option, going to general, title, and we'll call it home or away. Perfect. Another thing that I think could be interesting to filter on would be the season type. So I'll go ahead and copy and paste this like we've been doing. And we'll bring in season type. So I'm dragging this over. Now let's talk about renaming variables, because this is a variable that I would recommend. I should have renamed it perhaps season type without the underscore in the source in Python, or if I'm bringing in via SQL, I would rename it there. I like to do as little as possible in Power BI from a data manipulation perspective. I like to get the names right even. So that's one option. Now, if we just said, well, in this case, we're going to have to update the title ourselves manually, just like we have. That's what happens when you use the title. Although there is the option for dynamic titles. Using this option, you can feed it based on a field. But in general, if you're using the title, it's not going to auto sense what that field that you're using is, like the slicer header would. So I'll just go ahead and update this for now, and we'll call it season type, and I'm going to give it the proper case, the space between it instead of the underscore. So that looks good, and that's just fine. But let's say we were using the slicer header, where it does key off, just like the table column headers will key off of whatever it's called over here is what the header is going to be called. And that's what the slicer header is right here, season underscore type. But I wanted it to look nice with removing the underscore, replacing it with a space, and capitalization, proper case. So I'm going to click on the drop down here, and I'll say rename for this visual, and I can rename it. So that's an option. You see it updated over here. It's still called season type season underscore type over here though. Now, if we wanted to update this and say, hey, anything that uses season type, we want it to be proper case and remove the underscore. We want to rename it throughout the dashboard. In that case, the more efficient thing to do, I'm going to do Control Z, which undoes a change in Power BI, and then yeah, that's a pretty handy function to know, and it redoes it to the original format. We can come over under the data pane, click the triple dots next to that field, and say rename, wrong field here, rename, and I'll give it that proper case and use a space instead of the underscore, and that's going to cause this to update as well. So now you can see the slicer header has that new format, and this will impact the entire dashboard. So that's the difference. This would just rename the header for the visual. This would rename the header for the entire dashboard. That's a good thing to know about. Turn off that slicer header though. So we have season type, which could be postseason game, a bowl game, or regular season. Now maybe the last, we'll add two more slicers here, and you can see we have a little bit more space here down at the bottom. Going to add another filter, but this time I'm going to add it for date. And we have another situation here where we've got, it's called start date in the football data set. We're going to just call it date. And so I'm going to rename that for the whole data set, call it date. And I believe we already formatted it up here. It's in a certain format. Well, if I were to do what I had done before, I'm just going to start with an existing one, Control C, Control V, and I drag over the date field. There it is. Simple as that, right? Now let's see what this looks like. Okay, well, one, we've got a timestamp here, and two, I don't know, selecting dates one by one when we just want to look at a particular range, that is not an efficient way to select dates. Can you imagine just going through this entire list? No, thank you. So the first thing we need to do is look at that date type again, and it looks like I chose one with a date timestamp included. I don't think we want that. I think something like this is better. So now let's take a look at it. Format. Yeah, that's better, but you still have this issue of having to select a whole bunch of dates. Well, when it comes to numeric variables, where you might want to look at a range of values, and when it comes to dates, you can set it up where you can just select one value at a time, but a lot of times there's a better way. And now we have a few more options than we did for these text variables. For this one, because it's a date and it knows it's a date, we've set it as a date, we can have several different options, and I'm going to do relative date here. So that'll do last 1 weeks. That's kind of an interesting one. Let's see how relative time looks. Okay, so it just turns it into a timestamp. What about between? Ooh, I think that might be the best one for our use case, perhaps. So here we have, and if we really expand it enough, we actually get this bar here that we can drag and say, okay, yeah, we don't really need to see the 1936 games. We're going to start our analysis 1985, or you can even go in here and choose a calendar date, or you can, if you said, I want to see everything since January 1st, 2000, maybe. If you wanted to do that, you can just come in here, type. There we go. There we go. And now we've got it selected for just since the year 2000. So I think that's going to be a good option for us. And again, if you don't want the slider, we can kind of compress it there, or I believe there might even be an option for that, for turning off the slider. Yeah, there we go. So you can turn the slider on or off. Now here's something, this is one of the reasons why I wanted to use the slicer header. Is convenient, but watch what happens to the slicer header. It gets really small compared to the slicer header of a normal visual. But the thing is, it will get to be a larger size, but you have to expand it and have all this white space down here. Just something I've noticed about the way the slicer header works, and so that's why I'm using the title instead, although it is convenient to have the slicer header in the sense that it automatically sets the value to whatever the field name is. All right, so there's our season type there. I think that's looking good. Now I am noticing here that the latest game it's showing was 11/11/2023, so we'll probably want to look into that. And then the last thing we're going to want to do, we brought in the weather data set. We brought it in for a reason. We want to use that as a slicer as well. And that one's going to be more similar to season type, where it's a range of values we might want to filter on. So I am going to do Control-C, Control-V, and then I'm going to bring in, watch this. This is one of the very few cases where we're not using the combined games in this data set. We're going to go to our weather data set that we have linked. But we've linked it to the games data set. So actually, let's go back to our model view really quick. Originally, we had the games data set, and that's all we had. But now what we're finding is we're using the combined games data set. So I'm going to delete this relationship by clicking on this. I'm going to set this aside because we're really not going to use it. I'm just going to put it up maybe here maybe I'll put it over here. Away games, that was kind of an intermediary table as well. Home games, same thing. We'll just kind of put them up here. I like to keep this somewhat organized. And then we'll put our combined games, which is really the table we're using now. And I'll bring weather over here, and we're going to link these together, similar to how we did with games, but really combined games is the table we're using now. So we need to link those. On merge key, just drag that. Similar to before, we're going to double click that and cross filter both direction. Okay, so just a quick thing we needed to do before we bring in some fields from the weather table. Now I'm going to go to report view again. Okay, copied the season type filter. We're going to drag in from the weather table this time. And we can do that only because it's linked to the combined games table. We're going to bring that in. There we go. We've got temperature. Ah, interesting. So it decided to put it in a very different format. Let's go to the format visual here. Let's go to slicer settings and style. Okay. We're going to do between. And let's see here. There we go. We finally got that slider to show up as well. Cool. All right. Now we'll update the title here. Update the title to average temperature. And that's going to represent the average temperature for that particular game where it's being played on that day it was being played. What was the average temperature that day? This is what this represents. Now I've got some decimals here. That's not ideal. So when it comes to temperature, we don't need to see the decimals. In fact, that's a pet peeve of a lot of executives, is to see extra decimals when they're not really necessary. It's certainly not going to make a big difference here. So what I'm going to do is click on that particular field, and another thing we can adjust, it's set as a decimal number here. What I'm going to do is round it, and you can do that right here. It's auto round right now. I'm going to set it to round at 0. When I do that, those decimals should disappear. That's better. Now I don't have enough room at the bottom of my dashboard to put that extra slider, and this will be our last one, so I need to make a little more room. I'm going to click on the body here, and I'm going to go to Canvas Settings, and I'm just going to make just a little more room, 820. See if that does it. I don't think that's going to do it. Maybe 840. I want to have some white space at the bottom there, so I'm just typing in the number and pressing enter. That's about right there. Good. And it kind of picks up on where the other ones are ending, and so it will automatically stop it there if you want it to. So that's why I feel like the grid lines, when we went over to view, the snap to grid, aren't really critical. Okay, we've got some great slicers set up. Boy, do we. Now we just need to create some data, some charts and some tables and everything. It's almost time to create our first measure, but before we do, we're going to create a few more columns, and we're going to do that within our combined games. So the columns we created before in our away games table, you can again see the calculated columns based on the function icon next to them. We're going to create some more specifically in combined games, and they're going to be used to create certain measures. So we should probably start by talking about what kind of measures we want to create. The first one we want to create is a number of games measure. Think about what's happening so far with combined games. The number of games is actually duplicated. There's one game between a home team and an away team. That game is there twice. Once from the home team's perspective, where like the team column would be the home team and the points value would be the home points, and then one from the away team's perspective. So really, if we were to just do a simple count, which is one of the measure functions that you can use in Power BI, we would be getting double the number of games. In fact, let's maybe just start with that simple approach. So in order to create a measure, we're going to create a measure first, and then we'll update it later. We will go to the triple dots here, and we'll say new measure. Now I can count, and we'll call this number of games. One of the functions is called count. This is going to count similar to SQL, how counting would only count non-null values, or in Power BI, nulls are really referred to as blank. But count, we could count any variable that should not be null. So for instance, we know there's a lot of nulls for attendance. Let's just prove this out. Let's do attendance for now. We're going to do a count on attendance. It automatically closed the parentheses for me. That was nice. What I'm going to do here to show the data, I'm going to use a simple card. So that's one of our visualization options here. We could do a table, but I'm going to do this as a card. When you have a single metric that you want to show, card's a great option. So I'll click that. Big card. I'm going to drag over this measure for number of games into the field section. 18,000. First off, I think we saw 76,000 games not even in the combined games, but in the regular games data set, and then the away games and the home games. So that 18,000 we know is not true. That's because we saw that attendance is very sparsely populated. It's only counting the non-null values of attendance. So let's update this to be, instead of attendance, let's use something that's always populated, like the team variable that we created. Now that's a little better. 78,000. That's in line with what we saw when we were looking at the specific data sets. So good. And it's because there's no null values in the team column. So that's a good start. Now we counted, we created a measure in the combined games, but I just noticed we're pointing it to the away games table. We should really be pointing it to the combined games table. And that's right, 78,000, there's 78,000 games. The away games table wouldn't have an issue with there being multiple games, duplicated games in it, but we know combined games does. We ultimately need to use combined games. It's kind of set up for all of our other visuals to work. Let's see how this looks. 157,000. It's duplicated, right? So how can we kind of adjust for that? I suppose you could divide by 2, but that'll end up messing up some of our other visualizations as well. Really what we want to do is just count the distinct number of games. So how could we do that? We need to create some kind of an identifier for a game. That identifier would be the same value from the home team's perspective and the away team's perspective. When I think about a game, I think this is fair. I'm maybe make an assumption here, but I think it's a good one. We'll go to the modeling tab. I'm going to create a column that's kind of like a game identifier. So within combined games, new column, and we'll call it game identifier. Game identifier. Now the idea here is that you would always, you might think, well, just concatenate the team and the just concatenate the team and the away team and the date, right? And that should be a game identifier. Well, no, because for the home team, it's going to have the home team first, and then the away team, it's going to have the away team first. They're going to be different values, and we want them to be the same so that we can ultimately count distinct on it and get a true number of games. Well, we still have the original fields, the home team and the away team. Those are available in its data set, and those would always be the same for both of those rows, the away game rows and the home game rows. So I think that could be a way we do this. Now there's a few ways to concatenate fields together, which is what we're going to need to do here. There is a function called concatenate. There it is. You just click on it and it'll populate there. And we could do home team, away team, and it will concatenate them together. Great. I'd like to put a dash between them. I'd also like to put the date. It's needed to put a date there. Unfortunately, with concatenate, and this is the DAX language, you can only include 2 arguments. So if we want to concatenate something else, we have to nest the concatenates, and you could end up having to do this several times potentially. Very unfortunate. I hope that functionality to add multiple arguments to a concatenate function is eventually added. So we want to add the start date to that. Let's see here, or just date now. We got it. Oh, usually pops up here. There it is. Close parentheses. So that works, but I don't know. I don't like nesting the concatenation like that. There is what I think might be a little bit easier of a way, just like in Excel, where you can use the and sign to concatenate strings. You can do that here too. So if you just start with the home team, and then I want to do an and sign, and I'm going to do a quote dash quote to add a dash there, another and sign to add to that the away team, and then we're not using that function anymore, so we don't need this comma, and sign, and then quote dash quote, and sign. I actually find that to be a little bit easier than nesting all those concatenations. I mean, if you're going to use the dash, that'd be like 4 different concatenations of concatenate functions. So I kind of think this works a little bit better. But that's our game identifier. Now let's take a look at the table view just to see what this thing ends up looking like. Yeah, home team dash away team dash date. And so this should be the same value from the home team and the away team's perspective. So now, instead of doing just a count, um, it's not as simple as just counting our game identifier, although all 3 of those fields should be populated, so there wouldn't be any null values, but we're still going to get 157,000. So we're just simply counting the non-null values. What we need to do is use a function that's also available in SQL and many other languages, count distinct. And it's going to count the distinct numbers of those. Now, I think it's actually called distinct count here in Power BI. Watch what happens here. Now we need to add a title back. So let's go and click on the card here, and we'll click on Format Your Visual, go to General, Title, and we'll call this Number of Games. See how that looks? Let's center it. Now, this category label ends up being really large by default in a card, so we're going to reduce the size of that. We'll go to, let's see, Visual here, and then call out value. 45 size font is a little large. Let's try something closer to maybe 45. That looks better. I'll go ahead and put you can see it doesn't have a border around it, so we'll, like we always add a border, go to Format Your Visual, General, Effects, and Visual Border. There we go. We can make this a little smaller, and we'll put a row of cards up here at the top so that when we select a team, we'll be able to see exactly what the stats are for that team. Why don't we go ahead and do that now? I'm going to select Ohio State as a team to look at, but watch what happens right now. There's a lot of teams here. We have to scroll and scroll and scroll to find Ohio State. Wouldn't it be easier if there were just a search bar there? Well, it turns out there can be. I'll start with conference. All you have to do is click on that particular slicer, triple dots, search bar. Turn that on. Now we have a convenient search bar. And I'm going to turn that on for the team filter here as well. I'm going to turn it on for opponent conference. Click on the triple dots, search. Now, home or away has 2 options. We don't need a search option for that. Same thing with season type, postseason versus regular. You really want to use a search maybe when you have 10 or 20 items or more. We certainly have a lot of teams that can be selected from here. So I'm going to use this search option to look at Ohio State. And what this means, because we've combined our data sets so that there's a home team perspective and an away team perspective, when we filter on team here, it is going to represent Ohio State's home games and their away games. That wouldn't have been the case if we just used the regular games data set. We could have either picked Ohio State as the home team and seen their home games, or Ohio State as the away team and saw their away teams, but we wouldn't have a great way to just select Ohio State and see all of their games. But now we do, because we've gone with this union approach where we created this combined games data set. So that was why we set up the combined games data set that way. But we can click Ohio State, and we can see that since the beginning of our data set in 1936, when the AP poll started, Ohio State has played 963 games. So that's kind of cool to see that up there. But there's a few other things we'd like to calculate as well. We might want to see how many of those games Ohio State won. What's their number of wins? So let's go ahead and create a column for that. And now ultimately, here when you create a card, a lot of times you want to create it as a measure, but we'll see that there's several different ways we can ultimately get to a number of wins calculation. One using a column, and a couple of ways using measures as well. I'll show you all 3 of those methods. But the first thing we're going to do is select our card, and similar to what we did with our slicers, we've already kind of got this set up with the title and the header turned off. So let's go ahead and select that, Control C to copy it, and then I'm going to click into just anywhere on the canvas, Control V, and there's another card for us. And I'll just go ahead and put this right next to it there for now. And we'll go ahead and update the title. Go to the format option, general, title. This one's going to be called number of wins. Now, in order to calculate whether there was a win or not, we need to compare the points, which is the points from the team selected perspective, Ohio State's points, compared to the opponent's points. In the combined games, we've got both of those fields here, points and opponent points. So we'll create a column to do that. I'm going to click on the triple dots here. Actually, the first column I'm going to create is just a comparison of those points. What was the difference? You might call it the point margin. So we'll call it that, point margin. And that is simply going to be the points, which in this case would be the team selected Ohio State's points, minus the opponent's points. And if this is positive, it means they won. If it's 0, it means they tied. And if it's negative, it means they lost. There we go. We've created a point margin column. And then we'll also create a wins column. And our win column, we might actually use the point margin column. We could reference the points and opponent points directly and say if the points is greater than the opponent points, that would be a fine way to do it as well. But here we'll say create a variable called won, and it will equal, we're going to use a if function. And what we've been doing when we're in the canvas here, so what we just created with the point margin, simply subtracting the columns like you would in Excel, we're going to do an if statement here. That's also a DAX function, very similar to the Excel syntax for creating a function. So the won function the won column is going to equal if, just like Excel's if statement. It takes in a condition first, and so our condition, we'll start to type point margin, and it'll come up here. If the point margin is greater than 0, that's our condition. The next argument in our function, our if function, is, well, what do you want the value to be of this column if that's true? If the point margin is greater than 0, we want it to be a 1. Otherwise, we want it to be a 0. And we might call this a binary indicator variable. Binary indicator variables are so helpful when you're performing an analysis or even creating a data science model. Essentially a 1 if it's true or yes, and a 0 if it's false or no. What you can do with this is, one, we'll be able to just add this up to get the number wins very simply. Another option is if you take an average of a binary indicator variable, it will tell you the percentage of the time that thing is true. Very simple way to get that percentage is just take the average of a 1-0 binary indicator variable. So these end up being really helpful. And we will calculate the winning percentage very soon by doing that, taking the average of this won variable. So we've created that won variable. Maybe we just take a quick look at the data set here. We'll go to the table view, see these new tables that we've created. I'm going to select combine games. I was already on that one. And you can see the point margin here. Here's a case where the team in question had 12 points. Louisville had 12 points. The opponent had 13 points. That's a -1 point margin from Louisville's perspective. They lost by 1 point, and that means that they lost. And so 1 is equal to 0. Perfect. So let's go back here. It's always good to check on your data and make sure those created columns match up with your expectations. Now for this number of wins column, instead of using number of games, we can actually drag in a column to that measure. Let's see what happens when we do that. It automatically added an aggregation. In this case, it defaulted to sum, but if you click on the drop-down arrow next to it, we can choose average, we can choose minimum, maximum, count distinct, all kinds of different ways. And if we brought in a character variable or a text variable, we'd have first and last as options as well. So that's one way of calculating the number of wins. Out of those 963 games, they won 727 times. So we basically drug a column in there. and it had to aggregate it because we're looking for a single number in a card. And so it defaulted to sum. We could change it. This would show us their average winning percentage. Again, binary indicator variable, you take the average of that, tells you the percentage of the time that thing was true or yes or won. What percentage of the time did they win? So that's a way we could get the winning percentage. That's one way. Now, I prefer to actually create a measure that does exactly what we're trying to do. So one option here, probably the preferred option, I'll click on the triple dots here, is to actually create a new measure, a very specific measure that's we'll call number of wins. And it would just be the sum of the won column. Right? It's going to count all the times where won equaled 1 because they had more points than the opponent's points. And if we drag that in here, notice there's no need to aggregate because we've defined the aggregation in the measure formula, the sum, 727, just like it was before. There's one more way that I'll walk through how you could calculate the number of wins. And this is probably the simplest way to create the number of wins is by summing the won column. But I want to show you this other method as well. So what we can do is use something called the calculate function. And if I do calculate, this is another DAX function, I'll enter a measure. And so in this case, we have a measure for number of games. And if I just did number of games like that, and that was all I included, there would be really no reason to include calculate, but it wouldn't hurt. Let's just see what that equals. So I've updated the formula. It equals 963, right? We're just telling it to calculate the number of games. And so it does. It tells us there's 963 games. But where calculate can really add value is instead of just including the measure here, you can add a comma, and then you can add a filter condition. I want you to calculate this, but only in this particular scenario. And in this case, that scenario would be where the won column is equal to 1. Let's see what happens when we apply that additional syntax. We're back to 727, another way to calculate the number of wins. Now, here in this case, the easiest thing to do is going to be to sum the won column, right? But imagine a scenario, perhaps a scenario where you needed to filter on a text field. Maybe we wanted to see how many games were played in the postseason, for instance. So in that case, we could do season type and say that's equal to postseason. Now, this is not, season type is a character variable. We can't sum that. And so this is a really good use case for calculate. Count the number of games where the season type was equal to postseason. And let's see what it did there. I chose the wrong table here, away games. So we need to make sure it's in the same table, combined games, and that should help. We've also renamed season type. So I'm going to update that here. Have the space and the capitalization. There we go. 54 of those 963 games had season type equals postseason. Great. All right. Well, again, the easiest way to calculate the number of wins is just to do a simple sum of the won column. So we're going to do that. But I did want to show you that calculate function in DAX for when you need to calculate a measure, but only for rows that meet a certain criteria. It's great for that kind of use case. And there's our 727. Now we might also want to calculate the number of losses and the win percentage. We'll do some more of that. But before we do, I'd like to talk to you about potentially adding some conditional formatting to this. If you've used Excel, you've seen how you can color the background or the text a certain color. You can do a range of values like a continuous conditional formatting where the lower it is, maybe the redder it is, and the higher it is, the greener it is. Or you can do just, hey, if it meets this rule, make it red. If it meets this rule, make it green or another color. We're going to do something similar in Power BI. Now, there's so many different options for conditional formatting in Power BI, and we're going to go over a few of them here. But one option is to conditionally format the text here. And what I might want to do, for starters at least, is say, if their winning percentage is above 50%, because we can't necessarily come up with an easy goal for the number of wins because it depends on how many games they've played. over that time period, especially if they start selecting a different time period down here. The number of games it's going to play is going to change, and so the number of wins is going to change. So it might be good to base that number of wins color coding on a certain winning percentage. So what we'll do first is actually create a winning percentage measure. Again, the really easy way to do that would be to do the triple dots, new measure, and we're going to use that one column, but this time instead of summing it, we're going to take the average of it, and that'll be our winning percentage. We'll call that winning percentage equals average, another DAX function, and we'll refer to the one column. And now we have the winning percentage. And maybe we'll just take a quick look at what the winning percentage is by copy and pasting this card. We'll call this winning percentage, update the title here. Drag in our winning percentage, and there it is, 75%. Formatting needs to be updated, so I'll click on this. And then we get these formatting options. This is one we haven't used yet, the percentage option. And if I do that, it's gonna, I believe, add, yes, some decimals back here. Let's say we're just interested in just the overall winning percentage. We're not interested in the decimals after it, so I'll update that to 0 as well. And there we go, we've got a nicely formatted winning percentage. But what we wanna do next is add some conditional formatting. Now, if you're aware of a way to conditionally format the text in this kind of standard Power BI card, please post in the comments a way to do that. What I've found is that it's not easy to do that and may not be possible at all. However, you've got a lot of different Power BI visuals to choose from. You've got even more if you click these triple dots and you can say get more visuals. And these are potentially customized visuals created by potentially people outside of Microsoft even, that you can use and bring into your Power BI dashboard. I'm going to search here for a card since we're kind of looking for a card type of thing. And I've done some exploration here. I've looked at a few of these. Now, some are paid. A lot of them are actually free. This is a free one. And we'll take a look at it. You can see that it's free right here. I'll click add. And now it'll be an extra Power BI visualization we have available. So for some reason you don't see the visualization you're looking for here, or it doesn't do exactly what you want it to do, you may be able to find one that does by looking at those additional visuals. So what I'm going to do is convert these, and it's really easy to convert a visual to another visual type just by selecting that visual. If I wanted to make this a table, for instance, I could just click on table. Now it's a table. If I wanted to make it a bar chart, I could do that pretty easily. Although, yeah, I need a little more room, I guess, there. But what we want to do here is just switch it to this new type of card here. And again, it's because this type of card gives us some great conditional formatting options. So what you'll notice now is number of wins is in the data field. It looks pretty similar right there. It did add back this this default header. I'm going to turn that off by going to the format your visual, turn off the category label. There we go. It looks nearly identical to the number of games won now. So that's great. Back to the first tab here, there's a condition field. This is going to be the field that we want to base the condition on, and for us, that'll be the winning percentage. So I'm going to drag the winning percentage to that condition field. That's step one. Step two is to go to format your visual now, and we'll go to the conditions tab. We'll turn that on. By default, there's two conditions, which is perfect for us. Well, it'll be either red or green. And the first thing it's going to ask here is if value is greater than this or less than this. There's all kinds of options we can have here. Or we can just base this, it is going to be based on winning percentage because that's the value that we put out over here in the condition field is winning percentage. So now we're just entering the values. So we'll say if it's greater than or equal to 0.5 for 50%, in that case, we want it to be green, and there's not a green that shows up here by default, so we'll choose more colors. I'll choose a greenish color, and then I can kind of see what that looks like. Looks good. Now, I want the colors, I'm going to apply some more conditional formatting. So I'm going to go ahead and save this code here for use later so we can keep a consistent green color. And I'll click out of that. But if it's less than 50%, I'm going to want to make this value less than 0.5, and put that in as well. Then I'm going to want this value, we'll just choose the default red here. Look at that. It's green. And sure enough, their winning percentage is above 50%. So that's pretty neat. Now let's maybe choose another team here that has a winning percentage that is lower than that. There we go. Winning percentage is 41%. Number of wins is 59. Great. Now, I just noticed here number of wins. I'd like to have the full number, even if it's a high number. So I'm going to go into General here, actually Visual, and change the data label. Again, change the auto units to none, like we did on number of games. And now we see the full number, and we see that, at least for me, I like the comma separator. So I'm going to click on number of wins, and then click on that comma to add the comma separator there. And that looks pretty good to me. So we've done this where, and by the way, the reason this is number of wins is red right now is believe it's not counting ties. And so any of the tie games are going to make the percentage of win just below 50%. So when you don't select anything, that's why it's showing red currently. But a team like Ohio State, if you talk to especially an Ohio State fan, probably the team as well, a 50% season, even a 55% or a 60% win percentage, they're probably not going to be happy with that. They might have higher ambitions than that. So what we might want to do to make this really customizable is to give kind of an input parameter that a user could select for what their goal is, and then base the conditional formatting on that. So let's see how you might be able to do that. This is a great use case for the enter data option. I'm just going to click into the canvas here. Now you could import a data set that has your different options, 0%, a 10%, 20% threshold. That's an option, but it's probably quicker to just enter data. And we'll call this let's call it our winning percentage goal. We'll call our title of the first column as well, our column header, winning percentage goal as well. And I'm going to add a few options here. Remember, it's decimal based, so first one would be maybe a 0. If your goal is 0%, we'll just make that an option. 10% would be 0.1, and we'll just go on down, counting up by 10%. So in this case, they won't have the flexibility to choose something really, really specific like 25%. They'll either have to go with 20% or 30%. But you can make it more granular if you think that you have that use case. 0.5, 0.6, 0.7, 0.8, 0.9, and hey, well, 0.9, and maybe your goal is 100%. I expect perfection. That is always an option as well. There we go. So that's our winning percentage goal table. Let's load that in. Now, by default, this is not going to be linked to anything. Let's just see, there we go. It's right here. Let's create a slicer where they can select what winning percentage goal they want to use. I'll just start by copying conference here. Now, with a lot of numbers, like the weather, for instance, that was a continuous number, kind of like this winning percentage goal is a continuous number by default. We would do kind of a slider technique here. With the winning percentage, they need to select one number. You select one goal, and we'll use that goal to compare your number of wins against, or your winning percentage against. So first of all, let's update the title by selecting the visual, going to General, Title, and we'll call this our winning percentage goal. Right now you can see we need to drag our new field over. So under winning percentage goal, our new table, there's a winning percentage goal column that we created. We'll drag that over as our field. And now you see all the numbers that we had put in. Well, let's format that as a percentage. So I'm going to click on that particular field as we have been, percentage, and we don't need any decimals. They go up by 10%, so that those decimals wouldn't be relevant here, especially. And there you go. Great. So now you can select this, select 10%. We don't want them to be able to select multiple. This is a good use case for coming over here to the format your visual and going to slicer settings and choosing under selection, single select. Watch what happens now. Actually, I don't know. Okay, yeah, I did. That didn't actually turn on. Every now and this happens where it doesn't kind of want to click. A good way to do that is just to click outside of that visual, click back into that visual, go to format your visual. Again, slicer settings, selection, and then try it again. Okay, good. Notice now whenever I select a value, there is no option to select multiple. Even if I try clicking control, there is no option to select multiple. That's exactly what we want here. So we've got a lot of different values. Let's select Ohio State again so we can really see how this works in practice. All right, 75% winning percentage. Well, 30% is a pretty low goal, and so it makes sense that that would be green. Let's scroll down to 80%, which is a higher goal, still green. We haven't changed the conditional formatting yet, so that'll be one of our next steps. And what I'm going to do in this case is go back to our combined games, our main data set, and I'm going to create a measure, a new measure here, that essentially is going to be a 1 if they've met the goal and a 0 if not. So we'll call this maybe winning percentage met goal, and we're going to use the if statement again in DAX, and it'll equal if winning percentage is greater than or equal to the goal. So now what we're going to do is remember, winning percentage goal in the winning percentage goal table, it's a column. We need to get it on the same level as winning percentage. Aggregations need to be compared to aggregations. Columns need to be compared to columns. You can't compare columns and measures. They're on different levels, essentially. Columns are row level, measures are on the aggregation level. So we're start our if statement with a winning percentage, which is an aggregation level. We need to also aggregate, compare it to something aggregated. Well, our winning percentage goal is technically a column. It's at the row level, but we can put it on the aggregation level, the measure level, by applying some kind of aggregation function to it. At this point, there's only one value selected, and that's 80%, and there will always be one value selected because we made that filter single select, where you can only select one winning percentage goal. And so we could use max here, we could use min here, we could even use average. I'll just use max, and then I'm going to find the winning percentage goal, close parentheses. That's our condition. If the winning percentage is greater or equal to the winning percentage goal, which we had to take the maximum of, there was only one row selected, and so it doesn't really do anything fundamentally there, but it does get it on the same level as the aggregated winning percentage. So that's why we had to put the max there. And then an if statement, the next condition or the next argument would be, well, if it does meet the goal, what do you want it to be? We'll just say 1 for now, otherwise 0, another binary indicator variable. And now we have a winning percentage met goal measure here in our combined games data set. So now I'm going to go into number of wins, this card, and I'm going to update the condition here. Actually, go back to add data to our visual. This winning percentage, instead of it being based on the winning percentage, it's going to be based on winning percentage met goal. So let's update that. And then now that we've done that, we can go into our format visual and our conditions. And now it's based on the winning percentage met goal. So really, it's as simple as if that equals 1, we want it to be green. And if that equals 0, then we want it to be red. So I'll update a couple things there. I'm just going to press enter. Look at that, it's red now. Watch what happens when we make it 70% though, or 60%. It's green. So it is responding to the goal that we have set here. If the winning percentage goal is above the actual winning percentage, it's going to be red. If it's below, it's going to be green. Perfect. All right, so we've got a few other measures to build out here. I'm going to delete this for now. I'll go ahead and copy this, Control-C, Control-V. Now let's define we're going to do number of losses here as well and have a card for that. So I'll go up to the triple dots here, new measure, and we will create a number of losses card. Number of losses, and this will equal, we'll actually use the calculate function here. So we're going to calculate the number of games. Go where the margin, the point margin, was less than 0. So we're not going to count ties here and the wins or the losses technically. It's okay. Just set up the way you can update this if you prefer to do that differently, but that is how this will work. Is we're only going to count losses in the number of losses column and only wins in the number of wins column. All right, so this is still based on the number of wins field, but we're going to drag in number of losses here. There we go. And we'll update the title as well. Say number of losses. Perfect. So you can see there's been some ties here because the 727 plus the 214 doesn't, I guess that'd be 941. There were about 22 ties over this period since 1936. And notice our conditional formatting, I think we want it to be the same. It's set up to be red too. It would say, well, that's too many losses if your goal is 80%. Now, if we change it back to 60%, they're both green. So that works out great. And now I think the next measure we'd want to show here would be winning percentage. Let's Control-C, Control-V, and then drag over the winning percentage measure that we've already created to the data field. And we can still base the condition on winning percentage. That's exactly what we based it on. So that's going to be green as well here if the winning goal is set at 60% for Ohio State. And we'll update the title there as well. General title, winning percentage. Great. Now let's do a couple other ones here. Sometimes it's not about the winning percentage, especially if we get really specific and maybe we look at a particular opponent, Air Force, for instance. They've only played one game, right? So 0%, yeah, that's not good. But maybe another metric that takes into account how many games they've actually played would be something like the raw difference between the number of wins and the number of losses. So let's do something like that. Let's go ahead and create a variable that basically subtracts number of wins from number of losses. So we'll click on the triple dots next to combined games, new measure. And we will create a wins minus losses variable here. And that's going to equal our number of wins minus number of losses. Conditional formatting can still be based on winning percentage here. But our new field that we'll bring in is wins minus losses. Drag that to the data field. Update our title to be wins minus losses. Look at that. So it's -1 here. It's 0% winning percentage. Let's look at it for against all opponents. Okay, it means you have kind of a net of 513 games, which is very positive. Again, unless your winning percentage is something like 90%, in which case they're all red. Again, pretty neat how that works. Well, sometimes you don't just want to look at whether you won the game, but sometimes there's some really close ones that you easily could have won or lost. So maybe we want to look at the point margin as well. In particular, maybe we want to take the average point margin across our games. So I'll click in the triple dots here, click on new measure. We already have a point margin column. We can simply take the average of that. Average point margin equals average function applied to the point margin column will give us our average point margin. Let's take a look and see what that value is. Copy and paste the latest card here, preserve that formatting, and there's our average point margin there. I'll click on this and drag over our average point margin. 14 points. On average, Ohio State beats a team by 14 points. That's not just among wins, that's among all games, even the losses. On average, they're up by 14 points at the end of the game. All right, now that's also based on the winning percentage. Point margin's a little different than winning percentage altogether. All of these four columns relate to wins and losses, but this one's really more, and we need to update the title here. This one's really more about the amount of points you beat the team by. So we might want to update that conditional formatting to be based on a specific point margin goal. So let's do what we did before and create a new table. We'll enter data here. We'll call this average point margin goal. Name the column header the same thing, margin goal. Now, this is not going to be based on decimals. It's going to be based on numbers. So if you're not a great team and you're just trying to get a little bit better, maybe you have a really low goal of -30. I'll make that our starting point. You can always update this to be a different starting point, and we'll just go up by tens here. So -20, -10. Maybe your goal is just to break even on average and just on average tie another team. And then you might have some higher thresholds like 10, maybe 20, and we'll stop at 30 for now. But feel free to customize it. I'll load that in, and that should create a brand new table called average point margin. There it is. It has one column. Now this is set up very similarly, so I'm just going to go ahead and copy this filter, Control C, Control V. We've got a mirror version of it. And I will update this to be our average point margin goal. There we go. Let's check it out. That's good. I like the formatting there. I don't think we need to update that. We do need to update the title to be our average point margin goal. All right, so let's now base our conditional formatting on that goal. So our approach before was to create an actual variable, and I believe we have an example of that right here, the winning percentage met goal. Let's copy that exact measure. I'm going to say new measure. Now, because I'm selected within the table, I'm within the combined games table, it's going to go ahead and create the measure there, just like if I click the triple dots next to combined games. And I'm just going to paste this in because it's so similar of a statement, of a function, a back statement. I'm just going to copy it from before. And now we're going to call this instead average point margin met goal. And we will check, instead of comparing to the winning percentage, we will compare to the average point margin. And we'll compare that to not the winning percentage goal table, but instead we'll take the max of the average point margin goal. Very good. Now let's test it out. Our condition field for average point margin measure here, we need to update that to now be based on the average point margin met goal column or measure that we just created. So let's drag that to the condition field. And I think the condition doesn't need to be changed because it's, hey, if it met the goal, it's a 1, otherwise it's a 0. Yeah. And right now our goal is -30. If we set it to 10, it should still be green. If we change it to 20 though, it should turn red. There we go. Pretty cool. Now, similar to the concept of looking at wins minus losses to take into account the number of games you've played, I think we could create a similar variable for average point margin. This might have been based on 1 game played, But what if you played a ton of games and you've really consistently had a high point margin against another team? You kind of want that to be represented in maybe a different way than just looking at the average. The average is relevant, but you also want to take into account the number of times that you've played that team. A way to do that might be to calculate the cumulative average point margin. If you add up all the point differentials from every game, what does it add up to across all the games you've played? Might call that a cumulative point margin measure. So let's create that. Click on the triple dots next to combine games, new measure, and this time we're just going to sum the point margin. So before we took an average, now we'll take a sum. And we'll call it cumulative CUML dot for short, point margin equals sum of point margin. So let's do Control C. We're running out of room here, but we'll put it below for now. And let's drag in that new column, cumulative point margin. Now we'll want the conditional formatting to be based on the exact same as we did for average point margin. That doesn't need to be updated. There we go. Wow, that's a lot of points. Since 1936, if you take all the games that Ohio State has played, they've exceeded the points scored against them by 13,000 points. That is over a big time period in a lot of games, but it's a big number. So, and that would essentially be the 14 times the 963 games is another way of thinking about that. So let's add comma separators. That's what we always want to do. Click on that measure, add comma separators there. I think we've got some room here to reduce the size so that we can fit all these on the same line. That would look good to have them all there on the same line. So let's start with, I'll actually start with maybe one of the biggest titles, which is average point margin. We need to update this title here very quickly. Let's do that. Should be cumulative point margin. So I think this is actually going to be the longest title. But what we can kind of do here is say, well, even for the longest title, if we compress this a little bit, we still can fit it all in. And I'd like to keep these a consistent size. So what I'm going to do is kind of compare each one here. You can see how I'm layering it on top of the other one to get the size right. There's probably other ways of doing this as well. This is kind of a quick way to do that. Number of games doesn't really have a goal per se. It could have a goal, but we won't have a goal here. Now I'm going to try to put this as far over as I can to make sure I have room here, ordered on top of each other. Now here's a good example for when you might use the Format tab to say number of losses right now. It seems to be behind winning percentage. If we wanted to bring it to the front, we could go to Format and say bring forward, bring to front. Now it is on top by default, but in this case that's not relevant because we're not going to put anything on top of anything here. So we'll do number of wins first. Try to give that a little bit more spacing. Oh, that might be too much. There we go. We'll see if we can get this to work. A little bit of art involved here. I'm going to keep the spacing between the cards as consistent as possible. Is it going to fit? Ooh, it's really close, isn't it? Oh boy. Well, what if I highlight all of these? I'm clicking Control, and this can be very helpful to select by clicking Control, holding down Control, selecting everything, and then kind of drag it over a little bit. Oh yeah, that looks good. So now we have about the same margin on the ends here between this line and the first card and the end of this card and the edge of the dashboard. I think that looks pretty good. Now the dashboard's really coming together here. I'll tell you, one thing we might want to do is, these definitions are pretty straightforward, but in some cases you may be showing measures that have some complexity to them, and a user might not know what those mean by default. There's a few ways of handling those, and with cards, especially this type of card that we've brought in, this advanced card that we imported, there's an option here where we can go to number of games, for instance. I can go to format your visual, and we can actually add under general a tooltip. I'm going to turn that on, and I think the easiest way to add that, oh boy, we've got a lot of options here. This is actually, yeah, this is one good thing. Remember, this was actually one we didn't convert. This is a regular card. Here, we're going to show how to use a tooltip as an actual tab in your dashboard. Take that tab and use it as a tooltip. We'll do that and for an upcoming chart. But for now, I'm going to show you how you can easily create a tooltip using this 123 advanced card. So I'm going to convert that to a 123 advanced card and turn off the category label. Remember, that's the visual we've been using for all of these because of its ability to do conditional formatting. All right, so back to number of games. Going to the tooltip option here, I'm going to turn that on, and notice it's just going to ask me for a title and content. So I'll use the title here, and what I'll say is number of games, number of games since well, 1930. We'll just do something simple here. Number of games meeting filter criteria, which in this case is just where Ohio State was involved. So watch what happens when I add that. Now, a tooltip, essentially you hover over it and it shows up. We can easily see what the definition of that metric is. Now, again, we could do that for wins here. Go to tooltip for wins. We'll be very specific and say number of games where team had more points than opponent. So forth. And you could go down the line and kind of define that. And now when you hover over this, you can see exactly that. So tooltips can be really helpful for cards to kind of define what the metric is. Pretty neat. Now we can also take the approach, and this is the approach that we were starting to look at when we looked at when games was a card that you can do for a card, and that is to actually use a separate tab as a tooltip. Now we're going to use that technique. We could use it on any of these cards, but we're going to use that technique for the information icon right now. Right now, when you hover over information, it doesn't do anything. It doesn't do anything when you click on it. Now we can make it do something by turning on this action right here. This is pretty neat. Think about your information icon here just as a picture, just like these are pictures here. We can use it as a back button. We probably want to use the back visual. If you notice under insert here, there's actually a specific button for back. So that can be useful at times. Bookmark, drill through. We're going to do some page navigation ourselves. Power BI has a Q&A option where you can ask questions to your data. You could take it to another web URL, maybe another Power BI report. You could have a Power BI report that links to other Power BI reports. Hey, go here if you want more information on this specific subject. That can be a great technique. Even applying all slicers and clearing all slicers, that's kind of a neat option to have. But for our case, for information, what we really want to do here is kind of hover over this and get more information about what the dashboard represents. And that's probably what you'd expect if you were to hover over or click on an information icon. So what I'm going to do here is ultimately create a tooltip on top of, and we have to do it on top of a card here. So this is a kind of a Power BI workaround. Now, if there's a better way to do this, please enter it in the comments and share that with all of our viewers. So I'll click on card here. I'm going to create a card. Now, I don't want this card to show anything. I just want it to have a tooltip. I don't want it to show anything when it's not hovered over. So in order to do that, again, a Power BI workaround, I'm going to go to combine games. We could go to any of our tables in this case. We're just kind of creating a dummy measure. I'll say new measure. I'll call it blank measure. In our formula bar here, blank measure. And it's just going to be equal to quote space, quote, the space has to be there, blank measure. So if I drag this into the fields, it is going to be it's going to be blank measure. There's no value. Now there is always that category label that we will turn off here. I'll turn off the category label, but it's blank. It's exactly blank. Now we actually want this to be transparent, and we were looking at this earlier for one of our visualizations. I think for select a conference or team, we wanted that to be transparent. Same thing here. We're going to go to general, and we are going to go to effects, turn off the background so it's perfectly transparent. But we do want it to have a tooltip, and we want that tooltip to be based on another page. So before we can do that, we're going to come back to this. We're going to create another tab. So we created the college football games tab down here. We're going to create another tab. And this is going to be a hidden tab. So I'm just going to go, from the very beginning, we're going to hide this page so it won't be visible when we publish it. It'll only be visible in Power BI Desktop. I'm going to rename this to be, call it something intuitive, like information tooltip. And we need to, we're in the canvas here, there's nothing on the tab currently, format our report page, and we need to actually set this up to allow to use as a tooltip. And when we do that, it kind of automatically creates this standard tooltip size for a tab, but we can customize that by going to Canvas settings, and we can change this to custom, for instance. And now if we want a little bit more space here, we might choose a width of 600 pixels. We might choose a height of maybe 500 pixels, whatever you need. I'm going to click in here and I can build whatever I need to build right here. For this, we're just going to use a text box. And I'm going to have that text box take up the entire space. It doesn't have to. You could have multiple visuals in here. This is going to be really neat. We're starting in the top. I'm going to maybe make a little title here. I'll center it and I'll call it dashboard information, capitalize information. I might put a little underscore under it just to denote, make it very clear that this is the title. And then I'm going to go to the next line. I'll left align, and here's where I'm going to start to define some things. First of all, I'm going to turn off bold, underline. I'm going to make it clear what this dashboard represents. College dashboard represents college football games from 1936, when AP poll began, through refreshed date, which we will add to our dashboard so they'll be able to see when that was. And specifically, it includes includes all the college football games from our data set. We're going to dive into that more. Ultimately, we are going to filter down our data set just to games where there was at least one team that was part of the FBS, the Football Bowl Series, essentially the Division 1A division. So poll began. Dashboard represents college football games from 1936, when the AP poll began, through refresh date, where at least one team was part of the FBS. There we go. And that would be at the time of the game. So that's just some general information about what the dashboard represents. Now from here, you saw before, we actually started setting up those measures where you could hover over them and see the definition, which is very convenient. I'm looking at this measure, I'm hovering it over it, I see what that definition is, which is great. Now we have some slicers on this side where we may or may not be able to add a hover over for those where they could see the tooltip and what that represents. So you may also add your metric definitions or your slicer definitions here as well. That's completely up to you. I'll just show an example here. Maybe I want to give some information about the average temperature, for instance. So I'll bold and underline the name of the slicer. So I'll say average temperature. That's the name of the slicer. Then I'm going to stop the underline and bold. And I'll say represents the average daily temperature on the day of the game in the city where the game was being played. And it's really nice that it gives us, the spelling recommendations here. I'll go ahead and spell out average. All right, so you could build that out a lot more, but that's essentially an information icon. I want that to show up when someone hovers over the information icon. So again, we build out this blank card here. Now here's the part where we kind of link that to the information tooltip. I'm going to go to format your visual here, and I'll go to general, turn on tooltip, And when I do that, there's an option here to make it based on a report page, which is what we want. And we can choose what page that is. Information tooltip is the only other tab available. So we've done that. And I think that'll set this up. Watch what happens when I hover over it now. Bingo. The information tooltip shows up. Well, we want this to show up here. So you might have guessed how we're going to do that. We're just simply going to take this, and I try to avoid this whenever possible, but this is again a Power BI workaround. We're going to put that right on top of that information icon here, as close as we can. It's pretty good. So now watch what happens when I go over that. There we go, information icon. And this square thing does not show up when we ultimately publish the dashboard. So it really feels like you're hovering over that eye and you get information about the dashboard. Again, a Power BI workaround. Let us know in the comment section if there's a better way to do that. But I've seen that used as a technique to get information about a dashboard. Now we're about ready to start creating some tables and charts. I'm very excited about that, but we mentioned creating a refresh date. In fact, we mentioned in the card here that the games that are included are the ones that occurred from 1936 through our refresh date. So let's add that refresh date. Now let's talk a little bit about how the best way to do that. Technically, you can create a measure or a column, and there's a function in Power BI called today, and that would return today's date. You may think, well, let's just put that there so they can see what today's date is, and that'll be when it's refreshed through. Well, what if your data set for some reason, somewhere in your ETL, it could be anywhere in your ETL, it fails and so it doesn't actually represent the latest date? In that case, it's really better to, and more accurate in those cases, to reflect the date that the earliest part of your ETL occurred. So technically, if you're extracting data maybe from Salesforce or SAP, when you're extracting that data, capturing that moment and that being what your get date is. And so you might save that to a database and then pull that date through and perhaps a SQL query, and that let that be your refresh date that you're showing. That way, if for some reason your ETL fails or the Power BI dashboard refresh fails, it still reflects whatever time you pulled that information from the source system. In this case, I've actually added in the Python code that created the college football games, I added a date. I believe it's called last, I believe it's called maybe refresh date. Yes, last refresh. Here it is. So what we're going to do is create a card, and we'll put the last refresh there. And I usually put it in the top right. You might decide to put it somewhere slightly different. I'm going to take this wins minus, just realized we need to update this to be cumulative. The title here, cumulative margin. Is that right? No, that's not right. Really the issue, I'm doing Control Z to undo that. Really the issue here was that we needed wins minus, we need to reshuffle some of these things. So sorry about that. We'll do that here. These should be reversed. Now we'll start with cumulative point margin, Control Z, Control V. Now we have a refresh date. I'm going to put this somewhere up here, and I'm going to drag our last refreshed. It's getting cut off. Now with the last refresh date, I'm going to click on this and change the formatting a little bit. We probably don't need the 4-digit year. I think the 4-digit year is good for our date field here because it spans centuries, but our last refresh date would generally be expected to be in the last month or two, or at least the last year. So we can come down here and choose an option like this where it uses a 2-digit year, and that way we can save some space there. Perfect. And now the title I'm going to use for this is going to be, I was thinking about this, the title I used here was last refreshed. So that would denote, when did you last pull the data? But technically, if I pulled the data one date, it probably only has data through the prior day. And so I'm going to call this refreshed through, which would denote, this actually represents the last date we have football games for. So if I pulled it on, say the 20th, then I would have games through, it would be refreshed through the 19th. And that's the way a lot of databases work as well. You might pull sales, and it depends on whether your database is real time or not. Maybe the sales database always has data through the end of the prior day, and so refreshed through and the end of that prior day, that would be a good date to use there rather than refreshed at 12 p.m. on the subsequent day. I think it'd be probably easier for stakeholders to understand if you said it's refreshed through and then include that date that sales would have all the sales through the end of that day. Just some recommendations there. We've got the formula bar in the way here. Refresh through. Okay, great. Now we've got some conditional formatting applied to it. We don't need that. X out of that. Although that could be kind of an interesting thing to do. Maybe if you always expect it to be refreshed through the prior day, they could actually create a column that compares the last refresh date to today. And if it's more than 1 day old, then maybe it turns red and tells you, hey, pay attention to this. There might be something off here. Contact your analyst. And of course, you can create some automated alerts to automatically flag yourself when situations like that happen. But just a few ideas there. Now, what I'm going to do here is turn off the background for this one. I'm going to go to Format Your Visual, like we have before. General Effects, turn off the background, drag this up here. I'm going to compress this a little bit, see how that looks. Oh, still got that border on. I'm going to turn that off as well. Under Effects, Visual Border. Yeah, doesn't look too bad. Really try to get it centered there. Maybe make the category, the data label smaller here. Maybe more like 20-point font. Kind of trying to get it roughly in line with this eye here. Kind of in line with this part as well. Trying to do a few things to make it visually appealing like that. I think that works all right. Okay, I think we're ready to actually start creating some charts. And the first chart we're going to create is one that will look at our winning percentage over time. I think that almost every dashboard should have an overtime chart because you can do all kinds of breakouts and see what's the rate at which you've beaten this conference or this team. But it's possible that metric has been changing dramatically over time, and what's happened recently is quite different than what's happened in the past, and maybe the past is dominating that metric. And it'd be nice to flag and to know that, well, yes, this is true for this entire time period, but this thing's changing very quickly. So a way to do that is to see an overtime chart. I'm going to click on the canvas. I'm actually going to use a combo chart here. So I'll click on this line and stacked column chart. Creates a default chart here. Our y-axis is going to be our winning percentage, so I'll just drag that in. Very basic way to create a chart. And there's if we hover over it, we can even see it'll have a default tooltip saying 75%. And we want to break it out by season. So here's our season variable. I'm going to go ahead and rename this, triple dots, rename. I just want to want that to be a capital S. Normally, I'd just have done that from the get-go in the data set, but sometimes you forget and you can just do that in Power BI, that's fine. And so now we're going to take our season variable here, and I'm going to bring that and let that be my x-axis. Look at that. There's our winning percentage over time. Pretty neat. And I'm just going to stretch this all the way across here. Look at that. Okay, so been like any team, had some tough years and some really good years. So there's our winning percentage over time. We've got our title up here. I prefer to have a centered title, so I'm going to go to Format Your Visual, General. I will center that. Yep, that looks pretty good. Season looks good overall. Let me hover over, and you can hover over any of these points, and you'll see that by default there's a tooltip that shows your x-axis, season in this case, and your y-axis what the winning percentage was in that year, which is really neat. Now, I might also want to see how many games were actually played. What is that percentage based on? How many games is it based on? So that's why I wanted to create this as a combo chart, similar to what you can do in Excel. And in order to do that, I'm going back to the Add Data to Your Visual tab here, and I'm going to drag in our number of games measure to the column axis here. Look at that. So in the background here, we can see how many games each one of those seasons is based on. So here's 6 games, the games that have been played in 2023 so far. And here's the games. If you remember, 2020 had a lot of games cut short. And then the rest of this looks pretty normal. It's kind of neat to see. Our legend, it creates a legend for us. I prefer to have the legend centered, so I can do that from the format your visual legend option. And I'm going to say top center. I could change the size of it if I wanted to by going to text here and changing that. Just do that as an example. But there we go. Number of games over here corresponding to the left axis. Winning percentage corresponding to the right axis. Looks pretty good. Looks very good. Might resize this a little bit. But taking this a step further, what if we wanted to see some other aspects, like what the number of wins was or the average point margin as well? Well, there's a few options there. One thing we can do is actually add tooltips. So again, the default is to show us the two things that are being graphed in the x-axis. You can add additional fields to tooltips here, a really easy way to add tooltips. And so I might want to add, let's say, number of wins, number of losses, that wins minus losses column we created, maybe the average point margin, and the cumulative point margin. Basically all the measures we have here at the top. But the difference here is this is over the entire time period or anything selected. So if we slide this over, it's going to impact everything. It's impacted the chart, it impacted the cards at the top. But what happens here is this will tell us for that particular year. And now we can see all those stats for that particular season. Pretty neat. Now keep in mind, like if we're looking at 2022, one of those games might have been a bowl game that was played at January 2023. This represents the season, not the date. This represents the actual date of the game over here. So make sure that just know the difference between the date the game was played versus the season. But that's looking good. That's one way we can kind of see that information. But what if we wanted to kind of see this more visually? Wins minus losses, for instance. What if that's something we wanted to really see over time? We can't really see that over time when we're kind of having to look at every single point and hover over it and see the updated values for that season. Maybe we would want to see wins minus losses instead of winning percentage plotted, perhaps. Well, that's where a relatively new feature in Power BI comes in, and that is it's called parameters. And so I'm going to go to the modeling tab here and I can create a new parameter. This is really neat. I'm going to click on fields here and I'm going to call this parameter metric. And I'm going to bring in here all the different metrics I might want to potentially plot. And there are a lot of them here. There's all these different options. So they're all in combined games. We're going to pull everything from combined games. I'll even put number of games here. I'm just going to put them in the exact same order as they are up here. Number of games, number of wins, number of losses, winning percentage, wins minus losses, average point margin, cumulative point margin. And it's by default going to add a slicer to this page. That's great. We're going to want to select one metric at a time. Okay, there's our slicer there. Now I'm going to go ahead and right now it's kind of set up where you can select multiple if you click control. We want to set this, we're going back to format your visual, slicer settings. We want to set this to single select where you have to select one at a time. I'll just start it with number of games here. I'm going to also update this similar to what we did before. This is why we copy and paste slicers a lot once we get the options right. I want this to be a drop down too to save space. I want to turn off the slicer header. I'm going to center the title here. I'll call it metric selected. I'll center that. Kind of maybe I'm going to put this in the same section as these goal filters, slicers that we created. So I'm going to try to get that size right by lining it up like that. And then even the vertical part, I can kind of size it up that way too. What I'm doing here, and I'll try to get the spacing about right, is about close to what that one did. There we go. All right, so the metric selected is number of games. I can change it to winning percentage. It's not doing anything right now. That's because I need to base this graph, instead of it being winning percentage, I need to pull from uh, this new parameter that I've created. So we'll find that. It actually creates a table. When we went to modeling and we created a parameter here, it actually created a parameter table metric. That's what we called it. So we're just going to drag metric over to our line y-axis. Do that here. And now this still represents winning percentage, but that's what's selected here. Watch what happens when we plot wins minus losses. All of a sudden, it's plotting our wins minus losses here instead. It even updates the legend. It's really cool. And then if we go to average point margin, there it is. That's great. Now it's trying to use the same axis right here. I think we probably want it to have separate axes. One for games and one for the metric being plotted. So I'm going to just turn on secondary axis here. And there we go. And so now if I go to cumulative point margin, okay, we get that on the right side. I can even do number of games, and that's just going to match the bar here, although it uses a slightly different axis on the right, I suppose. But number of we might want to remove number of games maybe. That's probably not needed to graph here, at least because of the because that's our bars in the background. But we can do number of wins, number of losses, winning percentage. Even the formatting is updating. It's different formatting for each one. It's recognizing the formatting that comes with that metric. This is a really powerful tool to be able to switch what you're showing. Now, without parameters, in order to be able to do this, you might have to copy and paste this 5, 6 different times, 7 different times to get all these versions of the graph. But with parameters, you can really save some real estate here by having one graph and switching out that metric that's plotted. It's really, really neat. Now there's also an option, especially for a metric that's being plotted like we're doing here, of using a switch statement. So if you're interested in exploring that, you can. I would say this is even easier than a switch statement though. There might still be some good use cases for a switch statement, but that's traditionally how maybe a year or two ago before this existed, you could substitute out different measures being plotted. Now we're about to see how a parameter can do something that a switch statement cannot do, though. It wouldn't even be an option with a switch statement. And that is to change what you're breaking your metric out by. So in this case, we're breaking out by season, and we'll leave this chart alone. We'll say that's good. We've broken it out by season. That looks good. But now what we might also want to do is be able to see our winning percentage broken out by opponent or opponent conference. Wouldn't that be cool? So let's go ahead and do that. And I'm going to copy this table, Control C, Control V. And again, a really easy way to switch it to something else is to just click on that particular visual. I've selected this copied chart. I want to do something more like a bar chart now. And there we go. It's a little messy. We'll fix that here. We, in this case, you know what? We might as well plot this for our x-axis. We might as well plot it out as a metric. That way, whatever metric is selected here is the metric that will be plotted here. I'm going to close out number of games here. Again, it's plotting out by season here. What we might want to do, instead of plotting out by season, maybe I want to see for Ohio State, which opponent conference do they do the best against from a winning percentage perspective, or whatever metric is selected here. We're basing our x-axis on metric, which is based on that selection, and which one they've done worst against. So we'll bring in opponent conference, for instance, as our y-axis in this chart. And look at this. Very interesting. Okay, so there's some that we have an unknown conference. And this is where notice we still have some tooltips available here. This is really helpful because we can hover over and we say, oh, there's a blank conference. How many games does that represent? Okay, it only represents, actually, yeah, it looks like 2 wins in this case. We'll bring in our number of games as a tooltip there as well. Great. And they won on average third by 32.5 points. We can see all these teams that Ohio State has never lost to since 1936. But again, notice most of the time, ooh, here's one. Here's an interesting one. Mid-American, 29 games, never lost a single one. On average, beat them by 32 points. Isn't that cool just to be able to see that? A lot of other conferences, you always need to pay attention to the volume that something like a winning percentage or an average is based on. So we can do that by hovering over that. And then there's Pac-12, it looks like here. Wow, Ohio State has done well against the Pac-12. Now, Pac-12, this may have been, in fact, what we'll be able to do here. I'm going to scroll down and set this up so it's not overlapping our time series table here. This is really where Power BI and the interactivity becomes really easy to use. We'll fix the title here. We definitely need to adjust that. And we'll probably compress this a little bit. We don't necessarily need it to be that tall. Bring this up. Okay, we were talking about the Pac-12 here. I'm going to click on this, and what happens is when I click on this, it'll update the graph at the top. It's really neat. So it's actually going to highlight by default. I don't prefer the highlighting. There might be a good use case for highlighting, but you see that really Pac-12, we've only had games there since 2011, maybe through 2021. So it's likely that this was called something else prior to that. In fact, I think it's the Pac-10 here. So really, yeah, Pac-10, and then I guess that became the Pac-12. And you can see against the Pac-12, prior to that, the winning percentage was still 66%, so still about 50%. So that's kind of cool to be able to see that. And we've got the whole thing ranked. Ooh, SEC, 18% of the time beating SEC. Okay, so we can see the whole ranking here, and you can see ACC is above 55, above 50. So is the AAWU. That's one that's only 9 games, but Ohio State's played the ACC 20 games since 1936, and they've played the SEC 17 games, and so forth. So a lot of cool stats you can see there. And this is all against opponent conference right now. That's what it's broken out by. But similar to the metrics selected, what we might want to do is be able to break this out by a number of things. Maybe the opponent team, and maybe we want to see this for when they've been home versus away. How well do they do? Or the season type, postseason versus regular season. So let's do that in a very similar way to metric selected. Now again, with metric selected, the metric you want to plot over time, or even in a bar chart like this, you can do that with a switch statement as well. So that's another option, but I think it's even easier with a parameter like we did just now. Very simple GUI interface. You point and click. You're not having to code anything like you would with a switch statement. That's done in DAX code. But what we're about to do, where we want to substitute out the axis, whether it's an overtime, and maybe we would want to show this by month instead of year, or what we want to break out our bar chart by, the way to do that, I think it can only be done with a parameter. Now, another option that I would not recommend, the parameter is much easier, but another option technically could be to vertically stack your data multiple times, where it represents opponent conference in one table, and you union that with where the variable represents opponent and so forth. That's maybe a SQL technique you could use, or even you could do that in Power BI as well. But this new parameter just makes it so easy. So we're going to go to new parameter fields, and then I'm going to go to combined games, and we're going to bring in some fields that we might want to break this out by. We'll start by the opponent conference, the one we currently have everything broken out by. But we'll also add an opponent, home or away. We'll add that in as well. Season type, and we'll do season as well. We can break it out by any of those things, and we'll call this breakout selected. What do we want to break it out by? I'm going to create that, and it's just going to create another table called breakout selected over here. There it is. And it created that slicer for us. Let's update a few things here. I'm going to turn off the slicer header. I'm going to turn on the title. I'm going to center the title. Say breakout selected. Change this to a, back to the visual tab, I'm going to change this to a drop down. I'm going to make selection single select, just exactly like I did with metric selected. And yeah, opponent conference is what's selected currently. I'll try to get this to the same size that metric selected was. And then get it the same height as well. Perfect. Now, I'd like to add a border to this, just like I had for the goals. I'll go to the General tab, and then it's right. Got a lot of things expanded here. Okay, effects. There we go. Visual border. I'm going to do the same thing over here. Let's see, General and effects. Yep, visual border. Very good. Now, notice that these are the same size, which is good, but they kind of, there's a little bit of blank space over here. We're not going to do anything over there, so I actually kind of want to expand these out a little bit. I'll just try to add a little space. I'm kind of going to eyeball this. I could kind of stack them on top of each other to try to get that width exact. I'm going to try to eyeball it for now. So let me just add a little bit size here, kind of get that even. Okay, not perfect there, but pretty good. That'll work for now. Yeah, just trying to get the spacing as even as possible, and also kind of the width of them as even as possible. I'll also put a border around these visuals to be kind of consistent, and you don't have to have a border around it, it's just a personal preference. Same thing around this breakout chart here. There we go. Now, if I change this right now, nothing happens because I need to go into this chart and update. In this case, the y-axis, what we're breaking it out by is just opponent conference. But now what I'm going to do, similar to what we did with metric and the line chart and the bar chart by default, I'm going to take breakout selected and make that my y-axis. Watch what happens. Now it's broken out by team. So, and if we change this, it'll be broken out by opponent conference again. Very cool. We can do home or away. Okay, so they win at home more often than away. Win at home 81% of the time. Away 68% of the time. Season type, let's see that. Oh, much better during the regular season than the postseason. Wow, that's a big difference. Very interesting. And season as well. Oh boy, season's a little messy, but pretty cool to be able to select all those different possibilities. Now, if we wanted this to be the lowest winning percentage by default, we can just sort the axis to be in ascending order instead. So that's pretty neat to be able to see all that. All right, it's really coming along here. Our titles are a little messy. Okay, so one option, like we've been doing, could be for the line chart. We'll update that one first. Let's go to Format Your Visual, and then we'll go to General, Title, and I'm going to call this, well, I would do winning percentage, probably. If I were just looking at this chart, I'd say winning percentage over time, or winning percentage by season. Yeah, maybe by season's even better. By season, right? That's great. Until you change this, and now it's number of losses, and it still says winning percentage. So one way of handling this, a really simple way, would just be metric selected by season. That's okay. But imagine someone's trying to copy this and paste it into a PowerPoint or something like this, and they're pasting this. Now they can see number of losses here. The legend automatically updates. But metric selected, that's not ideal. And I suppose they could copy this line as well so you can see number of losses there as well. I don't know. We can do better than that. And we can do better than that because there's a way to add a dynamic title. So really what we're trying to do here is capture whatever that metric selected is. So in order to do a dynamic title, we'll start by creating a measure. And I'm going to do this in combined games. I'll just say new measure. And we'll call it maybe overtime, kind of calling that the visual we're looking at now, overtime title, call it anything. And it's going to basically be whatever the metric selected is. So I'm going to take metric selected. Now, metric selected, it's a row. Think about it as a row level table. In fact, maybe we'll take a look at what this parameter table looks like. But it essentially, if we have 7 options, it's going to be 7 rows. And for a title, at least, we could base it on rows and then aggregate when we select the title. But I like to just create a measure that represents that title. So what I'm going to do here is take a max, could be max, min, similar concept to what we did against the goals. We just had to apply some kind of aggregation to get it to the measure level. So I'm going to take the max here and I'm going to select the metric. And technically when you create a parameter, there's a order, there's a field, and then there's just the thing itself. And so in this case, I'm just going to select metric and that'll have the name of the field. So max of metric, that's going to be the metric selected is what that represents. And I'm going to use the and sign, similar to Excel, to add to that. I'm going to do quote space over, or we'll say by season, by season. Okay, so that'll be our at overtime title. And we just created that as a measure. Now what we're going to do, I'm going into this, I'm selecting this chart. I'm going to go back to where we would normally update the title manually. So let's go to General, Title. Notice there's this function button. Watch what happens when we create function. I'm just going to search for our title now. There's only one at this point. Click OK. Ooh, number of losses by season. And what happens when we update that to number of wins? Dynamically changes. How about that? Really like dynamic titles. So it's a neat concept. So now they know exactly what's being plotted there. It's not metric, it's not it's not winning percentage. Even when you've changed it to number of losses, it's always updating. We're going to do the same thing here. And so I like to, when there's something similar I'm trying to create, I'm just going to copy this by default. I'm going to do triple dots, new measure again, and I'm going to paste this in and update it. It's going to be just a little more complex for our breakout chart at the bottom. We'll call this our breakout title. And it's going to be the same metric, but instead of it being by season, this by part will stay broken out by, and right now it's by opponent conference, but when we select a different thing in our breakout selected, it'll be broken out by the opponent or the season type. And so we want that to be dynamic as well. So we'll do the and sign to concatenate as well. And this time, you guessed it, we'll just do another max, and this time we're doing it against our breakout parameter table. We'll choose breakout selected. There we go, breakout title. We've created the measure now. Now we need to select this breakout table, go back to where we'd update the title, hit that function button. Now we're going to search for title, and this time it'll be the breakout title. Okay. Look at that. Winning percentage by opponent conference. If we update this to be number of games, and then by opponent conference, okay, makes sense. They play Big Ten the most. And then we can click on opponent, and all of that is updating in the title. Beautiful. All right. And you can even notice this is a parameter function. Even the legend here is changing as we update this. So number of games, now it's number of wins, opponent on on the y-axis here, home or away. Okay, that updates. Wow, that is so cool. So I'm going to set this on winning percentage here. This is great. Let's go and see what happened when we created these parameter tables. So we created the breakout selected here and the metric table here. Let's see what those tables actually look like when they get created automatically. Here's our breakout selected. It basically creates 3 columns, and you can even see it creates this formula. You can actually update it if you need to add another metric that you forgot to add. You can actually update it by maybe copying one of these rows and adding below it. So by default, it includes the name, which is by default whatever name the title is. So breakout selected, that's what we called it. This tells us that the name is breakout selected. But if we wanted to call this opponent conference 2, we could easily do that and just add a 2 there, and this is going to update there. But breakout selected fields points to a particular field. So that's what this second part represents, and then this is the order that it shows up. So all of that gets created by default. I'll change this back. When we go to modeling and create a parameter, that's the table that gets created behind the scenes. And as you can see, it allows us to switch out the metric being plotted or even what that metric is being broken out by. So we're using it in a very strategic way to determine what we plot and what we break it out by. You could even do this again for the season here if we wanted to. If we had a variable for month or quarter or week or day, and we wanted that to be dynamic, what you break it out by, we could create a parameter, put in the year variable, the quarter variable, the month variable. Those would have been created in the data set, and then create a filter where you choose what you want to break it out by and what level it's at. That's a really great thing to do for a lot of dashboards if you want to see sales over time at different cadences. This parameter option is a great option. There's a few more visuals I want to build out with you, but before we do, I want to show you a really neat feature, and that is data labels. It's really easy to turn on data labels for any table or chart. Let's start with our winning percentage by season chart up here, our table. And I'm going to click on that, and you'll see there's an option right here for data labels. I'm just going to turn those on. And if you want to adjust them at all, you can. You can change the size of them. In our case, you'll notice there's data labels being created sparsely, not for everyone. That would be too much. There's a lot of data here. But they're being created for bars and lines. In this case, I can actually go in and say, well, actually for number of games, I don't want to show the data labels. And now it's only going to show it for the line. So that's kind of a neat option you've got. I'm also going to turn them on for this chart too, this breakout by group. So I'll turn on data labels there. Very convenient to actually see the number. Now again, another way to get there is to hover over the bar, and then the tooltip would show you that. But a lot of stakeholders like to be able to see that automatically on the chart, especially if you were taking a screenshot for PowerPoint. All right, well, that's looking pretty good. Before we go in and create another chart here, I want to maybe relax the team just for a moment. Let's unlock or uncheck Ohio State. Let's just look at our data over time. It's always good to do some validation checks, even sanity checks on your data to see if this makes sense. So we're seeing a relatively even number of games here over a long time period, and then starting in about 2003, you start to see quite a bit more, a lot less than 2020, which makes sense. There were a lot of games canceled there due to COVID. And then we see a lot of games here for 2021 and even more for 2022. Very odd. Well, my hypothesis, and I did a little exploring to try to dig in here and see what happened, is that maybe the type of games that were included here changed over time, and that's very common in a lot of data sets. You want to look out for that, and if that's the case, then metrics will naturally change over time, and it may not be due to that metric actually meaningfully changing, but just the type of records that were included changed over time. And that's exactly what's happening here. So we actually have some variables here for the division, and I want to bring that in. I'm just going to create a temporary slicer here. I'll ultimately delete this, do some more exploration. I want to filter down on the division, and the division is actually included in our combined games data set. Don't believe we created a division for the team selected, but we do have the home division and the away division. So I'll bring that in here. Home division, bring that in as a field. Yes, now we see several different divisions here. And let's take a look at what happens when we filter on each one of these. Blank, we don't like blanks. We don't automatically want to exclude blanks, but obviously we'd prefer to know what the home division was, the home team's division. And we see that there were quite a bit early on. There's not as much lately. Not a ton of them though. Even earlier, 80's not too bad in the grand scheme of things. If we look at how many games there were back then, we're talking about 726 games. About 80 of them have a blank home division. Not the majority, at least. And then you've got FBS here. Let's click on that. I believe this stands for Football Bowl Series. This is where we really hone in on what's going on here. Okay, FBS. If I highlight here, 646, and especially if you add in the blanks, that basically means that, especially early on, all of our games were either blank home division or FBS. And you can see the number of games here is pretty consistent over time. It's when you get into FCS, very clear that those were added in 2003. There's a decent number of them. And then Division 2, looks like those were added in 2021. Oh, okay. Now it's starting to make sense why we see the trends. Okay, Division 3 added in 2022. This API we're using, it's added some different divisions in over time. And so that's why we get this kind of trend here. We could kind of do something similar with away division, and we'd really find the same thing. And we can think about how we want to handle that. Maybe you do want to include all of them. I'd like to keep it consistent though. If I'm only going to show, for instance, if I'm going to show FCS games, I'm probably going to start the whole comparison starting at 2003 when they started to be incorporated. I'd be okay with that, but I wouldn't necessarily want to include performance before then, especially if we're going to focus on over time, because at a certain point before 2003, the FCS games weren't included. So just think about that for your use case, what you prefer to see. Filter on away division here. All right, let's see what happens. I'm really curious about these blank ones here, where the home division was blank for these 80. How often was the away division blank as well? Let's find out. Ooh, not very often. So it's likely that there was just one team's division that was blank. In fact, I believe it's possible for an FBS team, and we can just prove this out here. I'm going to click on FBS here. Looks like it's possible for an FBS team to play an FCS team. Yes, indeed. And it's also possible for them to play one where it's unknown. What I am going to decide here is I'd like to include games, especially for the FBS, where their games go back to 1936. That's just what I want this dashboard to represent. And so what I'm okay with is, as long as there's at least one game, the home team or the away team, that was part of the FBS, I'm good with that. They can be included, even if the other team is part of another conference, like the FCS or blank. So in order to do that, I'm going to create a column, because this is a thing that will be determined at the row level. Game by game, we're going to check to see if either the home division or the away division was a FBS, was equal to FBS. And if either one was true, we're okay with including it. So I'm going to go and create a new column here and combine games. There'll be another if statement in DAX. All these formulas that we've been creating in the Canvas and the report view use the DAX syntax. So we're going to call this FBS game, and it will be equal to if the away division is equal to, we got to get the case right here, so it's lowercase, as we can see in the filters here. We'll use double quote, FBS. If that's true, well, it's a 1. If that's not true, we're going to do a nested if statement, just like you can in Excel. Another if statement. Well, now check and see if the home division is equal to FBS. And if that's true, it can also be a 1. But if neither one of those things are true, it's a 0. It's not an FBS game. And then we have to close off those both of those if statements since we have a nested if statement. Press enter. Now we have an FPS game column. I'm going to delete these filters for now. Those were just temporary to explore the data, although you could add them over here if you wanted to create some space and be able to filter on division, especially if you're going to keep more than just the FPS games. But now what I'm going to do is add a filter to this dashboard. Now, so far, what we would have to do is actually create another filter here and add a space maybe somewhere up here and add the FPS game, and we'd have to filter it down to a 1. And again, if that's something we wanted to do where we wanted to allow the user to see the other FPS games, that'd be a great way to do that. But in this case, I don't even want to show the user non-FPS games. And so if that's what you're trying to do, this filter pane, it's the first time we're looking at the filter pane, is a great way to do that. And what's really neat about this is, especially if I select a particular visual, I can apply filters behind the scenes that the user won't necessarily see. We can allow them to see it or not um, at a particular visual level. So for this visual, and notice when I deselect that visual, that's not an option. So I could apply a specific filter to this visual by dragging it over here. Now in this case, we want this FBS filter to be applied not just to a visual, which we would do here if we wanted to, not just to a particular page, so this particular tab, but the whole dashboard on all pages. And so we can take our FBS game field and drag it over here under filters to filter on all pages. In this case, we're going to do basic filtering. There's a few options there. If it's a 1, it means that there's at least one FBS team that played, and we're going to filter down the whole dashboard. And that's the beauty of this filter pane. Now notice this eyeball icon. Actually, right now, if we publish this, there would be a filter pane here that they'd be able to see, and they'd be able to see that you marked FPS games. And if they wanted to, they could relax that. They could clear the filter and see everything. Now, you may be okay with that, but in other cases, you may just want that to be completely hidden. And so if that's what you wanted to do, you can click on this eyeball. So that's what we'll do in our case. In our case, the filters we want them to use are on the dashboard right here, right here. However, I will say this, some users and report builders prefer to have a really clean dashboard. They don't want any of these filters to be shown. They just want to see cards and meaningful charts and tables. And I get that. I think that makes sense. And so there is still this desire for your dashboard to be interactive, to have the ability to filter down. So what they'll do is put all the filters over here. They might put them on filters on all pages if it's relevant for all pages, or on that particular page. They'll drag the fields that they want you to be able to filter on over here, and they would have the eyeball on, which is what the default is. And basically what a report user can do at that point is they can collapse this on Power BI Online, not see any filters. And then if they need to filter down on something, they can expand it, they can apply filters. I think that's also a neat way to set up a dashboard. But for our use case, I'm going to use this to exclude just the FBS games. Now, if I'm writing a SQL query, I'm not even going to bring in FBS games at all. I'm going to update my SQL query and filter them out there with a where statement. And that'll actually speed up your dashboard. If you don't want to bring in more data than you need, so really just try to bring in and curate your data as much as possible before bringing it into Power BI. But sometimes you realize that you want to filter something out after the fact, after you've already brought it in, and it might be quick enough just to apply a filter there. But technically, you might get better performance. Your dashboard might be faster when you apply filters, when you apply the filter to the actual data source and don't even bring in those non-FBS games. Turning the eyeball off there, and we have selected down to FBS games. Let's take a look at our trend now that we've narrowed it down to FBS games. Again, 2020 stands out as having very few games. There were a lot canceled there. That one we can explain. We're applying sanity checks here. 2023 also low. Well, season's not done yet, so another thing that makes sense to us, we can explain from a sanity check perspective. Now, you might be able to handle this in a few different ways. The fact that there's an incomplete season there. it obviously makes it look like there's a big drop off here. And so you may not want that. You may by default create want to create a filter for whether it's a completed season or not. And you could create that and add that as a filter. And maybe by default, you would say yes. And so you wouldn't see this big drop off. And in this case, it would stop at 2022 until the 2023 season is concluded. But then what you'd have the ability to do is change that filter and add in uncompleted seasons if they wanted to see what this looked like so far for the season. So that's that you run into that with any kind of dashboard where there's uncompleted seasons. And do you want to include that? Especially in some cases, it may really drop a lot and show your metric going down significantly. A lot of times you only want to look at completed periods. And so that's one way to handle it, where they'd still have the flexibility to look at it. Now, what I'm seeing here is the axis here is really tight. It's 46 to 50%. What it appears to be is that there used to be more ties than there have been recently. So now there's been very, very few ties at all since about 1995. I'm just guessing, but I'm wondering if that's when games started to go into overtime. And perhaps before you run out of time, and I wasn't around back then. I don't, for all of this time at least. I don't know if that's how it was, but perhaps ties were permitted back in the day. So that's one like kind of explain away. I might want to do some research to figure out if that was the case. This is one I did do some research on. So going back to 1943, it looks like that dropped off quite a bit, and it was even kind of low in 1945, 1946. This has to do 1944, 1945. This has to do with World War II, where a lot of games were canceled starting in 1943 and even some in 1944, 1945. It looks like things got back to normal around 1946 or so. But that's something I did some searching on to make sure there was a reason for that. So games canceled 2020 due to COVID and due to World War II back here in the 1940s. Very interesting to see that just by looking at number of games over time. We're really finding some interesting insights here and learning a lot. And that's what data analysis is all about. So just looking over this, a few other tweaks we might want to make. I just noticed number of losses here. We need to update that to have comma separators. So I'm going to click on number of losses, add a comma separator there. I think we're ready. You can see I've saved a little bit of space down here. Now I like to have a data table where you can see your granular information as well. So if someone really wanted to be able to say, well, okay, so in 2022 we had this many games, this many wins, this many losses. We haven't selected Ohio State or any team at this point, so that's why it's overall. This is showing that there's just as many teams that win as lose, so it makes sense that it's 50%. It's nice to have a really granular table to really dive into this. And what's nice about Power BI is you can click on a particular season and see it update. We started to see how these interact. So by default, when you click on a chart, it highlights in the other chart. I don't like that. I think it's somewhat helpful. It shows you kind of the overall versus what it is for that specific highlighted portion. In some cases that might make sense, but this is where we can change that with the format option. So I'm going to click on a particular table and then format appears up here. And I'm going to click on edit interactions here. Before we were using the bring forward and the send backward options to maybe determine what cards show up before the other cards if they do overlap, which ours don't. But we're going to go to edit interactions, and it's going to bring us in a specific mode where you see these pop-ups showing up on top of every single visual. This is so cool. I'm going to click on, it's very crucial to know which item you've clicked on. So I've clicked on the overtime chart, and it's showing me that this chart essentially filters down all of these things. But notice there's a particular option highlighted in this chart, and it says highlight. And then there's also this option that's none. If I do none here, nothing happens in this chart when I click on this. If I choose highlight here, it highlights like we saw before. And this is the option that I actually prefer, is for it to actually just filter it down. Forget about the highlighting, just filter down to the relevant rows. I like that personally. So now we've done that. That easy. We had to go to edit interactions, select the visual, and then select which option, how we want this visual selected to impact each one of these visuals. So I also, when I click on this visual, I don't want it to highlight like it's doing here. I want it to filter down. So notice again the default. I'm going to select this particular visual and I can see that the default is to highlight. If I didn't want it to impact that visual at all, I would click none, but I want it to just filter it down instead of highlight. So I'm going to click on filter here. And now when I select Big South, for instance, it'll show me, it'll filter down specifically to 2023 and just show me, yep, there were 10 games played 2023 for those Big South. So this looks like a new conference. All right, so that's the edit interactions. Now, eventually you might not want to see these anymore once you're done making those adjustments. So I'm going to click the edit interactions off. And now when I click on a bar here for a season, I can see all it's going to update over here and filter down just to conferences that were played in that season. If I click on this, it's going to show me just cases where that conference showed up. So this is Pioneer. Likely what this is this is probably a non-FBS conference that's being played. Again, this is the opponent conference. All right, so we updated the way our filtering impacts different tables. Now we want to see a really granular list of games. And so for that, I'm actually going to create a brand new table here. And I'm going to give it a title. Actually, I guess we can't create the title until we add some fields to it. So this is going to be just our list of games. And so we're going to want to bring in the team. It's just a table is just a list of columns, just like you'd have in Excel. Very, very basic, but it gives us the really key detail information we want to know. And it's good to have a table like that, kind of a detail table, so that if we want to dive into a particular season, we can. We'll see an example of that here. So we'll bring in team. We probably want to bring in conference as well. Let's bring in the opponent and the opponent conference. We probably want to know what their points were. This would be the team's points. It's going to sum them by default when you bring that in. And you can change that to be average or minimum, or don't summarize. In this case, we want it to be one row per football game, which is what the table is. So we, in this case, will choose don't summarize for this table. And you can see it's, we have to drag to the right. We're running out of space here, but there is a scroll bar that helps us if we want to see more information. We'll bring in the opponent's points as well. We should probably also bring in the date of the game. That would be good. But that maybe first. Now, here's something to note about dates when you bring them into a table. It will automatically break them out by year, quarter, month, day. A really easy way to just get, I just want to see the date, right? It's just when you first bring that in, click on this drop down arrow and then just click the name of the field, date. And it's going to put it in this format. And that looks good. All right, and we'll probably sort this. We can sort it by any field by clicking on it. Really easy to sort in Power BI. And then if you want it sorted the other way, you just click on it again. So convenient. I'm going to have the earliest game shown first in that case, just a personal preference. We're running out of room here, and so I can only show the most important fields. I probably don't need to see the opponent conference. I'm going to drag that to the end of the table so that they can see that if they want to, but they definitely need to see the team and the opponent. So I'm going to use those. Now I can resize these. You can see opponent points is getting cut off here. I can resize this to drag this to the left here. Just click on the right edge, drag that. Okay, cool, we're seeing that. Still not quite seeing the opponent points though. If I scroll to the right here, what I can do is drag this even more to the left, and you can see it just takes it to the next line, which is great. Now, I think all this is going to fit. And what'll happen if I drag this too far to the left is it's just going to make the items go to two rows too, which, I mean, isn't ideal. I'd love to have them all on one line and be the same height of every row, but that's one way to fit it all in there. So I think Power BI does a pretty good job of that. You have a lot of flexibility if you need to make the column thinner. It'll automatically put a title on the next line, and it'll do the same thing with a value, put it on the next line if it needs to. So that's looking pretty good. Ooh, looks like we might need a little bit more space here though to give some margin there. And I'll just compress opponent a little bit. Okay, it's kind of all fitting in there. I like that. Let's see what this would look like for again a particular team. So we select Ohio State. Now we can see Ohio State's winning percentage over time. We can see all those seasons when they had 100% winning percentage. Pretty cool. 2012, last season, 2023, or actually this season, sorry about that. They've won so far all their games, which is great. And if we wanted to see in particular all those games, I can click on this particular row. Watch what happens. It updates it right there. We can see every single game right here. Now watch what happens here. The formatting changed a little bit. If you want to kind of lock in the width, well, all you need to do is kind of for each column, play with that spacing just a little bit, and it'll kind of lock that spacing in. So for each one of these, even if I just drag it one way and then drag it the other way, what that'll do is it'll make that spacing the same no matter what team is selected. If you don't do that, it will auto adjust these column widths based on the current selection, which is maybe what you prefer as well. There's different preferences there. But this is really cool to have this detail table where if I want to dive into this season or this season, I just click on it and I can automatically see the details. Pretty neat to be able to do that. I'm going to add a title to this. In this case, it doesn't need to be a dynamic title. It can be a standard title. We'll just call it list of games. Looks really cool. I can clearly see there were 11 wins, 2 losses this season. Now I can look through and see for each team. I could just kind of compare and see the points scored by Ohio State versus the opponent. Okay, this was a win. This was a win. This was a win. Big win. This was another win, right? And then eventually there's going to be some losses in here as well. Let's see. Yep, there's that loss to Georgia there. Last game of the season. That's why we sort it by date. It's really easy to see the schedule there. But I'm having to compare these points, right? I suppose we could add our win column in there to easily see that as well. But another option could be conditional formatting. And it makes Power BI makes it pretty easy to add conditional formatting here. Although there is one enhancement that I would highly recommend. Again, let me know if you know how to do this, and that is to add conditional formatting for an entire row. What we're going to have to do is apply conditional formatting for each one of these columns. I'll center the title before we do that, but let's go ahead and start our journey in adding conditional formatting here. And we're going to start with the very first column. I suppose the benefit here is that if you wanted to do different conditional formatting for each column, you can. But I'm going to start with date, and I'm going to apply some conditional formatting here. So you just go to that down arrow, conditional formatting, and we have a lot of options. We can conditionally format the background color, the font color. You can add an icon here. You can even do a web URL, which is really cool. You can actually, if you had a list of links in a table, click here to learn more. There's some really creative ways of doing that. Maybe if you had a customer list and you had them in Salesforce, you could take their customer ID and create a Salesforce link in a column in your customer table. And if you wanted to allow them to just click on basically a column in Power BI for that particular row to see that customer in Salesforce, maybe to log a call, you can do that and just have a direct link. Okay, I see this customer, I want to call him, I'm clicking this link and it's going to take me to Salesforce. You can do that in Power BI and actually have a web URL, these as links essentially. That's pretty neat. But right now we're going to do a font color. And we want to make it really easy to be able to tell whether this was a win or a loss. So you could apply it as a gradient and say, well, how much did they win by? And really green if they won by a lot, had a high point margin, and really red if they didn't. But in our case, we're going to make it based on rules. And we're going to base it on the won column. There we go. And we'll say if the won column equals 1, and you can base it on percent, but in this case, we're just basing it on a raw value, a number, then we want it to be green. And I'm going to click on more colors here. We have to select a custom green color, and I'm going to copy that green color so that we keep it consistent. In fact, we might want to actually use the green color created there, but we'll come back to that maybe. We'll add a new rule, and we'll say, well, okay, if it equals 0, meaning they didn't win, and number, let's set it to red. Let's say okay. Oh boy, there we go. We can see that very easily see the two games that they lost color coded. Colors really help you understand your data so much quicker. Well, the thing is, at this point, we probably want to do this for every single column in the table. So again, for team, we might want to go in and say font color again, base it on rules, base it on the one column, and we're basically going to need to repeat this for every column in the data set that we want to be conditionally formatted. So I'll say one number. We're going to do more colors here. I'll put in the color there. I just copied, remember I copied it before. New rule, if it's equal to 0, we'll say number, and then we'll say red. And there we go. Now our team is going to be highlighted as well, in green if they won, and in red if they didn't. So I'm going to repeat this for every column in the data set, and then we'll come back and go to the next step in our dashboard build process. And hopefully you had some time to go through, unfortunately, each one of the columns and apply that conditional formatting. We'll just do a couple more here, just to make sure you understand the concept. And I'd like to add a few more fields to our list of games table here. So I'm also going to add in, let's do the season type. It'll tell us whether it's a postseason or regular season game. We'll put that in after the opponent points. And let's also identify whether this is a home or away game. That could be interesting too. So we'll bring those in. And now at this point, if you've gone through all these different columns, what you'll notice is all the fields are green if it was a win. All of them are red if it was a loss. We just added these additional columns right here, so they're not conditionally formatted yet, but the other ones are. So this is looking good. I'm going to go ahead and do some more conditional formatting. We'll start with the home or away field that we just added. Conditional formatting, font color. Right, we're going to base it. It's really cool that we can base this on any field we want. We're going to continue to base this on if the won field is equal to 1, number, and green. Ooh, I lost the green shade there. We're going to take a risk here and choose another green. Equals 0, number, red. If it's 0, say OK. See how we did. Yeah, that's pretty much the same green. Now, if we wanted to get the green from another column here, let's say from the date, I just go here, and this is how you can update your conditional formatting. One, you can remove the conditional formatting, or in this case, I'll just update it. And I'm going to grab the color green here by going to more colors, and I'll grab that code. Very good. And then I'll just finalize season type here based on the won field. If it's equal to 1, that'll be a green color, and if not, it'll be if it equals 0. There we go, looking good. Now, something we should probably talk about relating to visuals in general is you've got these triple dots, and there's a few things you can do with them. You can sort, as we've looked at, but you can also export data. And this is something that your users can do when you publish your dashboard online as well. They can publish it to CSV or Excel. So notice that you can even do that with a regular table, like we have our chart up here. So you may wonder, well, how does that export? It exports the data behind the chart. Another option that you'll have online or in the dashboard is to show as table. And what this does is it essentially, without exporting the data, will bring up a window to show you the data behind it. Season by season, here's all the variables. It's even including the tooltips. And you can see season by season, all of those items that are graphed and that are part of the tooltip. So that can be a really easy way of seeing that view too. When you're done, you can go back to the report. Notice it kind of increased the whole size of it. So this is, for instance, really small right now. If we wanted to see all of the games shown and see all the fields shown, we can click on focus mode here and it increases the size. We can look at it and we can go back to the report. That's a really neat feature as well. So our table's looking really good there. I think we're ready to move on to some other visuals as well. I'm going to unselect this. Now, what I'm going to do is create a new tab, but what I want to do is create the same kind of general idea with the filters. I want the filters to be available. I want these cards to be available. Even the title I want to look relatively similar. And so what I'm going to do in this case is right click on it. And instead of creating a whole new tab by clicking plus, I'm going to click duplicate page. And you want to do this after you've got things kind of set here. From a title perspective, I think everything looks good. I'm just going to do some adjustments and do some different visualizations on this second tab. So I'll duplicate college football games, and I'm going to call this our scatter plot analysis. We're going to do a scatter plot chart. I'm going to drag it to the left here a little bit, right click here, rename page, and I'm going to call this scatter plot analysis. Okay, everything else is set here. For the scatter plot analysis, we're not going to need this bar chart here, so I'll delete this. I'll drag over list of games so that we can take advantage of the real estate and see all these different columns. Looks good. Now I am going to use weather in this scatter plot analysis, will be one of the fields we look at. So for this list of games here, I'm actually going to drag in weather as a variable, and because it's linked, remember in our relationship model, uh, the weather table is linked to combined games based on our merge key. We'll be able to add that in, and we'll actually be able to see what the weather was for that day in that city for that particular game where it's available. So here's our weather table. We're going to drag in average temperature over here, and it automatically wants to sum it. Okay, so that's not necessary. We can say don't summarize here in this case, and it should be the same either way. So early on in these in the table, early 1936, these games, especially the home games, would have occurred in Columbus, Ohio. It looks like we don't have any weather data, at least temperature data, for Columbus, Ohio, back in these dates. So let's sort it the other way and see if we have some recent temperature data. Oh, we do. Okay, we do for certain games, and then other games we don't. So that's something to keep in mind with this temperature field. Now, it's taken up a lot of room here. Remember, we can go to the right edge here, drag to the left, and have it go to 2 lines for that, or even 3 lines. We'll go with 2 lines here. We should be able to get away with that. Opponent conference, we can probably shrink that as well. Trying to get all this where we don't have the scroll bar. I think that would be nice if we can get away with that. There we go. We'll stretch that a little bit. Maybe stretch the team a little bit. Fit it in here somehow. Oh, temperature, we can really shrink a little bit more. That'll be good. Give some of these a little bit more room now. All right, I think that'll work. Looking pretty good overall. Now, what we'll do here is turn this, and I just noticed another thing about the table. There's a total line here. I think it's because originally it tried to do some aggregation. If in this case we don't really need a total row, in fact it's not showing up for any of these columns, we'll turn that off, and we'll do that by selecting the table, and I'll go to the format your visual, and I'll turn off the totals here. And we should probably do that on the other tab as well, college football games. In this list of games, we can turn off the total column there. Ideally, we would do that before we duplicate the tab so that it carries over. Now, there is one additional thing we might want to do. We added a field average temperature here. We applied conditional formatting to all of the other columns, so we'll go ahead and apply conditional formatting here as well. Formatting based on whether they won the game or not. We need to base it on rules and the won column, and if it equals 1 number, it'll be green. That was copied from before when we were setting green. Red. So now that'll be, if it's populated, it'll be green if they won that game and red if they didn't. All right, very good. Now I want to test something out here. If we're on the scatter plot analysis tab and I choose a different team, let's say I deselect Ohio State, for instance, that updates everything here like it should. Does it impact our college football games tab? In other words, we're testing whether the slicers are synced. They're not. We duplicated the tab. These slicers are independent right now. That's probably not ideal, especially for how we're going to link these two things together. We want the slicers that are applied here to apply to the other tabs as well. That's really going to be helpful from a stakeholder experience perspective. So what I'm going to do here, it's a little unfortunate that we have to go through this, but I am going to delete all of these. And if there's a faster way to accomplish this, let us know in the comments. I'm going to delete all of these filters over here on the side. Now, ultimately, I'm not going to need these. I'm not going to use these same slicers here. So I think we'll be able to not worry about those for now. I'm deleting all of these other slicers on the side here, just a few of them. Now this part is quite easy. Fortunately, it retains the placement. And so what I'll do is I'm going to select each one of these filters now. And I'm going to click Control for efficiency to select all of them at once. Holding down Control, I'm clicking each one of these slicers. And I'm going to say Control C for copy. I'm going to go to the tab where I want to copy them to. And then I'll just say Control V. And it's going to ask this question. Do you want to sync them or not? If you want them to sync, then you say yes, sync. And let's see what syncing actually means. So now, if I select everything, deselect Ohio State, if I go back to the college football games, because these are synced, guess what? Everything is selected over here too. And now if I come back over here and say, no, I do want Ohio State, and then I go to this tab, because all those slicers are synced, it's now filtered over here. So I don't have to go back and forth and think about which tab I had the filter applied on and which ones I don't. So that's really, really convenient. Now let's test and just see. Let's say I believe that because this is kind of a completely separate table that's not linked to anything, I believe if I delete these, for instance, I'm going to actually delete all of these. Let's test out and see if that goal applies to our cards up here. So we're deleting all of those. Those filters do not exist. And notice that before, they say red because our goal was 90% over here. But if we put it to anything below 75%, let's say 60% here, they should turn green here, and they do. And then our scatter plot analysis hopefully will update and be green over here. Oh, it does not. So that's interesting. So what we might have to do is we might have to basically copy those over. So copy these over. And if we just want to set them on one tab, but we still want them to be available on the other, what we can do is kind of copy these filters, paste them here. So again, this is kind of a Power BI gymnastics type thing. I'm going to sync them. So now you can see they're still green. And what we kind of want to do is basically hide these. We don't want them to be available. And we can hide them behind anything. I'm going to make it really, really small here. This one really small too. And this is probably a really good use case for the send to back. So I'll go to format here with that selected, and I'm going to say send backward. And as long as this is not transparent, we should be fine. Yep, when I click out of that, let's see. Actually, we need to not just send backward, we need to send all the way back. Send to back. And that should take care of it. Yep, we'll do the same thing here. Now, this is not ideal, especially if someone else looks at your dashboard and is trying to figure it out to have things hidden behind something else. And we could keep those right here. That would be an option as well. Maybe we'll do that. So that would be an option if you did not want to have those shown and you only wanted them to be set on the first tab. Maybe needed the real estate. In this case, I think we can afford the real estate. So again, if you don't want to do that, and if you did want to do that, you just go in here and go ahead and send to back. Click out of it. Hey, looks great. Our tooltip still works and everything. But I'm going to go ahead and undo all those steps. I'm just going to do Control Z. I believe you can do Control Y if you want to redo any of these steps. So that can be really helpful if you end up doing some things and then you want to undo them. So I'm going to do that. Just undo a few steps here. And we'll actually leave it so that you can set those parameters on any page essentially. All right, there we go. But now they should be synced. Oh, I did it a little bit too much here. It's taking me back to the other tab. Do Control Y here. It'll even take me back and forth to the different tabs, which is pretty neat. There we go. I believe we're synced. We're at the point where we just copied them over. They're synced. Let's just test it out. So now if we go back to 80% threshold for winning percentage goal, now this is red and this one should update to be red as well. Yeah, it looks good. Looks good. Now, what will happen if we would publish now is we would have two tabs available in Power BI Online, and they could just click between these, which is fine to be able to click between the tabs. But if you want it to be more of like a website experience where you click a certain button and it takes you to another tab, that's where you can potentially use some page navigation buttons. And we intentionally brought in these icons up here just for that reason. So we're about to create a scatter plot analysis. It'll be a chart that kind of looks a little bit like this with the dots on the X and Y axis. And so this is going to be our icon for getting to the scatter plot analysis. I'm going to click on this icon and I'm going to turn on the action over here under image. And there's a whole bunch of options that we saw before, the type of action that can be done when you click that button. We're going to choose page navigation. And then under destination, we'll choose our scatter plot analysis. And then we're going to actually hide the scatter plot analysis. What this will do is it won't show that. In fact, if we hide this, there's only one non-hidden tab. The information tooltip we created before is also hidden. So there's only one that exists. And so now Power BI, there's no need for it to show multiple tab menu. There's only one tab that's actually being shown. But how would we get to scatter plot analysis if it's hidden? Well, we've created effectively a button for that. And so now in Power BI Online, you'll just simply click on this. In Power BI Desktop, you have to do Control click. It will take you to the scatter plot dashboard, which is really cool. And now if we want to get back, how are we going to get back to that, to the original dashboard, right? Well, we have a link to the original dashboard. We're using this icon for our original college football games worksheet here, or tab. And so we'll set this to have an action of taking us back to, it could be literally back whatever page you were on before, but in our case, it'll be page navigation back to the college football games. And then eventually we're going to create another tab that's kind of a table looking visual. And that's what we'll use this third icon for. So now watch what happens here where we click back to the original view. Control click that, takes us back to the original view. Control click this, it takes us back to the scatter plot. So we have a means of going back and forth from tabs in kind of like a website format where you're just clicking within the dashboard rather than clicking on a particular tab here. So it's a neat way to set up your page navigation, all kinds of other things you can do from there. You may even, as you saw, there's actually an option here of clicking to bringing you to another website. So you may import a screenshot of another Power BI dashboard, import that as a picture, kind of like we did with the icons, as an image here, and then you can add an action to that, to a particular hyperlink of another Power BI dashboard, whatever link that dashboard has on Power BI Online, and you can almost say, okay, if you want to go to another dashboard, click on this picture, screenshot of that other dashboard. You can add titles and things like that, and even descriptions of what that dashboard represents. And they can easily go from dashboard to dashboard. That's a really neat way of potentially accomplishing or addressing the challenge of I have too many reports and I don't know which one to go to. You can create essentially a report, a centralized report that has links to all the main dashboards they need to go to. Just one means of organization in Power BI. And we'll see on Power BI Online, you can have workspaces there that you can organize things in as well, almost like folders of reports. Okay, so that's page navigation. Now, when we go to scatter plot analysis, we should probably update this and just call this our scatter plot analysis up here. So now it's really clear when we go over here to our original dashboard that is the college football game dashboard. When we click over here, we can clearly see in the title that it is our scatter plot analysis. And let's actually build out our scatter plot analysis. So we're going to start with this visual right here, select it, and remember how easy it is to go to a different visual? That's exactly what we're going to do here. We'll go to a scatter chart. Okay, so by default, we have this kind of created. I'm going to go ahead and close out of all these things. Now I'll show you the standard way of creating a scatter plot first. Close out all these things here. You can even put, the size, make the size of dots based on a certain field. It's kind of interesting. And we've got quite a few tooltips already selected. So what I'm going to look at, what I'm curious about, we've got Ohio State selected here. I'm curious if the win margin changes based on the weather. So in order to assess that, especially since our combined games data set is linked to average temperature, you generally want to put the thing that you think impacts a metric on the x-axis. So I'm going to take average temperature and I'm going to put that on the x-axis here. And then I'm going to take our point margin field. It's right here, and I'm going to put that on the y-axis. Okay, and I'm going to not aggregate these. So I'm going to say don't summarize to each one of these, and don't summarize. So what we should have here is essentially a scatter plot that is 1 point per game, essentially. And I think it'd probably be helpful to know which team we're playing, which teams are involved. So I'm going to add some tooltips here. Team right here. Drag that in. Now, if there were multiple games played in that temperature with that point margin, it's going to only just show one dot here. So in this case, it shows first team, for instance. We can rename that if we want. So if there were multiple, it'll basically choose the first one alphabetically. That's how the first function works for a text variable. And then we'll also bring in the opponent as well here. Now, again, this is only going to show games where the temperature was actually available. So keep that in mind. But now we can see the teams that were playing there. It was Ohio State versus UCLA. The temperature was 67 degrees. And the point margin, well, this is an example where it was tied. And what I should be able to do is click on this, and then it's going to show me specifically for that one. And it's red because they did not win that game. Yep, it was 10-10, away game. Very cool. We happen to have this one. I guess this would have been UCLA's stadium potentially, or an offsite. Very good. Probably don't need all these tooltips, so I'll exit out of these. And what that'll mean is now, when I hover over any of these, it'll just show me the teams there. And I'm going to rename this. Even though it's done that aggregation, I don't want to show the first. It doesn't really make sense. A user would look at this and say, what does that mean? First team means first alphabetical, but it's a lot more straightforward if we just remove that first part. So we can remove for that visual, kind of show it like that. Very neat. Well, we've got our scatter plot, but similar to what we did on the college football games tab, where we made some of our charts configurable based on a metric that was selected and a breakout that was selected. I mean, both of these, the metric and the breakout in this bar chart at the bottom left, are based on something you can actually select and configure. We might want to do a scatter plot on something else. Maybe we want to look at points versus away points, for instance, points by the team in question versus the opponent points, for instance. So we're going to use parameters again. I'm going to go to modeling. I'll say new parameter, fields, and we're going to add a parameter for our x-axis. Now, when it comes to scatter plots, you really want to break it down by something numeric. So when we look at our combined games and think about some of the numeric fields we could use, think about the points that our team in question here, Ohio State, that's been selected. That would probably be a good field to bring in. Another one that we could potentially bring in would be the opponent's points. Let's bring that in. One that we're already using is the margin, the point margin, the points minus opponent points. That'd be a good one. And then we'll bring in temperature as well, because we're using that as well here. So you'll have options, and that's under weather. We could bring in some of the other weather options as well, but we'll stick with these for now. We're going to add a slicer to the page so we can select that. Similar to before, it's going to create a slicer by default, and we'll just apply some default adjustments to that. There it is, x-axis. I'm going to turn off the slicer header, go to General, add a title. I'll call it x-axis selected. I'll center that. Let's go for property, back to visual, slicer settings, single select, or we'll do a drop down, and then we'll also make it single select similar to before. You get to select one of these, right? Try to make it the same size as this, keep it consistent. There we go. And also consistent vertically. It's good. Now, right now, it's not going to have any impact because we need to actually bring in this new variable. Should be called there should be a new table called x-axis, just like before, with breakout and metric. And we'll go to our visual, our scatter plot visual, and we'll click on x-axis and we'll drag that over. So now it's not really a hard-coded field, it's a configurable field based on our parameter. And if we want it to look like it did before, we can just go to temperature, which was what we had there before. And there we go, we have the chart we had before. Really cool. And now we'll do the same thing for the y-axis. What shows up over here? What do we plot this against? And also needs to be quantitative. So I'm going to go to the modeling tab and new parameter fields, and I'm going to bring in the same fields as before. So we'll go to combine games. I'm going to bring in points, bring in opponent points, point margin, and average temperature. Keep it consistent here. We'll add the slicer. I'm going to call this table the y-axis table. Create. We should get a slicer like we did before. Looks good. Let's go to our formatting options, turn off the slicer header, go to General, turn on the title, call it y-axis selected, center it, go back to visual, slicer settings, we'll make it a drop down, we'll turn on single select here. Great, it's looking good. All right, let's get it sized properly, and I just realized we need to add a border to both of these visuals to be consistent with our other measures here. And I'll go ahead and do that for Y selected by going to General, and then Effects and Visual Border. We'll do the same thing for our X-axis here. General, Effects, Visual Border. Very good. And we'll just drag this one we just created, select that and drag to the right. And oh boy, a little bit of spacing opportunities here. Maybe manually adjust some of these, make the spacing look a little better. Yeah, that can maybe be improved on a little bit, but it looks all right. So if we want, we've created y-axis, we need to drag that field in as well. Here's our y-axis. Drag that in. There we go, and we want it to be based on margin. We effectively have the same plot we had before. Now, looking at all, this is one downside of a scatter plot analysis. Sometimes a way to get around this is to group your average temperature, so you can get a more meaningful trend of, okay, maybe you do it by pentiles. The bottom 20% of games where you were in the coldest 20% of temperatures, what was your average point margin for that versus the next pentile higher, and the next pentile, the next pentile, versus the hottest games, the hottest 20% of games you've played in. And that can really show whether there's a continuous trend or not. It's kind of hard to see that in a scatter plot, especially if the trend isn't really strong. We'll see some trends here where the trend is very strong and it's very clear that there's a correlation. But something that can help you get a general sense for what's happening is to turn on a trend line. So when I click on this, there for a lot of visuals, there is this ability to do further analysis on it. And a simple way to do that is just to click on your trend line here. And what this shows us, it doesn't tell us whether it's statistically significant or not. So I think you could do a regression analysis or a t-test to figure out further whether there really is something statistically significant here. But this would suggest, and you can kind of see it in the dots here, that there's a negative relationship here. So the hotter the game, the lower the point margin would be for Ohio State, from Ohio State's perspective, and it might be different for another team. I don't know, maybe we check on Alabama here, where it tends to be warmer, and I'm going to guess, we'll see, that when you choose Alabama, the hotter it is, the better they do. They kind of maybe struggle a little bit when they're in a colder temperature situation. Again, may not be statistically significant, but that's the value that adding a quick trend line can have. Now we're going to see some really clear trends here, because one of the things we've done, and I'll choose, the chart really only makes sense when you when you select a particular team or conference. But I'm going to look at the relationship between the points scored by Ohio State and how many points their opponent would score. And there is a negative correlation there. So maybe you could, again, may not be statistically significant, but the idea here is that when Ohio State scores a lot of points, it's likely that the other team didn't have the ball much, and so they probably didn't score as many points, although there could be exceptions. Let's look at this one right here. Yeah, in this case, Ohio State scored a bunch of points, 77. Oregon State scored 33. These cases would be examples of, kind of a blowout where Ohio State scored a lot of points, blowout against Ohio State, where Ohio State scored very few points and Michigan scored a lot of points. And then, these would be the blowouts in the other situation where the other team doesn't score any points and Ohio State scores a lot. So again, we can click on this and see that particular game below. But pretty neat. And, obviously the more points you score, that's part of the point margin equation. The more points you score, the more likely you are to win by a lot. In this case, you can see they scored 77, point margin was 67, which must mean that the other team scored 10 points. So there's clearly a high correlation there. A lot of things you can do here. I'm going to set this to our where we started with average temperature against point margin. There we go. Very cool. All right, so now we have a very configurable scatter plot analysis, a customizable scatter plot analysis, which is really neat. Let's go ahead and create one more tab, and in this we're going to do more of a matrix analysis. So I'll do a right click here, duplicate page, I'm going to drag this, I'm going to rename it. So it'll always say duplicate of first. I'm going to call this our matrix analysis. And as you might have guessed, we're going to take this, and instead of making a scatter plot, we're going to make a matrix. Now, this list of games is a table, just a list of, and you can see we brought in all kinds of columns that we wanted to see. A matrix looks like a table, and it is a table in some ways, but the idea here is that you'll place a row and it'll split out all the values within that row, and then you'll name a column and it'll split all those values within the column, and then there will usually be you can have multiple fields that you'll show for those combination of values for the x-axis and the y-axis. So just to start again, maybe we do something like conferences and look at the relationship between when a certain conference plays another conference, what typically happens from a winning percentage perspective. So I will X out of these rows here, And I'm going to go back to combine games. We'll put the conference here. Let's see, as our rows. And we'll put the opponent conference as our columns here. And what we'll show in the values here is our winning percentage. Now I have Ohio State selected here. It looks like there was one year, or maybe a few years, where they were considered to be part of the Western Conference, potentially. I'm going to bring that back here. Western Conference, very interesting. Okay, it looks like I scroll to the end this way. That was through 1952. I did not realize that. Very interesting. But I'm going to deselect Ohio State here. And now you can see for this particular conference what their winning percentage was against all of these other conferences. Really neat to be able to see this in one graph. And again, you could export this to Excel or CSV if you wanted using this option. So for instance, if we wanted to see the Big Ten, here's Big Ten, and we can look at their winning percentage against all these other conferences. So it looks like they've done fairly well against the American Athletic Conference, 74% winning percentage, beat ACC, 57%, very interesting. And then maybe we'll look at how they do against the SEC in general, 40%. All right, very interesting there. So that's maybe our default here, but again, we want to make this configurable where they can select a particular metric and maybe select a particular x-axis and y-axis. For a matrix like this, it's kind of the opposite of the scatter plot. You generally want these fields that you're plotting on the x-axis and the y-axis to be more character fields. So I'll just go ahead and delete this for now. And we're going to create another parameter. Go with fields here, and this will be our x-axis matrix. We got to give it a different name than what we had before. And so for the matrix, again, we want more character fields, text fields. Go with maybe conference. We'll add in team. We'll add in season type. Maybe home or away as well. All right, there's a few options, and you might decide to add a few others. And I'll go ahead and create that. Now we'll have another filter to select from. All right, all of our standard adjustments. I'll go over to format your visual, turn off the slicer header, general, turn on a title. I'll call this x-axis selected, and center this. Do a drop down, go into visual, drop down, and single select. All right, now that that's created, okay, then I'll adjust the size here. Try to get it as close as possible. I'll turn on a border. Turn on a border under. There we go, under effects, visual border. And there is our x-axis selected. All right, and we will update our matrix here to now pull from the x-axis matrix field. All right, so right now it's conference, but if we change it to team, for instance, now we can see each one of these teams' winning percentages against any conference, which is really cool since conference is still kind of hard-coded as our column here. But that's what we'll update next. As you probably guessed, we'll go to new parameter, go to fields, bring in the exact same fields in this case. Y-axis matrix is the name we'll give it. Combine games, we'll drag in conference. We'll drag in team, season type, and home or away. Same fields as before. We'll create it. Create a slicer. We'll update the slicer. There it is. Turn off the slicer header. Add a title. Call this Y-axis selected. Center it. Go to visual, slicer settings, drop down, selection, single select, and add a border. Just like before, we'll just kind of stick with that roughly, that spacing for now, something like that. And then we need to add the y-axis selected to our matrix visual now. Instead of it being hard-coded as the opponent conference, we'll come down here to y-axis matrix, drag that in. Okay, it's set to conference right now, but if we want to see team against team, for instance, we can. All right, that's pretty neat. So maybe we look at, let's look at for Ohio State games again. Maybe when it's, well, by default, we can look at their competition against, okay, so it doesn't really, like it when we would need to use the opponent team. Yeah, we should probably add in here the, not just being able to break it out by the team, but the opponent team as well. That makes sense. So let's update this. This is a good example of how you might update this. We'll go to x-axis matrix, and we want to add some additional things in here. In fact, I pretty much want to copy conference and team, and I want to add in the opponent conference and team. Now, here's a good thing to know about when you're creating these formulas. Notice how all these things are in different lines. If I just press enter to get a new line, it doesn't give us a new line. It just says you're done with the function. Essentially like clicking the check mark here. We're done editing it. What you can do is do Alt-Enter, and that takes you to the next line. It's really helpful. So now I'm going to paste what I copied before. Undo the indenting a little. Okay. I'm going to paste in what we did before, and I'll undo some of the indenting here. There we go. So tab does work there. And then this is going to be called opponent conference and opponent team. And then this will be called opponent conference and opponent team. Now we do need to update these numbers. It doesn't like the fact that we've used that index for the order multiple times. So I'm going to make this 3, make this 4 now, and make this 5. Okay, and it looks like I forgot to include an open parentheses before this. So let's do that as well. And I got the opponent team. Opponent conference. That's what or just opponent. Sorry about that. Opponent is what we called it. There we go. All right. Now let's look back at our x-axis, see how it looks. Good. Now we need to do this to the y-axis as well. Just go ahead and, I could probably just copy all of these rows. And then when I go to our y-axis matrix, I'm just going to replace this entire section here. That is convenient. Press enter, check mark to update it. And now in x-axis and y-axis, we should have the ability to select our opponent or our opponent's conference. Okay, so here's how I could see Ohio State against any opponent conference, for instance. Really cool. Here's how I could see Ohio State, their winning percentage by season type, for instance. Pretty neat. Again, we saw this before in the breakout chart. If it's just going to be this simple, you might as well use the breakout chart that we had on the first tab. But if you wanted to do something like see this for every single team, well, we've got team selected. Technically, we could deselect Ohio State and then see for any team what their postseason versus regular season was. These teams right here are probably not part of the FBS, and so none of their games where they played in the post, or maybe they've never made it to the postseason, none of their certain games may not show up, only the ones where they've played the FBS. That's probably what's happening with a lot of these teams where they don't have a postseason value or regular season value. But pretty neat to have this breakout chart. You could export this to Excel from there if you wanted to, or do some further filtering and analysis. But you can split this chart out by anything you need to. Conference versus opponent conference, for instance. This is really what would tell you the winning percentage for this conference, what their winning percentage has been against every other conference up here. Really neat information. Now we've based it all on we've based all of this on winning percentage so far. Why don't we just make that configurable too while we're at it? We're running a little bit out of space here. Maybe we could squeeze some more things in though. I think we could probably squeeze in a fifth option here. In this case, I think we can use the exact same fields that we wanted to graph and plot on our chart from the college football games tab. So I'm going to go back here, and I'll actually keep this synced as well. I'm going to select metrics selected here, Control C, and I can actually paste that on the metrics analysis tab. And when I do, it's going to ask me if I want to sync it. I'll say yes. So by default, it's the same metric that was selected on the first tab. And we should have, just working on it here, we should have a slicer for a metric selected. Should be great. Yep, we put it right there. Great. I'm going to resize this to try to squeeze in all of those if we can. Let's see here. I'll put metric select in the middle. Let's see if we can fit it in there. Yeah, so far so good. Might do a little bit of adjustment here to the spacing between things. Okay, now right now, and I probably widen this a little bit, I resize this a little, but for now we'll go with this. I need to add this in as the values here. So I'll go to the very same thing we used before, metric, and I'll just drag that in to values. And now, winning percentage is what's selected. I can choose number of games and see the number of games played between these teams. Pretty neat. So this is the number of games, inter-conference games between this conference, for instance. Pretty neat to be able to just select a metric and see that plotted here. You can select your metric, you can select what you wanted plotted out on the x-axis and what you wanted plotted out on the y-axis. Really, really configurable. Well, let's update the title up here. Let's call this our matrix analysis. And then let's also start to update some of our page navigation icons up here. Again, this is the bar chart we're choosing. We're going to turn on action. Actually, it's already set up here. It's already set up to go to college football games. Great. Our scatter plot here, we're going to have to turn that one on and go to page navigation. We're going to have that to go to scatter plot analysis. Very good. And then we're already on the matrix analysis, so we don't have to worry about that. Now going back to scatter plot analysis in college football games, we will now that matrix analysis tab actually exists, we're going to click on this matrix visual we brought in from PowerPoint, and we will make that a page navigation to the matrix analysis tab now that it exists. And similar here for college football games. Click on that icon, go to action, go to type, page navigation to the matrix analysis. All right, this is really cool. So now we can go from, for instance, you have to press down Control, click the scatter plot. It's going to take us to the scatter plot analysis. Then from there, if we want to go to the matrix analysis, we click on that. It takes us there. Great. And then from there, if we want to go back home, we can by clicking on that, the bar chart, and it's going to take us back to our original tab. And this is already hidden, I believe, because we copied it from a hidden tab, so that works out really well. Oh boy, just looking through this, there's a pretty good dashboard so far. But can we take it to the next level? We'll maybe do 1 or 2 more things to really try to take it to the next level. I want to show you how to do a really, really, really cool tooltip. And it relates to what we did with this information icon here, where you hover over it. And in this case, we had to create that card to put over it. In this case, we're not going to have to do anything kind of like Power BI gymnastics like that. But we are going to use a similar technology here where we can actually use a separate tab as a card. And what I'm thinking of here, this is kind of unnecessary in this case because it's really easy to just click on a field and then see, the metrics up here update. We'll see the bar chart down here update. But let's say we had like a particular visualization, more than just the stats that are showing when you hover over it right now. So this is the default tooltip that we added when we click on this chart, bringing in those fields down here to tooltips. And usually that works just fine. But sometimes you might want to get a little fancy, and that's what we're about to do. I'm going to create a new tab here. It's going to be I'm going to call this maybe our line, or we'll call it overtime tooltip. Okay, and similar to when we created the information tooltip, we're going to hide this page. We don't want it to be visible. And we are going to go to page information and say allow as tooltip. It's going to give us this size by default. We say no, we're looking for something a little bigger. And so we go here and maybe we go with, I'll just go with 16 by 9, the default tab size to start with, but we'll kind of customize this. And what I'm going to do here is what I'd like to do is maybe add some icons at the top. So I'll maybe select these. We probably don't need all of them. We might remove a few of these perhaps, but for now I'm just going to select all of them and paste them in our overtime tooltip. See how it looks. I don't think we need cumulative point margin for this one. We probably don't need wins minus losses. Yeah, probably not even losses and wins. I just want to see kind of in general some cards at the top that show us the number of games, the winning percentage, and the average margin. I think that's going to be fine for us. And then what I'd also like to maybe show is whatever breakout is selected, I want to show what that's broken out by here. So, and I want to show that in the tooltip. So what we're going to do is copy that visual, bring it back over here, and there's all kinds of other things we could add to this. Yeah, we'll put that there for now. Looks a little messy because there's no filters applied, but by the time we go back here to this tab, there will be filters applied and those will come through. So we'll just take a look at it once we come back and ultimately use this tab as a tooltip. It'll look a little better. Maybe we do one more addition. Let's bring over that list of games as well. That could be useful here. Okay, I probably want all these fields shown, so I'm going to just go ahead and kind of stretch everything else out to be about that size. Just realized we didn't put a border on this, which would be helpful. So let's just go ahead and update our tables to put a border around it to be consistent with some of our other visuals. If you do want to include a border, I'm going to go ahead and do that on all of our different tables here. Start with the scatter plot analysis. Yeah. Go to format your visual, then general effects. Let's turn on the border there. I'll do the same thing for matrix analysis and the list of games we have on that tab. Turn on the border. And lastly, we'll do that for our college football games as well. We'll add the border there. And then effects and visual border. Very good. All right, I'm going to come back to our overtime tooltip here. I think we're almost ready to actually use this. Season type, we'll kind of compress that a little bit here. So we can probably just change the spacing here and not have to adjust too much. Looks good. Now what we need to adjust is the page size now. We went with a big page size to start, which is fine. But now I'm going to go to Canvas settings and I'm going to do a custom size, just like we did for our main tab. I think height, we're pretty much using all the height, so we don't want to adjust that, but we can definitely bring down the width here. I would say maybe, I'm going to try 600, see if we can get away with that. Oh boy, we've got some adjustments to make. It looks like it kind of wants us to drag some of these things to the left. So I'll just make this 1200 again, and we'll just drag these over, make it left aligned. We probably should have started by aligning everything to the kind of the top and to the left. Now let's see what happens if we change the canvas again to a width of maybe 600. All right, we can go a little smaller, 550, might even go 530. Nope, we need a little bit of margin on the right there. We'll do 540. Now you have about the same margin on the left as the right. This looks really good. What we're gonna do now is actually go back to college football games, and instead of using the main tooltips, we're going to click on this visual that we want to apply that tooltip to, go to format your visual, and then under general tooltips, they're on, but instead of it being based on auto, it's going to be based on a report page already selected. It's the overtime tooltip is what we want to use. Watch what happens when we hover over one of these data points now that we've updated that. Ooh. And sometimes you kind of have to drag it to the left. This is really, what's neat about this is you can see all of your main stats for the whole time period selected, but then if you want to just see for this season, whatever it's broken out by, it's automatically filtered down. So again, let's filter on Ohio State. We can go season by season. We don't have to, and we can see that season, you can see the games there. You can see the breakout against their winning percentage for conference by conference there, and even their overall winning percentage in their games and their point margin. We could add other measures to that tooltip if we wanted to see those too for that season. But you can see that in conjunction with the whole time periods information right here. That's really neat. Now you can't click into this, like we can't scroll down. We'd have to change kind of the size if we wanted to see all the games for that season. It might be a good thing to do. Resize some of these things. But it's really cool to actually be able to show graphs when you hover over this through this method. We could now another route to handle that. Again, I don't know that this was absolutely necessary, is we could simply just click on this season and it would filter down the measures here and the chart here. But especially if you want to show a chart that's not already on this dashboard, maybe the scatter plot analysis, then this could be a really good method. And you could do a similar thing where maybe we wanted to take another tooltip and actually put the overtime chart and show that here. Maybe we'll do that. Here's our overtime tooltip. We'll duplicate this, so it should be hidden again, and we're going to call this our breakout tooltip. And I think it's still going to be helpful to see the games that we're looking at. But instead of showing a breakout, since we're going to be hovering over the breakout, what we'll do is we will show back here, we'll show the overtime chart. Let's paste that in here. There it is. Okay, we're going to need to resize it a little bit. Drag it back onto our, our canvas here. Okay, does it fit now? Yep. Ooh, that's going to be tight. But that's a starting point. Let's see how it looks. I think this should still be set as a, let's just go to, oh, we need to go in and not select a visual here. And then go to page information. Yep, still allows a tooltip. And now when we come over here and go to our chart here, our bar chart, we can go to General, go to Tooltips, Report Page, and now we'll make our breakout tooltip the tooltip. Watch what happens now. This is using a different one. So now we can see, okay, all of Ohio State's game against the Big Seven. Let's see what those games are. Let's see that winning percentage. Now again, we could click on this and we're going to get the same 4 games and all those metrics here. And so that's not necessary in this case, but just shows the potential for how you could use this. Okay, I highlight this, I can see it over time, I can see the details behind it, and I can see some high level metrics at the top. So pretty powerful tooltips in Power BI. Now I just noticed that when I click on this, losses goes to blank, which basically means they've never lost. There's no rows for a loss, and so that's why it shows blank here. That's not ideal to me. I think we'd want to show a 0 instead. And so we know that if it's blank, it means there's no losses. So a way we can update that is to click on that field, losses, and we can use a function that exists in SQL as well. It's called coalesce. Coalesce. And what happens is in SQL, if it's null, it'll replace it with another value you specify after the first argument. It basically says if this item is null in SQL or blank, the equivalent of null in Power BI, if that is not null, then go ahead and use this formula, use this value. But if it is null, then you do a comma and you'd specify what value you want it to have. In our case, we want it to be 0. So I'll do that and close off the function coalesce, press enter, and hopefully now losses will show us a 0. We should probably do that for number of wins as well, right? Add a coalesce there. The same thing could happen. You could never have a win for a particular combination, especially when you start getting into the details and filtering down on things like we are now. There we go. We don't always see those things when we're looking at the high-level information because there are plenty of losses when you're not filtered on anything. Very good. All right, so pretty neat tooltip there. Now, just one more recommendation. Perhaps in this case, it might be cool to just highlight at the top that, hey, by the way, you're looking at the Big Seven opponent conference. So that's we could potentially add a measure maybe at the top of the tooltip here, and just by adding it there, by going to this tab and kind of adding a title at the top to identify which conference was highlighted. So that's an additional thing we could do. But you get the idea. You can really customize these measures or these tabs in a lot of ways, and then use it as a tooltip. Use a tab as a tooltip. Really neat Power BI functionality. Well, I think we're finally done here. There's so much more that you could do that maybe you'll decide to do with this really cool Power BI data set. I definitely recommend playing around with it to make sure that it's in good shape and everything. That's a good way to check your work, is to play around with the dashboard and test all kinds of things. One thing we need to do before we publish it, this is really important, unless we want Ohio State to be filtered on by default when a user comes in, we need to clear all the filters that we don't want to be applied, because whatever we deploy this with, including the winning percentage goal here, I'm gonna set that to 50%. That I think is a good standard threshold. I'm gonna set the average point margin to be 0. On average, you have the same number of points as your opponent has. I'm going to reset the team because I want them to be able to select whatever team they want by default. Even the search item here, if I were to deploy it like this, it would already have Ohio State started in that search. It wouldn't have it filtered, but it would have it shown here. I'm gonna remove that as well and just check and see if I have anything like that for any of these other ones. Since this is synced with the other tabs, what I'm doing here should automatically apply to, for instance, our scatter plot analysis. We'll just check and see if that's the case. We need to adjust that as well on each of the tabs if we've, at least the search part. Again, the deselecting of Ohio State, they're synced, and so that worked. But the search term that was even typed in there was not synced. Now, with matrix analysis, I don't think we intentionally synced it, but we did copy it from scatterplot analysis that had the slicer synced at that point. And so I'll just do a quick analysis here. Yep, there's Ohio again. We'll use that. If I filter on Ohio State, I'm just going to make sure that if I come over here to college football games, hopefully it's still filtered. It is. Okay, so these are synced. That's good. And so what happened was when I did my original copy, my original duplicate, it didn't by default sync the slicers. I had to delete those, and then I had to copy them over from college football games, and then it asked me if I wanted to sync them. So then, after doing that, I duplicated scatterplot analysis. And so at that point, it was already set up to sync with college football games. And so duplicating at that point made matrix analysis also have the slicers synced. So that's good. I didn't have to do that a third time. Delete the slicers and re-add them and click sync. That's good. So we'll undo that. Undo the search here, just kind of checking some other things to make sure I don't have any other searches there. I'll do conference by opponent conference by default. So think about what you want these default values to be, because when you save, you need to save it, and you also want to save it with the tab that you want it to open to. That's important. I want it to open to the one tab that's not hidden here, which is college football games. And so I'm going to click on save. Now that I feel really good about all the values that are selected, I want this to be the tab that it defaults to when it opens up the Power BI Online. Now I'm ready to deploy it online. And so what we can do to do that is click on Publish. And it'll ask us to choose a workspace. Now you may have some workspace that are already available to you that have already been created. Or you may just have access, everyone has access to my workspace. That's your default workspace. And so you can say select. I'll say select is the only one I have access to. And it's saying it's publishing. If your dashboard is large, it could take a while. If it's not as large, it probably won't take as long. And it's eventually going to ask us to pop up and tell us that it's been deployed. So what we'll do is this is going to eventually publish, and it'll be called whatever name you have here. You can rename it after the fact on Power BI Online. It's been created. I'm going to close out of this, though. We're not going to go to Power BI Online quite yet, but if I wanted to, I'd just click on this. I want to show you what would happen if I close out of this and I want to make a change to it later on. The same report, but I need to make a change. Maybe I'll just move this over just slightly. Right, something like that. And then I want to update our report. What you'd need to do is make that change in Power BI Desktop, and then I can republish it again. It'll ask me to save. Again, make sure you're on the right tab and the right filters applied, all of that. And now I'm going to go to my workspace again, the exact same workspace, and if I try to publish this report with the same name again, a different menu is going to come up. It's going to say, wait a minute, you've already got a report there. Do you want to replace it? And I'll say yes. And so it just replaces it. It doesn't update, it doesn't change the link. It just updates it with, in this case, all I did was change the refresh there. But any changes you would have applied now, after this finishes, they will be reflected in Power BI Online. And this time we'll go to Power BI Online and see what that's like. There we go, a convenient link right here, and it takes us into Power BI Online. Great. Loading the report. It's going to look really similar to what it did in Power BI Desktop. Maybe a little cleaner. They won't have all the options on top that we had when we were building the report. And this is kind of the view that your stakeholders would see. Now, as we're waiting for this, notice there's a lot of options over here. Boy, that could be a training in itself. But I'll point out that you can see all of your workspaces when you click over here. In this case, I have one workspace, my workspace, but this is a convenient uh, organization method where you could have a workspace for sales reports and marketing reports, and you click on that and all you see is sales reports or marketing reports. So definitely use that to your advantage. But here's our dashboard, and it looks good. Again, a lot of those editing options are gone here. There's all kinds of things we can do. We can export our data. We can actually embed this in a website, which is really neat. Download the Power BI desktop report. There's our export option. You can export it as PowerPoint. You can export a specific visual, again, by clicking on the triple dots, and you can say show as a table. We can see that just like we could in Power BI desktop, or we can say export data in this way. We can share this with a colleague. That's important, right? You want to ultimately be able to share it. You use this, you click share. You need to have a Power BI Pro license. You can get a 60-day trial, but this would be included if your organization has the Microsoft E5 license. If it doesn't and you want Power BI Pro, I think it's $10 a month. And there's a few other licensing options as well. But that's how you would share your report within your organization. If I did have Power BI Pro, it would pop up a window. I'd start typing a name or an email address, and it would automatically be linked to the Office 365 program for your organization. And then they would get usually a notice via email that you've shared a report with them. They'd click on it and they would see this as well. And they'd have access to browse things if they, this is all done through Microsoft 365. You can get to your email and everything by clicking the top left here, or your SharePoint site. It's all integrated, which is really convenient. So lots of different options. Subscriptions are interesting. If someone wants an email of this report every day, you can use subscriptions for that. All kinds of things you can do with this. And of course, stakeholders, you can send them this link, and they'll be able to bookmark it. It's a report they want to see every day, or they'll be able to reference it whenever they want and always see your report and always interact with the report on their own. They can apply filters and just so many cool things they can do. So if you wanted to schedule your report or dive in a little bit more, you'd go to workspaces, and I'm going to click on where this workspace is located, my workspace. And I can see quite a few reports that I've put here. But the latest one is this college football demo. And there's a report, which is this. This will just take me back to the report if I click that. Or I can see the data set here. Now, when you publish a data set or in a report, a data set is created for that report. Unless, remember, there was one option to get data and choose a existing Power BI data set. So for instance, if this college football data set, this report I wanted to build, there was actually a data model that would work just fine for it, I could have selected maybe the metric trending dashboard, for instance, if I wanted to base it on that data model that had already been created. And then if I publish it, it's not going to add an additional data set. It's going to be using the same metric trending data set that I imported when I said get data, and I chose that Power BI data set. So consider that if you're building a report and there's already a data set that exists from a previous Power BI report created, that'll work for you. Why create another data set, right? Well, there's a few good things to do from a data set perspective that you might want to do when you publish. I'll click the triple dots here. Row level security. Wow, this is a powerful feature that can allow you to only show certain stakeholders certain information that's pertinent to them, especially for a sales team. So there's there's some things you need to do in Power BI desktop to set that up, and then from here online you can set up security groups and essentially set it up where a salesperson would only see their customers. That's a really neat feature of Power BI. If you have a use case for that where certain users need to see certain information, set that up. As this dashboard is set up, anybody you share it with would be able to see all the rows in the table. So if that's okay, then you don't really need to worry about row level security. But I'll go to settings here for now. And in settings, one of the things that you'll do is schedule your data set. Now we've imported it as Excel and as a CSV file. And in order to get that to update based on your particular Excel file and CSV file on your computer, you have to set up what's called a personal gateway. And that's not really ideal. You can see there's no personal gateway installed currently. That's not ideal. What you want to do is ideally import your data as a SQL query from a SQL database, Snowflake, SQL Server, whatever your SQL database is. That's ideal, and it'll make scheduling here really easy to connect to that database. Another option, though, if you are going to be using a CSV file or an Excel file like we did today, is to take that Excel file and that CSV file and save it to a SharePoint file. And then when you go to get data in Power BI Desktop, like we did, go to SharePoint folder, import it, and then it'll ask you to navigate to that file you want to bring in. So you're essentially bringing it as a SharePoint file. It's still ultimately an Excel file or a CSV file, but by bringing it via SharePoint, now when you go into this settings option for your data set, once you publish, it'll be really easy to schedule it and keep it refreshed based on that SharePoint file. So I highly recommend that if you don't have access to a SQL database, because that would be my first recommendation. Well, once you do that, you'll have the option to actually schedule the refresh, and that's in this option right here. It's all grayed out, but you would turn that on, and then you can choose your refresh frequency. It'll ask you to choose different times. You can actually schedule it to refresh multiple times throughout the day if you need that. And then if there's a failure for some reason, maybe an extra column gets added or something off in the data, and it isn't able to refresh it, it'll notify you by default as a dataset owner. And you can even add your team or a distribution list under these contacts so that they'll be notified maybe if you're out of office. So those are some of the really neat aspects of Power BI Online. Just go back to the dashboard we just created here. Adding to favorites is really cool. If you just have a few dashboards you're interested, you could add it to favorites, and then from the home screen, you'd be able to see your list of favorites there. So that's Power BI Online. This is where the sharing actually happened. You've done all the hard work, and now it's time to share with your colleagues. Wow, what a session. We covered so much today, not just introductory topics, but even some intermediate and advanced topics. And yes, we had to do some blocking and tackling along the way. We ran into a few issues, but we worked through them. And if you ever run into those, you can always do web searches for them. And if you run into issues that you're not able to figure out, feel free to leave a comment here and I'll do my best to help you on this video. If you like the video, please consider liking the video formally. And of course, if you want to subscribe, you'll get access to all kinds of notifications for future trainings on some topics that go really well with Power BI, like Python, the tool that we use to actually create these data sets, and SQL, the tool that I recommended bringing data into Power BI through so many times. I know you're probably tired of hearing that. And even soft skills that help you get tips on how to be efficient when you're creating all of those things. And even how you can lead better by proactively coming up with good Power BI use cases. And how you can ultimately communicate it in a simple way to your stakeholders as well. So please consider subscribing to the Value Driven Analytics channel. I'm Brian Amrine, part of Value Driven Analytics, and I'm so excited that you were able to take this training today and hope you're able to do great things with it. Thanks again for watching.